This is the beginning of a battle that will stain the very fabric of reality, but this story takes place even after a battle that tested Goku and Vegeta like none other. A battle against their own Saiyan brethren, Broly. These two went on to fuse together to create one of the strongest warriors the universe had ever seen. However, Goku's pureness led him to see the good in Broly, and instead of ending the battle in blood, the two somewhat befriended one another, leading Broly to be indebted towards Goku as a powerful bond was born. However, even while this was taking place and everything seemed to kind of remain calm in Universe 7, there was a growing disturbance stemming from events not too long removed. 17 stands with his family, looking off into the sunset, unknowing of the consequences of his good-hearted actions. Over on planet Sadala in Universe 6, we see Kale and Caulifla busily training as Caulifla begs Champa to teach her some new secret techniques of the gods. As she continues to ramble on, something catches Champa's attention though, as all of a sudden, the ground begins to rumble as they all suspect maybe an earthquake. Why is Beerus in this universe? Champa says, as he suspects the commotion coming from him after sensing his presence for a quick second. Caulifla, of course, however, is taking this as some form of training or challenge as she gets fired up immediately. Simultaneously over in Universe 11, we see Toppo kneeling before Lord Velmod as he entered the Palace of the Destroyer, but suddenly the same rumbling earthquake is felt here, instantly alerting both Toppo and Velmod as they sense Goku briefly with his power shattering a kettle on the table. Oh, it's as if they're really close to us, Makurita says, chuckling. Earth in Universe 7, however, seems to be seeing the brunt of this collateral damage. Within the city, we see Krillin trying his best to mitigate the damage and keep as many civilians as safe as possible, but in his heart, he doesn't agree with how far this has gone as he thinks to Goku, hasn't your frenzied quest for power gone too far this time? Goku has reached the final test in his quest for divine power though, and his will is stronger than ever. Amongst the skies, the battle that Goku finds himself in today is one on a multiversal level. One that will cause him more pain that's ever been inflicted on him before, and one that'll push him to a level that mortals and gods alike thought not possible. Goku's awesome power can be felt across the multiverse as he trembles planets across the galaxies. Beerus too, however, is sending quakes through time and space, countering Goku with equal force. Back on Beerus' planet, Whis can sense something growing, something beginning to become amiss. All of a sudden a ring comes through his staff. As he answers, he sees it's the Supreme Kai and the Elder Kai. Hello, Sir Whis, the Supreme Kai says. I'm deeply sorry for my impropriety, but the universe is shaking. Moreover, he goes on, I feel Son Goku and Lord Beerus' auras are going berserk. May I ask for an explanation on what's currently happening? Whis begins to chuckle as he answers that this is the culmination of the training of Son Goku, as we see Goku's Ultra Instinct reaching levels never before seen, as even he himself is surprised at his own strength. Beerus tests him immediately though, sending a frightening beam right past his face with a devastating punch, but Goku returns one as well as both impacts devastate the planets behind them, slicing them in two. These two have gone completely nuclear as one swipe from either completely destroys planets anywhere near them. Goku ducks under him and then attempts to swing again, but Beerus dodges. He kicks Goku in the back of the neck, completely decking him and blanking his eyes briefly. Goku is able to rebound, however, and begins to fly away to create distance temporarily as he fires Ki Blast back at Beerus. This is when Beerus reflects them using some strange technique, and this catches Goku off guard, who was still leading Beerus on this chase as his own blast closes in on him and a massive explosion is caused before Beerus. Through the smoke, however, it seems like the attacks did next to nothing to Goku as he clears his vision to Beerus' surprise. However, in an instant, Goku is behind Beerus, and as soon as he's aware of the incoming, Goku releases a devastating attack at point blank. The artwork on this attack is legendary, as Ultra Instinct Goku's attack completely obliterates everything in front of it, shattering a moon in front of them as Beerus is nowhere to be seen. This is when we see Beerus being absolutely blown away, flying into another planet, going directly through it and slicing off the top half of another planet as well as he soars through it. In an instant, at a speed untraceable though, Beerus has grabbed Goku by his face and instantly appeared before him again. As Beerus reels back and prepares his own attack, we've never really seen him this ferocious before as he attempts to shove a Hakai right in Goku's face. As he attempts to erase Goku from the face of existence, he comes up empty as Goku suddenly disappears. "Stop running away, Saiyan," Beerus yells as we see Goku taking off again, continuing the chase. "It doesn't suit you." As the two continue their multiversal level battle, they land on a planet called Gia, scorching the fields. It seems Goku is trying to do his best to battle Beerus to the best of his abilities, of course, while also attempting to not really disturb life on too many planets, but a battle of this caliber is really impossible to control. Beerus continues to chase Goku as he grabs him by his foot and slings him with just absolutely all his might, guys, and this next shot is another one of those shots that is just out of this world. Slinging him with just power so fierce that it would have ripped the limbs off of any other being, and I just gotta stop and appreciate this artwork again, guys, as Beerus just absolutely slingshots Goku through space. As Goku rips through the solar system, the stream of power left by both of their auras casts a blinding light throughout the galaxy. Even in this divine form of Ultra Instinct, Beerus' power was far too overwhelming for Goku as he fails to stop himself from flying through space at thunderous speeds. He eventually goes crashing towards a planet called Taco Taco, a planet lush with life and inhabitants below. This is when one of the beings begins to notice a light quickly getting larger and larger above them as Goku crashes into the city. The force at which Goku crashes into this planet is so devastating that not only is the damage done to everything nearby absurd as a crater is formed, but Goku himself is lodged into the planet as his body shatters and becomes cemented in the planet's crust. As steam comes from everything around the crater, including Goku, the light finally dies out and we can see him fading in and out of consciousness, being severely overpowered by Beerus this time. As long as he stays here, however, this planet is in danger as Beerus has no intentions of stopping their fight here. Above planet Taco Taco, Beerus is preparing an attack at a scale of which will erase anything it comes in contact with, as a massive supernova attack forms overhead on his fingertip. Beerus' attack casts a light over the planet similar to the sun, but this attack will permanently wipe the light from this planet if it hits. This is when Goku begins to regain consciousness, and he coughs up blood as he's still lodged in the planet's mantle, but he does begin to move slightly. Noticing what's about to happen, Goku courageously rips himself from the crater and commands the child that was near him when he crashed to get out of here now as he begins to take on that same vicious form of Ultra Instinct again. As he and Beerus make eye contact, Goku meets him outside of the planet's atmosphere to face him head on. "Why are you putting a whole species in danger, Lord Beerus?" Goku thinks to himself as he attempts to get away from the planet. This is when he looks down and makes a shocking discovery, however, as he feels something tugging at his leg. When he looks down, he sees the child from before who's grabbed onto his leg as he flew off into space. "Get ready," Beerus says, as he has no regard for any life that gets in their way. Goku lands on a rocky surface, having to think pretty fast now that this other life is in his hands as well, but his options are now far more limited. Beerus releases his attack, the blinding light instantly consuming both Goku and the child below, as the face of absolute terror can be seen from Goku as a sphere of destruction engulfs them both. Beerus' attack outsizes the structure Goku landed on dozens of times over, similar to a pebble next to a basketball, as pure destructive intent can be felt across the multiverse. Even back on Beerus' planet, the Oracle Fish begins to worry, saying that these both are really astonishing. Whis, however, has a really bad feeling about things and considers joining them briefly. The Oracle Fish, who's now fallen asleep however, begins to murmur omens again as he mentions the universes and consequences that will arise. Might this somehow be linked to their current fight, Whis thinks? Back on Earth, things seem to be finally calming down as the battle between the two behemoth gods subsides. Both Gohan and Piccolo can sense something amiss however, as Piccolo comments that it seems Goku has come to terms with his power finally. Your father should be returning soon enough, Gohan. Speaking of training, Gohan says, soon, I'll get back to it too. We never know what may happen. Piccolo appreciates the will to defend and protect again, but also knows how serious Gohan is about his other responsibilities, to which Gohan vows that he will find a compromise. Over on planet Paishin, a planet with gravity 2,000 times that of the Earth, we see Vegeta flying at blinding speeds, destroying mountains and toppling cliffs along the way. Damn it, I'm plateauing, Vegeta says as he comes to a halting stop on the ground. All of these training methods are becoming completely useless. Moments earlier, however, as all of this was simultaneously happening, on the debris remaining from planet Taco Taco's moon, we see one of the most devastating images I think has ever been related to Dragon Ball. Goku, beaten beyond belief, has taken on the wrath of Beerus' attack as the very skin on his back and legs has been burned off, revealing nothing but the muscles and tendons below as he shields the young child from certain destruction. Lord Beerus, Goku stutters, angrily, in pain and feeling pushed far past the brink at this point. Without my help, he goes on, a whole civilization would have been extinguished by your hand, he says, crying. Guess I'm just doing my job as a god of destruction, Beerus says nonchalantly, as Goku seems to almost black out now, whether it be from his words or a combination of both pain and anger. Goku tells the young child to not worry and don't be afraid because everything's going to be alright, as Goku has used the remainder of his energy as a shielding aura for the young boy, but eventually, he loses consciousness. Never has a mortal offered me such a fight, Beerus admits. Even within the gods, rare are those who force me to use such power. However, warrior, you've reached your limits, he says, as Whis shows up beside him now. Goku just doesn't seem to be done though, as his psyche begins running wild as he attempts to find solitude deep within himself and channel a power never before thought possible. Whoa, water? Just when I was getting thirsty, he thinks to himself, as his mind flows endlessly now. But what is this place actually? It's so nice. Guys. Vegeta, aren't you with the others? You're completely useless, Kakarot. Hey, calm down. Wake up, Son Goku. Baba, where'd you come from? This is when Goku finally is able to regain consciousness, however, but what happens next is stunning. As he gets to his feet, his wounds still glaring, a mystical aura begins surrounding him as his Ultra Instinct form returns, but this time something is different. Goku, within the blink of an eye, returns the child to planet Taco Taco's surface, and we can see that he seems to even be overcoming his severe injuries. He flies past both Beerus and Whis to the absolute shock of Beerus as he leads them away from the planet again. This is when Goku flies beneath another large moon nearby and begins to lift it. This is when extreme amounts of energy begin to leave his body, leading to what I can only describe as the planets aligning with his aura as his next attack is about to take Dragon Ball to a completely different level. As Goku prepares a punch, moons and planets alike gather in the shape of a serpent as the very dynamic of space begins to shift around his attack. Goku prepares to release a celestial dragon fist as even Beerus seems worried about this oncoming attack. All of a sudden, an aggressive black lightning surrounds Goku's attack as he notices something has just changed here. This is when a hand comes crushing down on Goku's shoulder to his surprise, and behind him, we can see Beerus has transformed, but not just any transformation. He's transformed into something you would only expect to see in a nightmare, as a true destroyer now stands before him.
"Be proud, Son Goku," he says. "I can barely remember the last time I combined these two powers."
As Goku peers back at him, he instantly separates himself from Beerus' grip, appearing behind him on another boulder.
"Useless," Beerus says. "You're as fast as a turtle to me now,"
He chuckles, having never lost sight of Goku. Goku begins preparing a Kamehameha now as he gets into his stance, and this next shot is just legit breathtaking, as Goku prepares what almost looks like something akin to a Rasen Shuriken Kamehameha, with a silhouette mirroring his entire being in the attack. Wow, they really are pushing it, Whis says. Ultra Instinct combined with his destructive form, Lord Beerus does recognize Goku as a powerful warrior.
"Just when my body was getting rusty,"
Beerus says, getting excited about this next attack from Goku. And then, Goku goes to release his attack, but before he's able to do it, searing pain shoots all throughout his body as his energy depletes instantly and he returns to his base form. To both Whis and Beerus' surprise, Goku is finally spent. This devastating rematch with Beerus has finally taken its toll on a Saiyan warrior, but the amount of progression and with the way he pushed Lord Beerus will be unforgettable. As Goku falls unconsciously through the endless vacuum of space, both Whis and Beerus have to admit how impressive Goku was. Whis still mentioning how hard Ultra Instinct is to control, and Beerus finally realizing all the damage they did across the multiverse, including to his own planet. In the beginning of this chapter of Dragon Ball Kakumei, Goku proved his worth against one of the strongest beings in existence, pushing Beerus further than we've ever seen him push before, but this is just the beginning. Peace may seem to be returning to usual in the world of the Z-Fighters now, but the Oracle Fish's warnings still ring in the ears of Whis, as a devastating secret will soon come to light. One that the gods may not even be able to contain themselves. The aftermath of a battle as brutal as Goku and Beerus' is about what you would expect, but things have finally begun to calm down as we find ourselves on the Supreme Kai's planet. All of a sudden, Beerus and Whis appear as Beerus irks him about repairing his planet, bullying the Supreme Kai as usual. As they travel back to the remains of Beerus' planet, the Supreme Kai is stunned at how little there is left to even try to repair. After seeing this, the Supreme Kai tells him that repairing an entire planet in this shape will probably take a bit longer than expected, but Beerus has no objection to that as they need to return Goku home anyway, so they take their leave. Where we find ourselves next will change the very course of reality, as a meeting is currently taking place at none other than the Grand Priest's palace. Inside sits the Grand Priest, accompanied by the majority of the other angels and Hakaishin outside of Beerus and Whis, who are currently still in the 7th. "Thank you all for your presence," the Grand Priest says finally, breaking the silence. "You may already know why you're here, but there's a bit of information that you all are still missing. Before we get to that," he goes on, "not a single word must leave this place. If the Omni Kings were aware, heavy sanctions would be issued. As you might already know, Lapis, or 17 as we know him, the Earthling from Universe 7 wished to restore the universes that disappeared during the tournament. The problem here is that it also restored the 7 universes that were in the void for eternity." "Wait, 7, Campari says. "Weren't there only 18 universes originally?" "Not exactly," the Grand Priest admits. "I never mentioned it to any of you. But there was a 19th universe, also called Universe 0. "Why hide this from us, Father?" Kusu asks, as silence and disappointment befalls the room. "I couldn't do otherwise," the Grand Priest says, to which the group begins to try and understand that maybe he made this decision in case there was a traitor amongst them unknowingly, waiting for the right moment. "Oh, I should have known," a sinister voice says from behind the angels, a voice so cold that even the Grand Priest looks as if he's seen a ghost. This is when a menacing woman who resembles the angels walks through the room as she tells them, The one you all refer to as father is nothing more than a coward, afraid to face his own past. Just who do you think you are to judge father, Mojito says angrily, before Makarita reminds him that even though this is inexcusable, they must always remain neutral. Kneel down, the woman commands them. Do you not realize how ignorant you are? I never abandoned you. Let me tell you about this imposter's past, she goes on, as the Grand Prix secret is soon to be exposed. Only moments before this fateful meeting, back on Beerus's planet, it seems that Goku is beginning to recover a bit as Whis warns him that their battle had gone a bit too far this time. Goku apologizes, telling Whis that he was just so obsessed with the possibility of finally defeating Lord Beerus that he honestly got carried away. Defeating me, Beerus says, smirking, maintaining full confidence even though Goku collapsed before they could finish their battle. Whis tells Goku it's time to finish healing him and to stand up, but Goku asks if it's possible to keep one of the scars on his back, as he says that he'll only remove it when he's able to inflict something like that on Lord Beerus. Whis chuckles as the staff begins to illuminate, and in an instant, Goku is as good as new again. Whoa, that's as strong as sensu beans, Goku says, commenting on how useful Whis' powers will be in battle. He asks Goku what he plans to do now, to which Goku says he really has no clue, but to be honest, he does still need to master this power of his. I didn't think there was a greater power than Ultra Instinct, Goku admits. And yet, I couldn't beat Jiren or Lord Beerus, he says, dwelling on the progress he still has to make. Other than that, he says though, I think I'll go back to my wife and children. Chi-Chi must be worried sick. As the two take their leave, with Whis returning Goku to Earth, this is when Goku comments that, by the way, Whis never mentioned what he planned to do now as well, as he notices Whis' demeanor has oddly been cold recently, as if something worries him. I have to go check on something, Whis admits. I have a bad feeling. What could be causing you of all people to be worried, Goku asks, as Whis tells him that he feels a new presence. A tremendous force concentrated in one point that wasn't there before, he says. Goku's face turns dead serious now as he takes his hand off Whis' back and now places it on his shoulder, telling him that he'll go handle it. Remove your hand, Whis warns him, as Goku's destination is Earth and nothing more right now. Goku refuses, however, as Whis, once more, this time with a face more menacing than we've ever seen before from him, tells him to remove his hand. Goku's aura begins to erupt, almost as if telling Whis he is just about as serious as he is. Whis turns back around and tells Goku that it isn't his job to handle the problems of the multiverse. As if it were the first time, Goku replies to him, of course it's my job. Trust me, Whis. Alright, Whis says after a short pause, but I'm unable to come with you. The Grand Priest has just summoned me. If you need me, all you have to do is press this button, he says, making Goku a similar buzzer to the one the Omni Kings gave him. Thank you, Whis, he says, taking the item. If you want my opinion, Whis says, smirking, this is clearly not reasonable at all. I won't disappoint you, Whis, Goku says, as the two suddenly change course and head for the side of the disturbance. Here Whis begins, but they're both shocked and left speechless at what they come across. What is this? Goku asks, as the Angel Immortals stand before the Alpha and Omega Force, the universe that houses power and secrets known seldom. Universe Zero. Back at the Grand Priest's palace, he and his angel children stand face to face with a woman intruder who came in slandering their father. I never abandoned you, the woman says to them again. Let me tell you about this imposter's past. He provoked a genocide and believed himself at the level of the Omni King, she goes on. Enough, the Grand Priest shouts. Stand, he says to the angels. This is the first time I've ever seen the Grand Priest so serious, as this woman must pose a serious threat to have him like this. The Grand Priest lets off a devastating shockwave of power as the angels begin to ask for an explanation on this woman's accusations of him. Who is this angel-looking woman, Whis says. She is indeed an angel, the Grand Priest admits. Moreover, she's your mother. And she's not completely lying to you. The 19th universe of which I spoke, he says, was a particularly united and powerful realm. It released a monstrous strength and threatened the balance established by the Omni King. Something had to be done quickly, and so without the king knowing about it. Act quickly, she shrieks with a terrifying chuckle. Her entire demeanor becomes more menacing. Expanding space and time may be a brief action for you, she says, but it's not exactly what I'd call dying fast. To feel time tear apart the bodies of innocent people, per billions? It may have only lasted a single second for you, but for us, it was tens of billions of years, dear priest. As I did not have the power of the kings, I have, as I said, not found another alternative, the Grand Priest admits. This sends a shock throughout the angels, hearing their father admit to this, but they must remain neutral at all costs. Do you hear that? The woman says. Your father found it wiser to cover up his barbaric act than to simply be honest with the king. But don't blame the Grand Priest, she says. None of this is his fault, nor that of the Omni King. All across the multiverse, the gods begin to recognize a familiar but mysterious presence in the upper realm, as numerous forces can now be felt in the palace that weren't exposed prior. What we really blame is the system they set up that forced your father to act. This is when numerous beings start to descend in the Grand Priest's palace, but not just any beings. In the next panel, what we see next is what can only be explained as a true dissension in the darkness, as numerous angels show themselves for the very first time. Oh, what irony. It's very funny, they begin. What a strange feeling returning to this place, another one says. They are gods and angels of the destroyed universe, as Whis says, as they all look on in awe. Still sharp as a tack, Whis, one of his distant brothers says to him. Hope you didn't miss us all too much. Behave yourselves and bow down. These are the gods and angels returned thanks to the Super Dragon Balls. Balkan, god of destruction of Universe 13, accompanied by the angel Galleon. Dromo, god of destruction of Universe 14, accompanied by Xeres. Vilspring, god of Universe 15, accompanied by the angel Milada. Magnic, god of Universe 16, accompanied by Rimtol. And next, two quite peculiar relationships as we get into the last two universes. Nysos, god of Universe 17, accompanied by the angel Olaros as he tells the enraged angel to stay calm. Wait, Whis, Vado says suddenly. Look over there, as something catches her eyes, to which Whis mentioned he noticed as well. The person who appears next as the god of Universe 18 is sure to change the landscape of the multiverse itself, as a sickening laugh echoes through the chambers. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I've been looking forward to meeting you, Frieza says as he now appears in God of Destruction attire. I especially wanted to thank Whis in person, he says. This is the introduction of the God of Destruction of Universe 18, Frieza, along with his angel known as Twist. Do you see where this excessive neutrality leads you, Twist says to them. Frieza, Whis says, shocked. I think I understand what you're planning to do. I knew when I brought you back to life, he says, walking up to Frieza, that you wouldn't have stayed to do nothing. But to go that far, he says. Do not underestimate me, Frieza says to Whis. This is but a foretaste. Upon information from Zuno, Frieza says, recalling just how he came into this position and power, the commanders of my army informed me of the presence of new universes. It's surprising that Zeno had destroyed the 18th universe. Their god of destruction was miserable. According to Twist, Frieza goes on, he disagreed with his universe's behavior. He obviously didn't have the makings of a revolutionary. This is when we're presented a flashback of the day Frieza approached the former god of destruction of Universe 18. He narrowly misses a fatal shot with his death beam, grazing the god as Frieza laughs about narrowly missing his attack. "I beg your pardon," the god says, but Frieza instead keeps attacking him and easily overwhelms him. His impotence was actually a bit concerning, Frieza says. "I still wonder how he managed to become a god of destruction." "No matter, none of this concerns you," he says, tossing the defeated god to the side once again. "I don't quite understand the point of having it come to this," Whis says, "but anyway, you are right. That doesn't concern me." "Do you regret my resurrection now?" Frieza asks him, smirking, but Whis calmly tells him that Frieza has no idea of where he steps now. "Well, it is all to your credit to take this risk," Frieza says to him. "However, would you please tell me where Son Goku is?" "Son Goku?" the Grand Priest says, surprised. "What does he have to do with him?" "Father," Whis says quickly, "I spotted the location of Universe Zero just before you summoned me. I agreed to let him scout it, but I lost contact and he's not using the button I gave him. I can't reach him or distinguish his presence in that condensed aura that forms in Universe Zero." "Are you talking about the mortal who came in screaming like a donkey right in our headquarters?" Nisus says. "Don't worry, we welcome him as it should be." Why are they keeping Son Goku in prison, the Grand Priest thinks to himself. Our power is far beyond his. He doesn't pose a threat to them. Does he have some sort of sensitive information? "Don't be ignorant," she hisses. "You know exactly why we use him." In the next panel, we see Goku shackled and in prison, God only knows where, as it looks like he's not only been bound and beaten, but possibly tortured as well. "You cowards," Goku screams. "Get back here!" "What do you want from me?" he yells, but his voice falls on no ears besides his own, as he apologizes to Whis for failing him. But for Goku, the worst is yet to come, as a full-scale multiversal war seems to be in the making, as he's nowhere to be found. And without him, the casualties and the devastation in the near future will be unfathomable. "What are your demands?" the Grand Priest asks, ready to negotiate now. Magnik, god of Universe 16, speaks up as he says that the abolition of the divine hierarchy is what they seek. Also, the removal of that neutrality you're so obsessed with, he continues, as he smacks over the Grand Priest's throne with his tail. Kusu jumps forward to her father's aid, but the Grand Priest tells her to just stay calm. "It's this mentality that blocks you," Vilspring, god of Universe 15, states, and it was this hierarchy during the tournament that erased the gods, but not the angels. Knowing all of this, how can you claim yourself a guiding figure, Vilspring says, coming face to face with the Grand Priest now in an intense moment where time almost seems to freeze. "No more games. It's time to make things happen," Oromel says. However, one thing still seems to be relatively certain. Although the vanquished gods and angels have returned with an agenda, the Grand Priest is still known as the strongest of them all, as he asks Oromel, what will he do? Or better yet, what can he even do, as the two stand face to face? This is when the mysterious mother of the angels steps forward again, in front of the Grand Priest, and she states that a war between deities on a multiversal scale is about to begin. "The revolution starts now," she says. "Every individual, mortal or not, will have to choose a side. Only one will remain. Let's fight for a new world with perfect balance," she says. This is when all of a sudden, the Grand Priest summons a mighty power, exerting more energy at one time than we've ever witnessed from him before, as we see something begin to happen to all of the formerly sealed deities. A fierce energy wave is exerted from the Grand Priest that shrouds the room, but in order to subdue so many divine beings, the Grand Priest's exertion is showing clear signs of toll on his body. As the room grows quiet, the Grand Priest collapses to the ground, nose bleeding and coughing up blood as well after exerting so much for a single attack. Kusu runs over to him to check on him as he tells her not to worry for now, as they have little time to act. The Grand Priest has frozen the other angels in time and space for now, as he says that they have to take them to Universe Zero immediately and freeze it in his turn. Just from seeing what this one act of freezing them did to his body, the cost of freezing them all and an entire universe may just destroy the Grand Priest as well, but they must prevent this war. Whis and Cocktail choose to go gather the Supreme Kais for help, as their combined powers alike may be enough as they arrive on the planet of the Supreme Kais. Cocktail greets them, and after the situation is summarized by Whis, asks if they're able to assist in any way. Kibito admits that this won't be an easy task for them, but with their combined powers, they will succeed. Back on Earth in Universe 7, a family dinner couldn't be more dramatic as the entire Sun family and more are gathered, but Chi-Chi deep down knows that something is wrong with Goku. Videl takes notice of Chi-Chi retreating into the house, catching her in the midst of tears as she promises Chi-Chi that Goku is just a little late like he always is and everything is alright. This is Goku they're talking about, as Chi-Chi dries her tears, agreeing. As Gohan throws on his suit and tie, getting ready for dinner with his family, the disturbance hasn't yet made its way this far to cast a dark cloud on an innocent family gathering yet. As Gohan arrives, he also takes notice of his father's absence, grabbing a seat next to his wife and mother, noticing Chi-Chi's concern too. All of a sudden, it appears, as Gohan and Piccolo instantly turn their attention to something. Over in Universe 11 at this time, we see Jiren on planet Zarus, hunting a giant dinosaur as he easily subdues the creature with a net, taking him out fairly easily, until something massive grabs his attention as well. In Universe 6, on planet Geno, Hit is scouring through a group of people at what seems to be some sort of gathering or party, where he is no doubt on the hunt for a target. As he meticulously makes his way towards his victim through the crowd, not a soul seems to notice such a discreet attack that Hit is known for, as he now makes his way out of the building, his job complete. However, confusion and worry soon overwhelm the room as Hit turns around too, and this is when he sees something that stops him in his tracks. On planet Sadala, nothing seems to be too out of the ordinary as we're taken to our next favorite Saiyans, with Kaba approaching Kale and Caulifla as they train. They greet Kaba asking what he's doing here all of a sudden, with Kaba saying that he was just passing by, but his words are cut short by the appearance of something unexplainable in the sky. What the heck are you talking about? Caulifla asks, as this is when Kaba points directly above them asking, what is that ball in the sky? Everyone listen to me, a voice echoes from the sky as all questions and talking cease immediately. I am the Grand Priest, the voice in the sky says, as we see in the sky, above all the planets, no matter what universe, a black sphere that seems to be multi-dimensional, allowing all verses to witness and communicate with the same being has appeared. I come to you all to bring you a direct order, he says. I address myself to all life forms present in this world. An evil angel rebelled against me, and I froze her for a period of 2 years, he says. A war between universes will start once this delay is over. Every single individual will have to be ready and choose a side, he continues, as whispers and murmurs of questions spark across every planet the Grand Priest speaks to. Oh boy, Caulifla says, as Jiren, Hit, and all of the others take notice of this as well. With so many different emotions running sky high in this moment, as fear, excitement, etc. all set in, on Earth, there is still one lingering, looming question that, without a doubt, is intertwined into all of this. As Vegeta appears at the dinner table after hearing all of this as well, the others assume that Goku may be with Vegeta. However, we see that that isn't the case now. With 2 years to train, gain knowledge of their opponents, and ultimately pick a side, Goku's absence may be a deciding factor in many pathways chosen, and until the student of the power of the angels returns, retrieving him may be an important part of foiling the mother of the angels' ultimate plan. So we have 2 years to get organized, Bulma says, trying her best to assist in thinking up a plan. Yeah, and everyone has to set a goal and a role for themselves, Vegeta says as he gets dressed. By the way, he goes on, we need to find this Broly. He has huge potential. He can be very useful for something like this. Could you go in and get him and his 2 friends, all green and all orange? To which Bulma replies that they do have names, but she knows who he means. For my part, I'll send Gohan, Goten, and Trunks to go see Whis. Deep in the mountains somewhere, this is when we see Piccolo meditating as he begins his training as well, but this is when someone approaches him as he senses a presence, asking, "May I help you?" In the next panel, Bulma is seen chastising Jocko for claiming to be too busy to help with a multiversal war, funnily enough. As Bulma continues her raging beration of Jocko, Vegeta picks up Bra, taking her outside as he says that when Bulma's angry, she's the greatest warrior of them all and completely unstoppable. As he takes the baby inside, a sleeping Bra is woken up by her mother's yelling as she begins to cry, Vegeta not being able to catch a break at all. "Hey Vegeta, it looks like there's a lot going on inside," Gohan says, sitting at a table with Videl. Videl offers to take Bra for a bit, seeing the stressed look on Vegeta's face as he goes to sit down with Gohan next. "Gohan," he says, "what do you plan to do over these 2 years? Train? Study?" "Both," Gohan says, but this is when Vegeta says that if that's the case, then he has a proposition for him. "How about training with Whis?" Vegeta says to him. "Kakarot is finishing up his last training with him as well. Your little brother and Trunks have already told me they're in." "I'm sorry, but I already have an idea of what I plan to do over these 2 years," Gohan replies. "By the way, for Goten and Trunks, Dad told me about a kind of hyperbolic time chamber." "Good idea," Vegeta says to him. "I'll see with them. On your side, could you go see Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha? Do you have any idea of what they could do?" To which Gohan gives him a huge thumbs up after locating their energy and takes off towards their direction next. As Gohan arrives before Krillin and 18, he asks where Tien and Yamcha are as well, with Krillin telling him that they're actually inside, luckily enough, as Gohan asks what kind of training they'll be doing over these 2 years too. All of a sudden, however, Gohan receives a call as he picks up and is surprised to hear back from Vegeta so quickly. "Gohan," Vegeta begins without wasting a breath, "I'm with Whis. He just told me Kakarot was inside Universe Zero when the Grand Priest froze it." Everyone is stunned by what Vegeta just said, as this would make it near impossible to save him now without releasing the other frozen beings early. "Gohan, did you hear me?" Vegeta yells as Gohan is still frozen with shock. "Don't pretend, Namek," a voice says from behind Piccolo. "We believe in joining forces," a Namekian behind him says, as we then see another Namekian as well as a Supreme Kai have approached Piccolo now. "Do you really think I can help you?" Piccolo replies. "We think that each of us has something to contribute," the other Namekian says. "In that case," Piccolo replies, getting to his feet now, "alright, but before that, I have to go and do something." Over on planet Wampa in the meantime, a Capsule Corp ship is landing as Broly, Chile, and Limo come out to greet Bulma. Bulma, accompanied by Jocko, exits the ship as she approaches Broly first, seeing him for the very first time, never expecting him to be so much larger than the Saiyan she's used to seeing. "So what do you want from us?" Chile says with jealousy. "Well, you all saw that black ball in the sky, right?" Bulma begins. But this is when it's revealed that they just assumed they all had the same strange dream. "A dream," Bulma says, "but it wasn't one. It was the Grand Priest." "Oh, I think I understand," Bulma says. "You were certainly sleeping when the Grand Priest made his announcement. He must have found no other way to warn billions of sleeping beings." "Wait, so it was real?" Chile says, freaking out now. "Does that mean there's an imminent war right now?" All of a sudden, Bulma gets a ring as well as she picks up the phone to hear none other than Whis on the other end. "Bulma, I have bad news," Whis says, as whatever he relates to Bulma freezes her in her tracks. Back at Krillin's house, Gohan is attempting to garner some kind of courage within them, as he says even without his father there, is still surely some role they all have. I already know which training would suit you all, he continues. Krillin, however, has been out of the fight for a while now, as he tells Gohan that this is a battle far beyond his comprehension, involving the most powerful deities in existence. I'd love to give you a big Goku-like speech, Krillin says, but I'm not that man. I agree with Krillin, Master Roshi says. I've been training for almost 350 years. I don't see how I can progress any further. I know this may not be the most noble way of thinking, Krillin says, but I belong here with my wife and daughter. This is when Gohan gets very serious, telling them that for years his father had been protecting them and giving his life to the weak without hesitation. If you want to stay here with your people, then do it, he says. But my father and billions and millions of other people are waiting for us and need our help. This seems to snap some sort of sense into Krillin, as Yamcha and Tien both agree that they don't really have family or anything like that, so they may as well fight. 18 then pulls Krillin to the side, bringing him into the kitchen so they can discuss in private, as she tells him that she knows he wants to put their well-being above all, but this isn't just about their lives. I know, Krillin says, but whatever choice you make, 18 says, cutting him off, I'll support you in any case. If you choose to fight, I'll fight. If you choose to stay, I'll stay. Vegeta in the meantime is gathering up Goten and Trunks, as Trunks is finding it super hard to say goodbye to his baby sister for 2 whole years, but he promises to be back as soon as possible. Alright, come on Trunks, Vegeta says, that's enough. Go on and get aboard the cube, Vegeta says as he takes Brawl away from him. Don't worry princess, Vegeta says as Goten and Trunks walk out. I'll be back, he promises. Thanks for taking care of her, Vegeta says as he hands the baby over to her grandfather, Dr. Briefs. Gohan and the others shouldn't take too long, he says as he and Trunks step inside the cube. Here we go guys, Krillin says as he, Gohan, and the others go to get inside the cube as well. It seems Krillin has gone back to his warrior ways and has chosen to fight, asking 18 to stay behind with their daughter and Roshi. As they travel to Vegeta and the others, Whis is proud to see these warriors not backing down, as they will all have to take different journeys, but their goal is one: the safety and preservation of the universe as we know it, to protect those too weak to fight this battle for themselves, and to prove to themselves that even without Goku, Universe 7 is no pushover, as the warriors enter the cube and prepare for takeoff. Is everyone here now, Whis asks? So what's the program? Let's start with Universe 9, Gohan says. Universe 9, Vegeta says, surprised. Do you have any idea in mind? Of course, Gohan replies. Yamcha, Tien, and Krillin. You'll go see the Trio of Dangers, he says. I haven't contacted them, but I'm sure they'll accept. Trio of Dangers? Seriously, Krillin says? Well, yeah, Gohan replies. They'd have made mincemeat of Cell or Majin Buu. You mean the 3 foxes Tien told me about, Yamcha asks, to which Gohan replies, yeah. I'm not impressed at all by your dangerous trio of canines, he says proudly. I'd handle them all by myself. I advise you to not get too far ahead of yourself, Yamcha, Tien says, as Krillin and Gohan laugh as well. As Whis prepares for takeoff, the team says their last goodbyes to those on Earth, as the training of a lifetime is soon to begin, with their first destination being Universe 9. Why did Gohan get off here, Trunks asks, as the Saiyans continue their journey throughout the multiverse, going from destination to destination, as each has their own plans for training over these next 2 years. No idea, Goten replies. The next destination we see them arrive at is Planet Sadala in Universe 6, a planet filled with Saiyans, which is something Goten and Trunks have never experienced before, as Vegeta exits the cube first. Wait a minute. You're a Saiyan, one of the other Saiyans says, as he takes notice of how similar Vegeta looks to them. A Saiyan, Vegeta replies as he appears behind him and chops him in the back of the neck. I'm your prince, you moron. If you're looking for a fight, you're in for a treat, jerk, another Saiyan says as the crowd begins to step towards Vegeta. A one-armed man? A one-eyed man, Vegeta says? And an army of wimps that wouldn't be worth a power level of 1,000. Am I really going to stoop to this, he says arrogantly. Look, Goten, Trunks says as we see the two hybrid Saiyans still aboard the cube, having dropped off everyone else and looping back around to their final destination now. It's Beerus' planet, he says. It's smaller than I expected, Goten says, but who cares? It's so cool to have your own planet still. As the cube rushes towards Beerus' home, he immediately gets to his feet to reject whoever is thinking about coming to disturb him for anything, as he immediately asks Whis what's the meaning of this. Come on, Lord Beerus, Whis says, please be indulgent. No, Beerus says, I don't care. This isn't a club med for Saiyans, go home. I don't want kids around, he says. This specifically seems to tick Goten off, who was particularly serious about this training to be able to save his dad. My dad may be dead by now, Goten says angrily. In another tone, mortal. Your father is the least of our worries in a war of this magnitude, Beerus says. Anyway, hothead, he continues. As he is, Goku would have died one moment or another anyway. This causes Goten to go absolutely berserk as he begins to transform and charges directly at Beerus, who didn't think Goten would be so crazy enough to just attack him head on. Before Beerus does make his move, however, Trunks steps between them immediately before Goten throws his entire life and pretty much existence away in the blink of an eye, telling him to calm down. Get out of the way, Trunks, Goten says angrily. Beerus, however, is quickly losing his patience with the two children, as from behind Trunks we can see his aura growing more and more menacing. All of a sudden, both Goten and Beerus disappear in the blink of an eye, and what we see next is Beerus flying at blazing speed with Goten's face in his hand as he tosses the Saiyan with ruthless force across the planet. Stop bawling, he yells, as Goten is sent flying into the planet's moon, being firmly lodged in the side of it. It's not over, Beerus, Goten mumbles as he struggles to get back to his feet. This is when Beerus appears in front of him again, grabbing him by the face and preparing to just erase the boy, but changes his mind at the last second, flicking Goten on the forehead and just knocking him out cold for now. Whis, I am adamant that there will be no more guests on my planet. Go practice somewhere else, he says. To which Whis finally obliges, not wanting Beerus to end up just killing the two boys eventually. Back on planet Calumet in Universe 9, we catch back up to Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien, who don't seem to be having much luck communicating with the inhabitants, as Krillin confirms that it seems they don't speak their language. However, Bergamo and the others could understand them, and this is when out of the crowd, Bergamo, Lavenda, and Basil peer through everyone and seem to take note of their old rivals from the tournament as well. You think they're the ones that made that hole in the sky, Basil says? Next, we return to planet Sadala, as it would seem that, as we would expect, Vegeta has made extremely quick work of these Saiyans who challenged him when he first arrived. All of a sudden, Caulifla shows up wondering why all of her friends are beaten up and piled up in this huge stack, and then she sees Vegeta. What the heck is he doing here, she says, surprised. This is when we finally begin to understand the point of Vegeta showing up here as well now, as far outside of Sadala's atmosphere, a ship approaches very quickly as Jaco announces that they've arrived in Universe 6 finally. And everyone in one piece. In any case, he says to them, as everyone gets their bearings back, on to planet Sadala now, he announces, carrying none other than Chile, Limo, Broly, and Bulma on board. Moments before, in Universe 11 however, a ritual took place that will shake up the course of Dragon Ball Super from this moment forth. Lord Belmont will not lose his destructive powers, Makarita says. However, she continues, he has been a god of destruction for over 3 million years, and the powers of immortality attributed to destructive deities last only as long as their reign. This is when we see Toppo fully fitted in the uniform of the god of destruction, as losing Belmont isn't necessarily something he wants, but it's time for him to fulfill his duty now too. Will I die? Belmont asks. Who knows? Anyway, I've already lived a very long time, even for my own species. I haven't told you enough, Belmont continues, but all three of you are great warriors whom I respect. I'm ready, Toppo confirms, as the ritual and exchange of power begins. With a single tap of her staff, two large statue entities appear as the ritual begins, extracting the divine energy from Belmont and transferring it and its immortality properties over to Toppo in an intensely dramatic scene. All of a sudden, something catches all of their attention as well, as another being just crash lands on the other side of the planet, alerting Dispo and Jiren immediately. Dispo takes off at once to see just who has landed on Belmont's planet unannounced, but he's more surprised than anything. Back at the statue as the ritual concludes, Belmont looks like he's been drained of all life as Toppo's new power gleams off of him. With his new power and immortality, Margarita asks Toppo how he feels now, to which he replies good. But upon seeing the state that Belmont is in, he rushes over in angst. Lord Belmont, he says, bowing before the corpse of his old master, beating the ground, fighting back tears as Belmont's lifeless body struggles to sit upright. This is when two beings return to the site of the ritual, however, as Dispo has picked up quite the visitor on his way back. The sight of Belmont stuns Dispo and also Gohan, who seems to want to take his training to the next level here of all places. As Gohan lays eyes on Toppo again, however, he senses a steep difference in his aura now as the two lock eyes for the first time since the tournament. I'm not sure I understand everything that's going on here, Gohan says, but time is running out. I think you have a lot to offer me, he says, as Chapter 3 of Dragon Ball Kakumei comes to a stunning close with God of Destruction Toppo being solidified once and for all. Over on Planet Pillar, Hit is patrolling the lands as nearby, we see someone trailing him in a cloak. As Hit continues down his path, a giant bug begins retreating towards his burrow as Frost begins to succumb to the effects of the extreme heat on this planet. All of a sudden, Hit readies himself to attack. He's about to use one of his assassination techniques, Frost says, but in an instant, Hit now has his hand to his neck. Tell me, Hit begins, you have any other brilliant ideas for telling a man born to hunt? He asks. Who hired you? Okay, calm down, Frost says, putting his hands up. Nobody hired me. I only work for myself. In fact, I want my revenge, he says, smirking. Back on planet Sadala, it seems that Vegeta and the others have arrived at the palace, but at first glance, he doesn't see much of anything. Look down, Kaba says. It's then that we see a massive utopia of Saiyans roaming a palace with insane infrastructure, reminding me of some ancient Greek civilization or something. Vegeta's eyes begin to glow at the sight of the mighty kingdom built for the mightiest Saiyan, as Kaba asks Sprout, a nearby pilot, to escort them to the king. Caulifla, being asleep this entire time, all of a sudden wakes back up aboard the ship and begins spazzing out again, accusing Vegeta of kidnapping her as Kaba continues to try and hold her back. As the commotion aboard the ship continues, the palace readies itself for visitors, as we later then see the king himself walk in the corridors along with his guards as a messenger tells him that a strange individual claiming to be from another universe requests an audience. Fine, the king replies, as the messenger tells King Sadala the visitors are waiting in the main hall. If that's the case, let us go to them, King Sadala says, as for the first time in Kakumei, we see the king of the Saiyans in all of his glory and royal attire. As the king enters the main hall, the electricity can be felt in the air as he and Vegeta glare at one another for the very first time. The king and the prince, face to face. Let me introduce myself. I am King Sadala, he says as he approaches the group. And what is your name, he says to Vegeta as Vegeta answers. Young traveler, I heard that you came straight from another universe, he says to Vegeta. What is your story? What are you doing in this place, he asks. I have no time to lose with your stories, Vegeta says. I came for, but the king cuts him off mid-sentence, saying that listening to or telling a story is never a waste of time. Is it? He asks, glaring at Vegeta again. After a short pause, Vegeta answers that in that case, tell me yours. I had never seen a place built in death like this. There is a reason for that, the king tells him, as he says that their people have not always known peace. I don't know how Saiyans are in your universe, he begins, but in this one, we ruled through submission and violence. Indeed, I was once an illustrious warrior driven by my thirst for battle and power. We were just a wild race, our only essence being battles. We were losing our minds. Ancestral tales from our planet referred to monkey tales, but it seems that by the simple fact that we did not use this power, we would have lost it over time. The people were divided, so King Sadala of this era proved once again his legitimacy by bringing the whole world together by even interspecies alliances and stood up to opponents thanks to this interbreeding. At the beginning, I was just a simpy army general, adhering to the king's ideals and supporting him. But through unparalleled loyalty, I rose through the ranks and was recognized as the right hand to the king. The years passed, and from battlefield to battlefield, I saw my brothers in arms being killed while my loyalty to the king grew stronger. I was used to seeing blood. Let the scar on my face be witness, but this time was one too many. He called himself Gherkin the Bloody, the king goes on, as he remembers a fearsome foe. He was the man who hated the king more than his own demons. Eternal runner-up, the king had beaten him again and again, but to spare this man each time was fatal for him. I couldn't bear it. As we then see a flashback of Gherkin boasting the head of the king in his grasp like a trophy after what I'm sure was a truly epic battle. Night and day I hunted him down, driven by hatred, but to my amazement, the king goes on, the relief I coveted by killing Gherkin was ultimately an illusion. Shoving my fist into his stomach didn't fill the void I felt. When I removed it, I saw nothing but the emptiness of an endless tunnel. This shape, which was engraved into my memory, gave its shape to the current Sadala Palace. Since the previous king had not sired any offspring, he says, and because of my hierarchical position, my people unanimously voted for me to succeed him. Even today, I can't look at myself without thinking of all my lost brothers. When I came to power, I vowed to perpetuate the ideals of our former king, to put an end to all these childish wars and reunite our camps. The braid I wear, I make it every morning to remember it and stick to it. A Saiyan who does not stand by his convictions is a usurper, the king says. All this talk to tell you that I think I know why you came to us, the king says proudly to Vegeta. But it will be without us. Goodbye, he says surprisingly. This doesn't faze Vegeta in the slightest because all of that talk and then an answer of such nature only proved one thing to him about such a king. I'm starting to understand, Vegeta says smirking. You're afraid of death, he says to the king. This utterly disrespectful but possibly somewhat relative comment to the king sends a shockwave throughout the room as the Saiyans had never dreamed a person would one day disrespect their king like this. How dare you, King Sadala says as Vegeta just smirks. However, his next move is beyond surprising. As Vegeta recalls his past transgressions, humbling himself in the wake of Saiyan royalty, he bends the knee. Vegeta, the mighty prince, bends the knee to King Sadala, the emperor of the Saiyans, with Kale, Kaba, and Caulifla not being able to believe their eyes right now. King of Sadala, father of the Saiyans, Vegeta says, I implore you, whatever we do, thousands will die. It's up to us to act so it's not our own. A king who doesn't keep his promises is a usurper, he says. Later on planet Nibiru, Frost is still following Hit for whatever reason, continuing to beg him to do something. At least teach me one thing, he pleads as Hit continues to walk off. No, he replies. How am I gonna make him suffer if you don't help me, Frost asks. Do it yourself and let me do my job, Hit replies. I get it, that's your technique for making me suffer, right? No, Hit replies again. I see.
It's a shame, I thought we were friends, Frost says, seeming to give up now. You might need some, by the way, he continues. You're alone all the time. It's depressing. If you say so, Hit replies, still walking. You know, you and I aren't so different, Frost tells him, persisting still. I know how it feels to be forced into a mold, which is why my kind is so persistent, he goes on. I'm telling you all this because it almost sounds like you don't like your job, or even your life, he tells Hit. This comment seems to spark a nerve within Hit as he begins to look lost in thought now. If you say so, he replies anyway, as he keeps walking, leaving Frost with the cold shoulder. Aboard the ship being piloted by Jocko, carrying Bulma, Broly, and the others on board, it's already been some time since they left as we see Bulma asking Jocko about how much longer it should be. 2 more days, he says. Bulma takes this as a joke as they can't still have this much longer to travel, but after he confirms he's serious, the entire ship erupts with impatience as it doesn't even seem like they have supplies for a multi-day trip. If you want, I took 6 legs off of a weird spider, Broly chimes in. I can give you some. I ate well before leaving. There's juice too if you're thirsty, he says, as everyone on the ship shivers in disgust, but decides to just let him be after he finishes the spider leg he was eating. It's gonna be a long journey, Bulma says, as the ship continues throughout space. Shall we act, one of the guards says behind King Sadala, as the king extends his arm. If someone has to act, it will not be you, the king says. Go on, young man. You interest me, he says to Vegeta. You heard the same thing we all heard, Vegeta says, still kneeling. So whether you like it or not, a war will take place. And you should know that this is not just a civil war between Saiyans. So here's my question, he persists. What will you do when the enemy enters your land? Welcome them with a white flag? As pacifist as you want to be, if you are really one of those kings you claim, your instinct will never allow you to do so. I can't guarantee that nobody will die, Vegeta says, getting back to his feet now. But I swear that I will make each and every one of you, my people, worthy of the name. I might not work miracles, but I'll make sure that all of us can look after our own. There's a lot of hidden potential among you. I'm sure of that, he says, looking over his shoulder at the 3 younger Saiyans, Caulifla specifically. All of a sudden, the air in the room becomes thin as a massive ki sends chills down everyone's spine. King Sadala briefly displays a glimpse of his own power as his aura illuminates the entire chamber and eventually the palace as Vegeta stands his ground but is still slightly impressed by the king. Gather the whole of Sadala's special forces, he says as he exits the hall. I'll announce them. You won't regret it, Vegeta tells him, as the king simply replies that he does not live with regret. 2 days later, as we see the Capsule Corp ship flying through space, it looks like they finally arrived at their destination. And that's it, Jocko says as they land and exit the ship. Not bad here, he goes on. Sure is a change from your rotten planets. Remind me to never try Broly's food again, Bulma says, looking sick, along with Chile and Limo as well as they exit the ship next. And now, find Vegeta, Jocko says to a little android in his hand. The gadget sprouts a camera and then flies off, patrolling the planet for any signs of Vegeta. Well, in the meantime, maybe you'd all like something to eat, Jocko says, relishing in his own greatness for some reason. However, the others aren't really too sure about this alien food too much anymore. As they begin to walk into town, Jocko spots a kebab stand as the butcher beheads some strange looking fish. Hello friend, Jocko says, approaching the stand. We're 5. Can we eat? What can I get you, the chef asks. As they all take a look at the menu, each choosing different things, it seems like Broly needs a little help as he doesn't quite understand what he's looking at here. All of a sudden, the droid sent across the planet to locate Vegeta gains a visual on him, alerting Jocko that he's been found. Vegeta located, the AI says, with Jocko replying, perfect, send me his location. But it's at this moment that Vegeta absolutely blasts the droid to smithereens, cutting off contact with Jocko mid-transmission. After noticing they've completely lost contact, Jocko goes into a tirade about having to pay for that device, of course, I've already bought everyone a round of drinks while Bulma's loaded, Jocko says. I'm really gonna end up broke with these guys. Go and get it yourself, Bulma barks at him. Otherwise you're not that broke. I really have to take care of everything, Jocko says as he flies off, following Bulma's orders. It's getting boring. What a chore. A few hours prior at Gohan's house, Piccolo has shown up to their door, greeting the family and wishing Gohan the best of luck on his training. Train hard, Gohan, Piccolo says, as Gohan tells him to count on him. By the way, Videl, Piccolo says, why don't I take Pan to meditate or even train with me? Come on, Piccolo, I hope you're joking, Videl replies. I trained Gohan when he was only 4 years old, Piccolo says to her, reminiscing on the time he and Gohan spent sparring and bonding while Goku was dead. Well, those days are over, Videl says to him angrily. Thanks, but bye. She slams the door in his face, a bit aggressive, but a mother's child is just that, a mother's child. Maybe next time, Piccolo says, smiling as he walks away, being used to this type of reaction, already having known Chi-Chi for so long. Good. Gohan, get ready, Videl says. We're about to go join Vegeta and Bulma. What's wrong with Mom? Pan asks, and where'd Piccolo go? Come on, time for your nap, Pan, Videl calls. Well, you'll see, Gohan says. I'm sure you'll be just like her when you grow up. In bed now, we can see Pan, who is supposed to be sleeping, up reading a book actually. Someone walks up to her door, so she quickly shuts her lamp off and pretends to be asleep. Pan? Gohan says as he walks in checking on his daughter. He notices the book on the floor and smiles, sitting on the bed beside her. You were still up reading, weren't you? He says as Pan starts fake snoring. You know, Gohan tells her, there's no point in pretending to be asleep with me, and you snore so badly. She sits up, apologizing for trying to trick him, as he tells her, listen honey, what I'm about to tell you is really important and will be useful for the rest of your life. People will always try to impose their vision on you, but what really matters is what you want inside. So never let anyone tell you what to do. You're pure of heart, and I'm sure you'll never hurt anyone, he says. Why are you saying these weird words, Dad? Pan says, confused. Oh, it is true you are only 3 years old, Gohan says, with Pan correcting him saying 3.5 soon actually. Anyways, Gohan says, chuckling, sleep well. He gives Pan a kiss and walks out of her room, shutting the door behind him, and as soon as he's gone, Pan gets right back to her reading. Over near the city back in Universe 6, Jocko has finally caught up to Vegeta's crew, landing in front of them. Hi there, Vegeta, Jocko says angrily. You don't feel like you've destroyed a very expensive gadget by any chance? I don't give a damn about your robot, Vegeta tells him. What do you want from me? What I want, Jocko says, getting increasingly annoyed. I had to travel for 2 days just for your wife and those 3 scoundrels. Yes, Vegeta says, his entire demeanor changing after realizing Bulma is here and is looking for him now, so they head back to meet up with the other group. Don't even know why we're here, Caulifla says, complaining as they approach Bulma and the others finally. There you are, Bulma says, perking up after finally finding Vegeta. Hi Kabe, she says, shaking his hand. It's been a while. Though I don't think I know the both of you. Vegeta never mentioned you before, she says, taking note of Kale and Caulifla now. Not cool, Caulifla says, getting increasingly annoyed herself now at the situation. I didn't really want to bother my wife talking about such gross people as you, Vegeta replies, somehow making an awkward situation even more awkward by causing Caulifla to just get so irritated that she finally leaves. Bulma gives Vegeta quite the glare, with Kaba noticing as well, saying how it looks like it's about time for him to get home too. Only cowards on this planet, Vegeta says, as only Kale remains now with them, not having left with Caulifla. You know, I think I should probably go too, Kale says nervously, almost on cue, but Bulma reassures her that if she leaves, who's gonna guide them around? And it'll be fun. However, the next interaction seems to instantly change Kale's mind. As Kale and Broly lock eyes for the very first time, something clicks as the two make an instant connection that will become more apparent in due time. Hello, Chile says, getting a bit jealous now. I'm still here. My name is Broly, and you are? Broly says to Kale, still ignoring Chile. Kale, she replies. How long are you gonna keep ignoring me, Chile says. That's okay, I don't have anything better to do, Kale says, doing a complete 180 with Bulma being overjoyed now. We can go see the downtown too if you want, she says. I honestly thought this next panel was pretty cute as well, with Chile just showing a bunch of jealousy right now and Broly just being completely oblivious to it all. That's it, Kale says as they approach the downtown district finally. It's pretty small in there, she tells them, with Broly being amazed at how beautiful the city is. I was expecting more, Jocko says, with Chile agreeing, still jealous. As they overlook the city, Broly is engulfed at the sight of Saiyan culture, something he'd never been able to be exposed to or experience up until really meeting Goku and Vegeta, I guess. Where do you come from actually, Kel asks. I mean, how are things on your home planet? To be honest, I've never actually done anything other than hunting, Broly tells her. There's neither people nor much to do on my home planet. But there is Chile and I love her, Broly says, hoisting Chile up on his shoulders. As they enter the downtown district, Broly is amazed at all of these people and the life that they live here. What are you guys doing? He says, walking up to two kids playing in the sand. We're playing the game where the first to blink loses, the boy says. What's this for? Broly says, going up to a Ferris wheel next. I mean, we can fly. Wow, that hat looks really fancy on you, miss, he says, going up to another random person, and it's just cool to see Broly just enjoying Planet Sadala and being around his people. All of a sudden, this is when a random guy sitting with a few friends calls him over. Can't you see you're on our territory, muscle man, the second guy says. Not only do they get the fame, the third guy says, but they're stealing our females as well. Now when this guy says this, Bulma unleashes a furious slap across all three of their faces, asking, and you think this is how you treat females? Be gone now, she tells them, causing them to scurry away in quite the hurry. Well said, Bulma, Chile says, giving her a thumbs up of approval. Little brats like that really get on my nerves, she says. Seems like it doesn't really change no matter what universe you're in. Though, Broly, they were kinda right, she goes on. You shouldn't walk around shirtless, it's inappropriate. This seems to be music to Chile's ears as she agrees, so Bulma searches her jacket for some form of armor or something Broly can put on. Perfect, she says, finding something. Here goes my new capsule technology. Though we will have to get rid of this little sneaky thing, she says as she grabs his pelt. Broly immediately tenses up, grabbing her hand, looking every bit of serious all of a sudden. You're hurting me, Bulma says, shocked at his reaction. He can keep it, Kale says. It's not a big deal. If the smell bothers you that much, I know a good perfume maker who's near. Broly loosens up after Kale says that he can keep his pelt, as Bulma apologizes for not being aware that was so important to him. Anyway, put this on your chest, she says, giving him the capsule. Don't worry about it, Broly tells her, as he places the capsule on his chest, with it spawning an entire dry-fit armored Capsule Corp outfit, which is kinda dope if you ask me. It's really tight, Broly says, kind of uncomfortable at first. Oh, don't be such a wimp, Bulma says. It's perfect. I think it fits you well, Chile says, with Broly immediately changing his attitude about it. Over on planet Crepe, home to the new training grounds for Goten and Trunks, we can see Whis reviewing their abilities and assessing just how he should approach their training. Goten and Trunks are definitely enjoying watching the two of them in fused form show off their power, as Whis confirms that, okay, this is about all he needed to see. Finally, we're getting on to the training part, the two say, as they instantly start doing the fusion dance, but Whis stops them in their tracks, telling him that he strictly forbids them to use fusion for now. Allow me to explain the following, Whis goes on. The goal of the first part of this training is to reach Gotenks' maximum level, for the both of you. Otherwise, a power close to your fullest potentials. There will be 3 steps. The first consists of becoming one with your inner selves. To put it simply, you will have to be able to unleash all of your power in one blow, whether that be with physical contact or not. For this, you will have to face your weaknesses, your emotions, and your inner demons. Here's the first exercise. A plastic ball is in the center of this device, and a light will appear either red or green above. When at least one of the sides of the device has been hit, the light will appear red. Furthermore, he goes on, hitting both sides simultaneously will make the light appear green. Therefore, your goal is to activate both red and green lights, and for your hits to be hard enough and of the same intensity, so the ball in the center explodes from the pressure as well. To succeed, rigor, focus, and explosiveness will be needed. Though according to me, the hardest part will still be the perfect synchronization needed for the ball to explode. Whis creates another giant device before them after this explanation, telling them now it's their turn, as Goten and Trunks dive headfirst into their training with an angel. Attention, Vegeta calls over the army of Saiyans before him. The training will now start. You lot are the 5th squad, remember it well. You already know the 3 admirals standing beside me, he continues. Admiral Ruba, the most powerful man on the planet, he says, introducing his admirals. Admiral Lyric, experienced strategist and a bold warrior, the man who's won a battle without mobilizing a single soldier. And Admiral Ganel, best of the best when it comes to hand-to-hand combat. She successfully dismantled 182 smuggling rings. If I were you, I wouldn't try to hide anything from her. You will make 4 mixed groups. Each group will go in front of one of the admirals or myself. Have I been clear, Vegeta says, as the crowd replies, yes sir. Not good enough for him, however, as he commands a louder response. Have I been clear, he repeats, as he receives a resounding yes sir from the crowd. Oh, I feel like I'm going to enjoy this job, Vegeta says with a proud smile on his face. Bulma and Jocko just disgusted at his big-headedness as they watch from afar. What are you looking at, Caulifla says, punching one of the guys in the back of the head for messing with her. Obviously, Vegeta has next to no idea how to deal with Caulifla and her rebellious nature, already seeing that this is going to be a continuous problem now as he complains about her already acting up. I'll have to be smart with this one, he says. Caulifla, go to Ruba's group, he tells her. What? I thought we would get to pick our own group, she says. In an instant, Vegeta has transformed into a Super Saiyan and grabbed her by her hair, telling her not to argue with him, sending quite a shock through the entire crowd. Ruba then steps up, telling Vegeta it'd be better if he didn't use this form. How? Vegeta demands. Did I hear right? Who allowed you to call me by my name? Whispers begin to hover through the crowd as the Saiyans begin to doubt and question Vegeta and how he chooses to get things done here. You all be quiet, Geno says. What are those whispers for? Do you realize the lack of respect he's showing us? Lyric says to her. That's not the point, she replies. Reacting like that is inappropriate for a proper Saiyan soldier. Such behaviors are unworthy of us. Although, if this Vegeta has an issue with us, I guess he'll have to deal with 2 big issues then, Ruba says, getting up as well now, with Lyric following suit too. Aside from the king, everyone is skeptical about your ability to lead us, he says. What now? Vegeta says, offended. You're doubting my legitimacy? This is when he turns around and notices the doubtful faces throughout the entire crowd, skeptical Saiyans that he'll have to prove himself to. As Ruba, Lyric, and Geno ready themselves to approach Vegeta, Kaba tries his best to calm everyone down and defuse the situation before this goes way too far. But I highly doubt these Saiyans understand the flames of pride that they just fanned. Quiet, Vegeta barks at Kaba. You seem to forget who you're talking to. I am Vegeta, he roars as his power explodes in the middle of planet Sadala. Vegeta has completely thrown caution to the wind, and in an effort to prove himself and demand respect from the rest of these Saiyans, he unleashes the power of Super Saiyan Blue Evolution to silence this troop for good before his words. Now, come at me, he says, enraged and ready to crush this fleet of Saiyans himself if he has to, as Chapter 5 of Dragon Ball Kakumei comes to a close. This chapter just hits the ground running as Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta roars "Come at me" at Admirals Ruba, Lyric, and Fennel without a single shred of fear in his heart. All 3 admirals feel the intense pressure given off by the intimidating Saiyan before them, and they brace themselves,
while the stunned Universe 6 Saiyans, including Kaba, watch on. The masses are too afraid to move and simply return Vegeta's gaze, much to his irritation. Leave if you want to, you cowards, but I won't even be able to look you in the eye, so don't come crying to me the day the enemy knocks on your door to kill all your people, Vegeta yells out in fury. Behind him, Admiral Ruba prepares to clasp Vegeta between his mighty palms in one huge attack, yelling, "Now you're facing us," in advance. His attempts are futile though, as Vegeta easily dodges the attack by swiftly moving behind him, causing his palms to meet each other instead of crushing him. He turns back in surprise, only to be met with a singular punch from Vegeta so devastating that it almost appears to pierce straight through him. Utterly bested, he's sent flying over the crowd from the attack as the troops watch on in horror. Vegeta is completely unscathed though, and honestly unimpressed, as Lyric then attempts to attack him from behind, launching a blast which simply explodes on the back of his head, dealing no damage at all. He then uses the puff of smoke to his advantage and lands a direct knee on Lyric's abdomen, who coughs up blood from the blow. Fennel is all that's left as she readies her weapon to take a swing at his head from behind in a sneak attack, but he easily dodges that too via a swift crouch. Without even turning around to face his opponent, Vegeta uses his palms on the ground to support himself and pivot enough to launch a backwards kick straight at Fennel's abdomen. Coughing up blood, Fennel 2 is thrown a distance away and crashes into a mountain face, thoroughly defeated as well. The sheer might of this blow causes the top half of the mountain to break apart in two and fall down, crushing Fennel at its center. Following this very short but decisive encounter, all three admirals lay utterly defeated while Vegeta just balls his hand into a fist, unscathed, unimpressed, but his job is still the same, to make sure these Saiyans can hold their own and protect their people. The soldiers look at Vegeta in pure terror, but all his thoughts encompass are the grim realities of not being strong enough. You all look at me as some kind of monster, a bloodthirsty beast. But do you understand now how it feels to be weak? Do you understand what it's like to not be able to protect your own against an enemy that is far too dangerous? Meanwhile, the mountain piece crushing Fennel beneath it starts to crack and violently shatters in all directions, revealing the being at its center. Fennel has transformed into her Super Saiyan form and casts a deadly glare at Vegeta through her blood-stained face. "Sorry, my king. I had no other choice," she thinks to herself as she charges at him. Vegeta shows no concern for her transformation at all, but he will gladly oblige if they still don't get it, if his point still hasn't gotten through their heads yet. "Come on, guys, transform," she screeches at the fallen Ruba and Lyric, who had slowly opened their eyes. The duo begin to transform into their Super Saiyan forms as well, yelling out in determination through their dripping blood. Vegeta's response is nothing more than a sideways glance and a wide smirk, giddy about a slightly better, although still inferior challenge. Yet his fun is abruptly interrupted by King Sadala, who states, "Repugnant," in utter distaste. The king approaches the scene, followed by a multitude of robots, as he says, "As I thought. We can only rely on these robots nowadays. You all just keep getting better at deceiving me," he proclaims in anger, clearly not amused. "What a circus. Just let us finish our accounts. It's better for every," Vegeta attempts to say, but is abruptly cut off by the enraged king, screeching, "Silence! Settle your accounts, I do not care, but never use this demonic form on my planet again. If I catch you again, I will banish you," the king states firmly, the robots backing the command with their weaponry. Fennel looks down in shame and irritation while Vegeta powers down to his normal self as well and looks at Bulma. "Let's go, Bulma," he states dryly. Elsewhere in a swamp, Hid and Frost are slowly approaching a large monster in the water which seems to be a target of interest. Upon noticing them, it quickly submerges its head beneath the water surface and darts off in the other direction at high speeds. "I've been swimming at full speed for about 20 minutes now. I've lost them for sure," it thinks vainly to itself. Yet when it turns around, Hid is silently standing there, casting it a dead and unimpressed glance. Both shocked and enraged at Hit's persistence, the monster launches an attack of spiked scales at Hit from its left arm. "Now, the time lag," thinks Frost from behind him as he readies his time lag technique in front of himself. The spike scales approach him, but Hit easily dodges the first ones by tilting his head to the side. Unknown to Hit, however, this scale attack turns a complete 180-degree angle and boomerangs right back to him. Only noticing this at the last moment, Hit turns his head around to see the scale get sliced across thanks to Frost's beam attack. He looks to Frost, who smirks and says, "You're welcome," which he simply shakes off. In response, he launches a beam from his finger at the monster behind them, piercing his chest without even turning around. Hit and Frost then come to arrive on planet Dew, where they eye a hunched and grumpy looking target from the shadows. As Hit prepares his attack to take down his opponent from behind silently, another attack from the side beats him to it, piercing the target's chest again. Enraged, Hit turns around and glares at Frost, the culprit once again. "It's super easy to be an assassin actually," Frost states amused, to which Hit replies by grabbing his hand at the wrist. "What's your problem?" he roars. You can't hit your targets anymore, or I'm just better than you," Frost taunts without flinching. "You will leave me alone from now on, until the end of time." "Have I made myself clear?" Hit threatens while tightening his hold on Frost's grip. Ouch! Frost winced while thinking, "This hurts like hell." "I accept under one condition," Frost claims while putting up a bold facade. "Prove your superiority to me. Come on, fight." He challenges Hit head on after getting his wrist free. Hit is unamused, however, but looks on with a grim expression. Meanwhile, while the multiverse readies itself for war, in the palace of the Grand Priest struggles in agony in his throne. "Grand Priest, I've tried everything to cover for you, but the kings will find out sooner or later," an attendant states. It's not a big deal. Don't put yourself in more danger," the Grand Priest staggers to say, with veins popping out all over his face. "Right," replies the attendant, while the priest attempts to steady himself once again. Elsewhere, beneath the tent on a floating inverted pyramid, Toppo, Margarita, Gohan, and Jiren look at each other in suspense. Margarita and Dispo avert their eyes to the burnt out and bandaged Velmod following his transfer of power and duties to Toppo. "If Lord Velmod starts Gohan, but is stopped midway by Jiren, who states Margarita has no right to bring him back to life, nor to discredit his years accumulated all at once. Nevertheless, there's still hope that Lord Velmod is still with us, and if so, she's keeping him alive at the moment." "I see. That said, now that I'm here, you know how I share your sense of justice," Gohan goes on, "which is why I like to join the Pride Troopers." Jiren can only turn to look at Toppo as he says, "You really picked the wrong time if you ask me." Embarrassed, Gohan sincerely apologizes, showing them the utmost respect, saying that he really shouldn't have bothered them at a time like this. Surprised at this response, Jiren looks up and states, "That's nothing," as Toppo continues from there. "Listen, Gohan," Toppo says, "we're a little bit tensed up since we hastened the Divine Immortality handover ritual, but we don't blame this on you." Jiren then goes on to explain, "However, we can't just let you become a Pride Trooper out of request. So if you agree, you'll follow us on a mission and we're going to rate you." "Of course I agree. Thank you, Jiren," Gohan shouts out in joy, his face glowing now. The moment is short-lived, however, as Dispo's ear twitches as he commands silence. He then fixates his eyes on Velmon's body and then shouts out, with tears moments away from flowing from his face, "I can hear his breath! Lord Velmod is alive!" To the utter surprise of Gohan, Jiren, and Toppo too shedding tears of relief and happiness now. Our story then takes a slight shift to a very interesting place called Monster Island, where a shooting star of sorts crash lands with a loud sound, attracting 17's attention. Out of the huge smoke cloud, Pepperoni pops out, coughing profusely amidst broken trees. "Damn robot, it's gonna take a few more tweaks obviously. Anyway, here's to us, number 17, he states as he takes a gadget out of his coat pocket while adjusting his monocle. "You're that guy from Universe 3, Pepperami, right? What are you doing on my island?" Android 17 asks from a tree branch above. Utterly surprised, Pepperoni states, "But that's impossible. My tracer indicated that
only to be cut off by his gadget buzzing. "You have arrived." "I see," Pepperoni states. "Pepperoni, number 17, I'm here because I have a proposition for you. How about teaming up with me? I went so far as to create an android based on the DNA of the Supreme Kai of my universe to come to yours," he states vehemently. "And to get to me, you took my DNA too," Android 17 asks in suspicion. "Just a hair of nothing," he replies blandly. "Don't you dare ever do such a thing again," 17 threatens before getting down to his level on the ground. "Alright," Pepperoni agrees as the android continues, "and I'm not interested in your proposal." Pepperoni is adamant though. "But take a step back. Think about your family. How will you defend them?" he urges. "I don't need you to defend them," 17 states with determination. Pepperoni now grows angry. "Do you have any idea who the enemies are this time?" he barks. "It doesn't matter. If you die, you die. That's just how it goes," 17 states as he walks away, much to Pepperoni's disbelief. "Dad?" a meek voice calls out, grabbing 17's attention right away. He turns around in utter surprise and shock to see Sapphire and Pearl in front of him. "Sapphire, Pearl, what are you doing here?" he yells out. "I took them to play and we overheard you talking, darling," states his wife as she appears behind them, while his daughter clings to his wife's dress, calling out, "Mom, Mom." His son looks at him with tears in his eyes. "Dad, we don't want to die, and we don't want you to die either." His wife proceeds to wipe away their tears, embracing both of her children. "No one is gonna die, my loves. We have many years of joy left to live." This moment right here sparks countless memories of 17's beloved family in his mind as he stops in his tracks, rubs the back of his head, and states firmly, "Fine. What's the plan, Pepperoni?" he says, as more and more alliances are created every chapter within Dragon Ball Kakumei, but the threat of Kansei and the Erased Angels is still far out of the leagues of everyone involved right now. Strolling through this busy downtown area in one of his most studious outfits as Jiren and Dispo sit nearby watching is Gohan, as he makes his way to a heavily guarded tower patrolled by 2 soldiers. "Hey you, like the video," one of the guys says, and I gotta agree, that was a pretty smooth time to do that. The soldiers taking notice of Gohan make no difference, however, as a group of women walk by at the perfect time, fawning over the soldiers, and within their commotion, Gohan is able to disappear amongst them. He takes to the skies to get a better look at the tower, and this is when he sees a window that seems like the perfect opportunity for him to infiltrate. As he climbs into the window, he talks into his watch, communicating with Jiren and the rest, asking which way he needs to go. Jiren tells him to go to room 128 and to take the green bottle, which will be in a small box. It's a devastating virus artificially created. Crazy. This agency wants to sell it to a neighboring country, which is itself at war. Do everything you can to stop them. Such pressure, Gohan thinks to himself as he finds the room in question. If I miss, countries and even a whole continent may suffer. I'll only have one chance. "Let's go," he says, opening the door. On the other side of the door of room 128, a group of who all resemble something along the lines of mobsters sit around a table dressed in heavy business attire. "Who are you and what do you want?" one of the ambassadors says as they all take note of Gohan entering the room. "I'm a financial controller and I'm here to audit you," Gohan says, as it doesn't really look like anyone believes him too much. Conveniently, however, the virus is closest to Gohan on the side of the room, so he has to decide exactly how he wants to approach this. "Dad, what would you do in my place?" Gohan thinks to himself. "Hey Gohan, need some advice?" Goku says, appearing as a figment of his son's imagination in a time of need. Yeah. "Well," Goku begins, "if I were you, I'd evaluate the power of my opponent so as to defeat the strongest first. That way the others would just leave without worrying about the bottle." "I should have known, Dad," Gohan says. "Thanks," as Goku bids him farewell and a good luck. "Gentlemen," Gohan says as he hides something behind his back in his hand.
I've thought about it and everything seems to be in order here. He tosses something across the table at them that explodes, creating a blinding light as Gohan grabs the tank with the virus and takes off. Sorry, Dad, he thinks to himself. I didn't want to hurt anyone. Gohan flies down the stairs of the tower and makes his way towards the exits, trying to remember the layout of this place, but this is when he pretty much gets surrounded all at once by guards and mobsters alike, as Gohan is now in a standoff with both exits cut off. So what are we doing now, Dispo says as he and Jiren continue waiting for some time later for Gohan. All of a sudden, someone buzzes them as Casserole chimes in, asking if everything is going well on their side. We haven't heard back from him in 30 minutes, Jiren says, referring to Gohan. Shit. If he doesn't answer in an hour, intervene, Casserole tells him. I was also calling to give you some news on Lord Belmont, he continues, as they're eager to know how he is. He's with me right now, Casserole replies. And this is when we see Lord Belmont, although decrepit and burnt, standing to his feet once more, telling his pupils that he's been through a lot. It's true, but it'll take more than that to bring him down. Especially since your fates were at the mercy of a devastating war that has nothing to do with you all, he says. Over on planet Crepe, Goten and Trunks are hard at work as Whis oversees their training, going at this machine with everything that they have to perfectly sync their powers. Focus, Goten, your hand was off, Trunks yells as Goten calms himself completely and focuses his power. Focus, Goten, he plays in his head over and over again. What's that thick, warm feeling, he starts. Come on, get in touch with yourself. Of course. Whis watches in anticipation as his eyes slowly open, but when they do, Goten is in an entirely different realm, in his own subconsciousness. Oh, what the heck is this door, he says, as a giant locked door towers over him in his own mind. Goten approaches the door, wondering just what's behind this, sticking his hand out to open it. I feel some sort of pressure, he says, but right before he's able to open it, Goten! 3, 2, Trunks calls out. Goten snaps out of it at the sound of Trunks' voice, telling him to just hold on a second. I saw a door like there in my head, Goten tells him, to which Whis reveals a slight smirk. What are you talking about, Trunks asks him. Are you kidding me? I don't know, Goten says, and Whis doesn't enlighten us any further about what to do, as Whis just continues supervising, smirking along. Well, anyways, without Gotenks' power, this is really harder than expected, Goten says. But I think we have to look beyond our strength. It's at this point that Whis can confidently say that they're finally starting to learn after only a month of training. The boys are starting to mature and are making excellent progress. Late night at Gohan's house, Pan is seen sneaking out of the window and taking off flying. She says that she's so excited to train. Piccolo told me to join him in the southwestern forest the day I was ready, she says. Over in the forest at the location in question, we can see Piccolo here as he's talking to the Namekians from Universe 6, Sanel and Polina. Pan will arrive in a few minutes, he says, so let's get started. Show me what you can do 2 years after the tournament, he tells them. You'll see we've developed a new technique, they tell him. Well, then stop talking and show me. About 20 minutes later, Pan finally arrives at the destination in the forest and sees them already well into their battle. This page gotta be one of my favorites out of the whole chapter because these shots of these Namekians are absolutely ridiculous. Well, I must admit, Piccolo says to them, you become very strong and you've taught me something really interesting about our race. I want to train too, Pan says, finally appearing on the battlefield as her first real training session of this caliber begins. A month earlier, as we return to the conflict in Universe 6, Hit and Frost prepare for a death battle of their own. The pressure of such a battle here rises little by little until finally bursting through the roof. The first one to attack in this fight will certainly win this battle, because at such a level, each move is decisive.
Hit's first time skip attack completely crumples Frost where he stands, as his confusion sets in about how Hit was even able to pull that off. "It feels like his hand is on my heart," he says, writhing in pain, "as if he was pressing it and immobilizing the rest of my body with chains. I need to resist," he stutters, finally breaking free after a moment. Frost bursts out in laughter, saying that was really close. "I must counterattack," he says, "and I know just where to hurt him really bad." Frost appears behind Hit as he tells him that, in the end, maybe he was wrong about him. "You don't hate your life," Frost tells him. "On the contrary, you love it. Lacerating your victims is truly your greatest pleasure." Straight to the heart. The law of retaliation, nothing more, he says, as he pierces Hit through the heart with a single strike. Hit freezes as his body goes limp, but Frost realizes that something is amiss here, as shadows appear behind him. This is when Frost turns around to see a dozen other Hits behind him. "Clones," he says, confused. But Hit tells him, "No, we're all one." Hit and all of his replicants prepare a slashing attack, firing at Frost from all angles as he's narrowly able to dodge them in time. "That was a close call," Frost says, jumping out of the way. But if he thinks he's gotten away unharmed, he's sadly mistaken. It took every bit of speed Frost had to dodge all of those attacks, but Hit's precision is unmatched, as Frost realizes that his leg was the casualty of that last attack. "Wait, what's happening to me?" Frost says, as he begins to get dizzy and lose consciousness, Hit closing in on him. The last thing he sees is the assassin's face. A month later in the current time, we return to planet Sadala to see Vegeta hard at work training the Saiyans. Vegeta at this point is still easily overpowering all of these guys, but he's enjoying being around all of these Saiyans with a thirst for strength and bettering themselves like he does. You almost kind of feel bad for Vegeta seeing him on Sadala, because this really could have been him in Universe 7 in a different timeline, coaching and living amongst his other Saiyans. "Let's take a break," he tells his group of Saiyans who are completely worn out. "We'll be back in 10 minutes. Vegeta flies in the air, scouring the training ground, looking over everyone and everything. Although there aren't many of them, seeing them train fills me with pride, he says. "Here's your problem, Caulifla," Ruba says as Vegeta goes in to check on the next group. "I don't understand anything," she says. "You told me to prepare a move in advance, but you also told me to go for it." "One doesn't prevent the other," Ruba tells her. "I learned at my expense that going straight into the pile leads straight to the wall. No matter how hard I try, I can make a plan until I take action, so I started preparing plan B in the middle of the action. So you have to drive into the wall, but think about how to destroy its foundations if you don't break it in one go." "There you are, Vegeta," Ruba says as Vegeta tells him it's Mr. to you and flies off to the next group. "Oh, keep dreaming," he says as Caulifla continues her training, trying to decipher the exact meaning of Ruba's words. In the next group, Fennel is trying to teach Broly that he has to accept that monstrous power that he has, to stop repressing it and being fearful of it and deal with it. "As for you, young lady," she says, looking at Kale now, "you have to gain confidence. You refuse to believe in your reasonings, and this is what's blocking you. You're a very smart woman, Kale. I can see that from the beginning." "Listen to what she's telling you, Kale," Vegeta says, landing next to them, "and there won't be any limits that will stop you." In the final group, Lyric explains to Kaba that in 1 month, he got to know Kaba and he can see the youth of himself inside Kaba. "You let yourself be carried away by your emotions," he tells him. "Son, a true Saiyan isn't like that. Your logic, patience, and bravery must take precedence over your instinct, haste, and doubts." "Understood, Admiral Lariat," Kaba says. This is when Vegeta calls him over, however, telling him that they need to talk for a minute. It's later that night at the old ruins that a meeting is taking place as we see Kaba and Caulifla arriving. She asks what exactly they're doing there, but Kaba says that he only knows that Vegeta requested for him to bring everybody here. Broly and Kale are here as well, as we see Vegeta, who's been waiting on them. He tells them that he'll keep it brief. He's been among all of their groups today, as they know. Your respective admirals seem to have things to teach you, and that's good, he says. But as far as the fight is concerned, you're already far beyond the rest of these Saiyans. So we'll meet up every night to face each other. Now draw your best forms, he tells them all, going directly against King Sadala's wishes and threats from earlier. Instinctually, Kabakel and Caulifla all take on their Super Saiyan 2 forms at Vegeta's command, but Broly shows hesitation still. Broly, Vegeta tells him, take back that form that you had during our previous fight, no matter how out of control you may get. Since our fight, I've never taken that form again, and I only have vague memories of it, Broly tells him. I see, Vegeta replies. He then orders Kale to be the one to teach him how to control his powers better, since they have an eerily familiar hidden potential. The three Super Saiyans glare at Vegeta as he provokes them, asking if they're really ready for this. And this is when Broly finally cuts loose. If Vegeta says it's okay, then the beast can be freed. It's been quite a while since this form has seen the light of day, but per Vegeta's command, and against the wishes of King Sadala, Broly releases his ultimate Super Saiyan form, with Chapter 7 of Dragon Ball Kakumei coming to a heated close. As the sun shines magnificently across the training grounds the morning after, Vegeta is in the sky looking down at the ground on the defeated Saiyans below. However, there is one that's still standing amongst them. Broly is the only other one still on his feet, as Kaba, Kel, and Caulifla lay beaten on the ground. Caulifla makes a comment about, after everything that they saw last night, there was no doubt about it. Broly has the same potential as Kale. Broly has reached a height I could have never imagined, Vegeta says. The strength he possesses now is far different from when Kakarot and I first fought him. Kale, he roars, turning his attention to her next. You've impressed me tonight. You'll be a great teacher for Broly. As for you, Caulifla, he goes on next. You'll have to make that new transformation the best in your arsenal. Keep training to maintain that form and to access it more easily. So this pretty much confirms that not only are Broly and Kale obviously similar and immensely strong, I mean stronger than Vegeta's previous encounters with either of them, but Caulifla also has a new form as well, which is really interesting. She tells Vegeta to be careful saying he's proud of her or anything like that, or he might end up ripping his tongue out. He reminds her that he is their teacher for the time being, so don't think that he isn't proud of any progress that they make, to which she simply brushes it off as they return back. Later, when they rejoin the other Saiyans, it seems the entire force is already in the middle of training, as Kaba mentions to Ruba that they started much earlier than he even expected today. No one wanted to go home last night, Ruba tells him, so we pretty much just trained the entire time. I see you're all finally beginning to understand, Vegeta says as he addresses the rest of the Saiyans before him. One of the soldiers thanks Vegeta, telling him that because of him, he now feels like he can reach his full potential, and he isn't the only one here that feels that way. This is when Vegeta looks around and sees the eyes of his Saiyan brethren, accepting him and being grateful for everything he's doing for them. These are my friends and the friends of my friends, the Saiyan goes on. When I told them about my experience training with you, they regained their urges to fight as well. It's nice to finally meet you, one of the older Saiyans says, walking up to Vegeta. I'm the leader of a town about 200 kilometers away from here. I was intrigued by the story of a man who was training Saiyans, just like in the good old days. Same here, another Saiyan speaks out. I'm an ex-soldier myself. The training stories reached me as well, and I thought it's finally time to return to duty. You are all well aware of the doom that may certainly await you in the future, correct? Vegeta asks. Are you ready to take on such a risk? If we're gonna die, the old man says, we might as well fight until the very end, right? That's the spirit. That's it, Vegeta says, fired up now. It's not too late. We might just win this war, Kakarot. Elsewhere later on, we see Bulma sitting with Rapini having a friendly discussion over tea. I've told you so much about my children, but you haven't really told me anything about yours. What are your kids like? Bulma asks. Rapini replies, well, you already know the most important things. My son Peppino, he's about the same age as Trunks. Well, the present Trunks, I guess. I know that story sounds crazy, it's hard to believe. I'm sure they'll get along great though, Bulma assures her. Oh, come on, I believe you, Rapini replies. This is when Bulma asks if Rapini's husband is training with Vegeta or something. I've known you guys for a week, but I've never seen him out there. Oh, my husband? Fighting? I'd love to see that, she chuckles in response. Bulma is shocked to hear of a Saiyan that doesn't like fighting though, but this is when Rapini tells her that her husband isn't actually a Saiyan. He's a Tuffle. Tuffles are a very technologically advanced race similar to the human race that lived on planet Plant with the Saiyans. A Tuffle? They still exist in your universe, Bulma asks? Of course they do, Rapini tells her. They've been living on Sadala for over 2 centuries now, and it's thanks to them that the king has lots of efficient guards close to him. This is getting very interesting now, so those guards that are around King Sadala were made by Tuffles. The Tuffles spend most of their time in their laboratories just north of the capital. They work hard every single day finding better and better ways to protect our families. So your son is half Saiyan. He already has a lot in common with Trunks, Bulma says gleefully. Peppino, who again is her son, isn't entirely Saiyan, she says, so he has the intelligence and creativity of his father while also having the strength of my people. He is truly a brilliant kid, Rapini says proudly. That's amazing. I hope to meet both him and your husband soon, Bulma says. This is when she also asks if maybe it's possible that she'd be able to go and see one of the Tuffle labs as well. Well, Rapini goes on, it's kinda difficult to get there even if we had a car permit. But you're just in luck. I'm a great woman with an even greater husband. He should be back tomorrow. He might agree to take us there. You mean I could get to go there as soon as tomorrow, Bulma says excitedly, to which Rapini replies, well, yeah, as they go on to celebrate the coming revolution of Sadalian technology. 1 month prior on planet Calumet, we see Basil and the rest of the dog trio speaking to Krillin and the others, asking just what it is that's even brought them here. Gohan told us that training with the 3 of you would help us prepare for the upcoming battle, Krillin speaks up. Ha! You training with us? They all laugh in unison. Wait, what were you saying about a message earlier? Bergamo asks all of a sudden. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha look around, kinda confused. You mean the message from the Grand Priest? Tien repeats. You don't remember that or something? Bergamo and the others are still kinda lost as Yamcha realizes that this could mean something very troubling. The Grand Priest's message must have been stopped by the clouds that cover planet Calumet, Krillin says. That would explain it. Wait, are you telling me there are thousands of planets that don't know about the situation because of a problem like that, Yamcha yells? With Krillin seeing that now they'll just have to fill them in on everything. Well, if that's the case, let us not waste any more time, Bergamo says after being briefed. I need to see just what you guys are worth. As the 3 Earthlings prepare for battle, the trio powers up looking just as menacing as they always do, but potentially underestimating their Universe 7 friends. The battle begins as the Earthlings show amazing potential against the dog trio, and I gotta keep it up, Buck. The art is just always the icing on the cake. I can never get over how incredible this always looks. Krillin tells the others to remember just what this is all for and why they're here. We're here to shatter our limits and push far beyond that, Tien says. Let's show Goku that all the years spent with him have served us well. The battle continues to rage on, but this is when the 3 Earthlings reunite in the middle of the battlefield, with Krillin asking Tien and Yamcha if they're ready. The 3 fire a massive beam in unison together, with Bergamo saying that he didn't think these guys would show this much promise as they combat the beam. Basil comments that he doesn't understand, however, especially those 2 bald guys who weren't all that in the Tournament of Power. They're just like us, Bergamo tells him. Their true strength is in their collaboration, their teamwork, but separated, their individual power is glaring. With Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha putting everything they have into their final attack, a huge explosion occurs as the attack dissipates, leaving a massive crater in the ground, but the victors wouldn't be the Earthlings this time. Even though they may have lost, the Earthlings have shown amazing potential to Bergamo and the others, as even he admits that he almost got a little serious there himself. So I guess we should find a place to rest and heal them up now, he says. In the meantime, while everyone is putting in this work and busting their butts in training, we return to Sidra's planet in the presence of the gods. We have almost 2 years to finalize our little scheme, Sidra says to Ro. We need to get ahead of them and strike first, before they're able to react. Wait, what the heck is going on over here? This is when Mojito turns around, hearing that little suspicious comment he just made, as he walks over to him demanding to know just what they're talking about. Nothing important, Sir Mojito, Ro says, but Mojito demands that they answer the question that he just asked. What were you talking about? Really, we weren't talking about anything, don't worry, Sidra repeats, but Mojito wouldn't be so quick to let them off the hook. Well, he says, towering over them now, I'll be watching you all the more from now on. Sir, Ro pleads, it's anything but what you think. I can assure you that we would never, ever allow ourselves to act in this way without consulting each other in the face of such divine conflict. Good, Mojito replies, as a very strange encounter comes to an end. When Krillin wakes up, he looks over to see Yamcha bragging to the others, saying, I told you he'd wake up without a senzu bean. Stop being so proud and be thankful, Tien tells him. Krillin looks at the state of themselves and can only honestly wonder, if this is their condition now, then what's gonna happen when they're faced with more numerous and dangerous enemies? Well, we got a little bit less than 2 years left, Yamcha begins. We'll learn. Anyhow, how will we know when the war will start? Lord Sidra and Ro will warn us, Bergamo says. We can trust them. This bald man here must be able to see through the clouds with that front eye of his, Lavender says, as everyone laughs but Tien, of course, who doesn't think it's so funny. Where did that eye come from anyway, Basil asks. This is when we actually get a pretty cool recent explanation of Tien's lore and ancestry a bit. I belong to the clan of the Three Eyes, which has this particular feature, he says, but it kinda doesn't exist anymore. During my childhood, the wise men of my clan loved to tell old stories about the power of the third eye. Some spoke of a divine power, others spoke of a prophetic sign, and some people outside of our clan even saw us as demons. But my elders have always taught me the difference between my strength and my identity. I joined the Crane School and met Chiaotzu, my best friend, but one day while returning to my village, my family vanished into thin air. I spent years looking for them, but he drifts off. So I made the Crane School my second family. Then I met Yamcha, Krillin, and Son Goku while they were studying martial arts in a rival school to mine. But going back to my third eye, it's nothing more than a physical characteristic. It has nothing to do with any special prophecies. There's a little bit of everything on Earth. I mean, the king of Earth is a dog, for crying out loud, Yamcha comments, which, yeah. So it's not that surprising to see people with an extra eye or even not having a nose. Well, don't look at me, Krillin says, knowing that he is the only fella here with no nose. Well, we were a great team, but that may never happen again, Yamcha mentions, looking down. Why would you say that, Bergamo says. This is when a rather cold silence overcomes the room, but Krillin would proceed to explain the other part of the situation. Goku was in Universe 19 when it was sealed off, so he's not with us anymore, he says. We have to continue on without him. This is not an answer Yamcha is willing to take, however, as he fires everyone's spirits up like he does so well, telling them that Goku is still with them, in their hearts. He taught us so many things, he says, and he always proved to us that it's never too late. We will win this battle, and I'm gonna rescue Goku myself from our enemies, he goes on, as Chapter 8 of the legendary Dragon Ball Kakumei comes to a close. It is very useful for travel between universes, Paparoni says, but I still need to fix some problems. You have to wait a month before you can use it again, so it's not very practical. This is also the same bot that I used to get to Universe 7 from his native Universe 6 also, if you guys didn't know. I've been on Earth for 30 days now. We've lost enough time, he goes on, as 17 and 18 say, well, shall we go? I'm ready, 18 says as she stretches out her arm, excited to train again. For our families, we need to get back on track. This is when we see 17 crouching down as he says goodbye to his children as well, telling them to take care of their mother as he and his sister 18 take off. Marin, be sure to help your aunt, 18 says as the brother and sister leave to train together. I'm counting on you. The Shinbot transportation system is finally ready again as Pepperoni boots it up. Just enter the coordinates and the trip will be almost instantaneous. This is when two other familiar voices chime in as we see someone else approaching them before they leave. Hey there, Hercule says, with Majin Buu trailing slightly behind him. We come to you at the request of the mayor. The only electronic devices still working at the town hall are all burned out after indicating the position at Krillin's house for a brief second, the presence of some unknown device. Has the war started, or was all of that a false alarm? False alarm, Pepperoni tells him. We're simply preparing for a journey back to my world. We just activated my Shinbot. It must have disrupted the magnetic network or something. Sorry for the inconvenience. Pepperoni, scientist engineer, he introduces himself. And you are? Who am I? Hercule boasts. I'm the strongest man in the world. The strongest? Pepperoni replies. I'm sorry, but I don't remember seeing you at the Tournament of Power. Arrogant. I am the greatest Mr. Satan, world renowned for his extraordinary martial arts skills. But as he throws a punch, it's blocked by Sapphire, telling Hercule to get out of the way. He almost hit the baby. Sapphire, come on, don't be rude, Crystal says as Hercule's jaw drops at the sight of her. You're the supermodel Crystal, right? He asks. Yeah, that's me, she replies, and you're Mr. Satan, right? The famous martial arts champion. Hercule is head over heels that she even knows who he is, even though his arrogance is endless as 18 and Pepperoni just roll their eyes. All of a sudden, Majin Buu sees something he doesn't really like too much as he walks over to the Shinbot. He picks it up, flipping it every which sort of way before getting irritated and asking, what's this thingy? Buu, out of nowhere, eats the Shinbot whole as Pepperoni and the others panic from his sudden recklessness. The Shinbot begins making all these weird robo noises, but then Majin Buu begins to glow. 18 charges in, asking why does Buu always have to show up at the worst times, diving right into the piercing light illuminating from Buu, but as she almost grabs him, he disappears and she flies directly through him. I missed? Buu? Hercule asks, but he's gone, as 18 asks Pepperoni if he has any idea where they just went. He activated the Shinbot without entering a new coordinate, Pepperoni begins with a frustrated look on his face. If he teleported, it's because the destination was chosen randomly when Shinbot was in his mouth. It's impossible to find them now. But there was already an area selected before, right? 18 says, panicking. This is when Pepperoni replies that yes, it was Universe 7, so if Shinbot is gone, then that means the area has been changed. I knew this would all amount to nothing, 17 says, as Hercule chimes in saying that he doesn't understand any of this magic mumbo jumbo, but where is Buu at? He asks Pepperoni. Shockingly, however, Buu's destination would be nowhere nice, and nowhere simple to come and go from. The next time we see Majin Buu, he would be in a crater, being overlooked by dozens of devious looking beings, trapped in the demon realm as the search for Majin Buu begins. Off in Universe 11, as Gohan's trial to become a Pride Trooper heats up, he's been cornered by enemies after being exposed as a fraud by mobsters. There's no way you're getting out of here with that bottle, one of the mobsters says. Put it down and put your hands up. Gohan would go on to close his eyes, concentrating and sensing the energy around that area more clearly as they take aim at him. He tosses the cube with the vial in the air before taking his glasses off, saying that he really wishes he didn't have to hurt anyone, but they leave him no choice. As one of the guards attempts to shoot at Gohan, he easily snatches all of the bullets out of the air with a single hand. That was pretty dope, I'm not gonna lie. As he opens his eyes, a shockwave knocks back the entire force of soldiers, taking out the first wave of enemies. He drops the bullets from his hand and then goes on the offensive, kicking the first opponent in the face before charging at the next and landing another kick across the face. The big guy gets knocked back, sent flying as he nearly crushes his other partner standing behind him. Gohan lands on the wall catching himself, all the while this having happened in a handful of seconds as the bullets hit the floor before the cube does and he launches himself to catch it in time. Ready, Dispo, Jiren says as they take off to give Gohan some much needed backup, assuming the plan was all a bust at this point. We'll go through the window that Gohan used. When they bust through the window, however, looking pretty spiff I might add, Jiren and Dispo are shocked. Wait, Gohan, why didn't you answer us, they ask, as they see Gohan is just fine. And he has the vial as well, safe and sound, saying that it was just truly hectic so he didn't really have a chance. Well, you've inflicted more fear than harm, I suppose, Jiren says, as they round up the criminals outside to be transported off. So I suppose you succeeded in your mission. This is when a godly drawn gang appears, asking for Son Gohan, as Gohan replies, "The Pride Troopers? Young man, you've done your duty," Kasaru says, stepping up from the middle. Moreover, Jiren and Dispo have praised your merits and bravery. You indeed have already proven yourself at the Tournament of Power, but you've now confirmed our expectations by proving your ability to serve the innocent. In short, all this talk about how you are now one of our proud brothers. Gohan has now officially become a Pride Trooper. Later that night, the Pride Troopers decide to throw a little celebration for their newest member as we pull up to a restaurant next, with everybody going crazy in front of a feast inside. Well, Gohan, Dispo begins at the table. Tell us about your family. We know your father, but that's really it. Well, I've got a younger brother, Gohan replies. He's 16 years old right now, and my mother's name is Chi-Chi. She's an exemplary mother who's always wanted me and my brother to succeed. I love her so much. And finally, I'm married to a woman named Videl, and we have a beautiful daughter named Pan. You have a daughter? Dispo replies with his jaw dropped. Congratulations, Gohan. She must be the cutest. You have a picture? Gohan pulls out his wallet to reveal a picture of his beautiful family, as it seems like he and Dispo just made a personal connection here. You're all magnificent, he says after looking at the picture. Wait, I'll show you mine too. Oh, you're a dad too? Gohan asks, as Dispo proudly takes out his wallet as well. Aren't they just the cutest, he says, showing a picture of him with about a dozen baby purple cats. Wow, Gohan says, chuckling. You have a small family, I see. Yep, Dispo says proudly. This is the last litter. I'm very proud of it. Wait, you mean there were other litters? Gohan asks, as Dispo seems to have a couple dozen kids. All of a sudden, the door begins to creak open as someone else arrives next. This is when Belmont, all dressed up for the occasion as well, walks in with Topo saying that he's crossed paths with Death, but the current between us wasn't very strong. So I decided to come back, he says, grinning, as I can only imagine what he has planned for the Pride Troopers with the addition of Gohan now. Back on Planet Crib, we return back to the strenuous training Whis is putting Goten and Trunks through, but these boys are both prodigies in their own right. There's nothing we can do, Trunks says. You can only rely on that weird door you saw in yourself, and know it. So I gotta succeed, he says, as it seems that for the first time that I know of at least, Goten has momentarily surpassed Trunks. You'll get there, Trunks, Goten tells him. If I made it, there's no reason you can't. Okay, Trunks says, calming himself and closing his eyes. I have to do it. I have no choice. He takes a deep exhale as his concentration intensifies, and this is when all of a sudden, a warm feeling overtakes Trunks as he opens his eyes. Did it work, he asks, as he hears Goten calling his name. Trunks, can you hear me, he asks. I think you made it, but I can't see you. However, Trunks confirms that he can at least see the door, and he says he thinks that they should try and open it. Come on, you can do this, Goten thinks to himself. You have to find a way. All of a sudden, wait. In the reflection of the gilding on the door, I see Gotenks, he says. Hold on, me too, Trunks replies, as Goten plays around in the reflection, saying that Gotenks mimics everything he does. But this is when they notice something weird at that exact moment. They somehow end up seeing each other instead of Gotenks for a moment, which gives Goten an idea. Yo, Trunks, on the count of 3, raise your right hand and spread your fingers, he says, as they count to 3 and then both simultaneously raise their hand and spread their fingers. I see you right behind the door, Trunks says as it begins to creak open, revealing a blinding light. On the inside stands the silhouette of Gotenks as they walk in to check it out. You're really Gotenks, Goten asks. Aren't we supposed to face our demons behind this door? This is when it hits him though. Wait, I get it now. Our demons, or rather our demon, is him, Goten says as Trunks agrees. With fusion, there's no need to really calibrate to each other. Everything works automatically. No additional teamwork needed after the fusion's done. So we have to read each other without relying on that to do so. This is when they return to the outside world fired up, knowing exactly what they have to do now. As they throw that next punch, Goten and Trunks, even if only for a brief moment, achieve perfect synchronization of their power without the fusion, and this would cause the machine to break finally. Whis looks stunned himself that they were able to pull this off so fast, as the two boys stand exhausted, destroying the device. Ha! Too easy, Whis, they both say, throwing up a thumbs up. You're gonna have to train us harder the next time. But the boys faint from exhaustion before finishing their sentence. Good, Whis chuckles, amused but proud at the same time. Whis looks up into the sky as he ponders something though, saying that after several millennia, you finally decided to return, huh, Lord Beerus? As he gazes off into the cosmos. Hours early on Beerus' planet, the Oracle Fish seems to be seeing the God of Destruction off, saying that first Whis left with the two Saiyans and now it's your turn to leave? You can't leave me, what am I gonna do here all by myself, they say. Just go to Earth, Beerus tells them. There's plenty of good food to keep you busy down there. But why can't I come with you, the Oracle Fish asks, as Beerus looks more serious than ever right now. Oh no, my dear fish. Where I'm going is no place for you, he replies. The Oracle Fish pleads that it's a long journey, so Beerus should need some company. Beerus responds, however, that with this war approaching, the only company he needs is that of the perpetuity of silence, so I'll go alone. That is my last word, he says, as Beerus slings on what seems to be some form of a cape for the very first time, as the Oracle Fish comments that he very rarely decides to wear this. As we see Beerus next, he sports a headdress telling the Oracle Fish that this is something he only wears when he goes home. I'll be back soon, father, Beerus says, as he alludes to the potential meetup between himself and the rest of his race in coming chapters of Dragon Ball Kakumei. I miss that feeling, Beerus says to himself as he takes in the setting around him. This is planet Gezi on the borders of universes 6 and 7. As he descends to the ground, Beerus walks across a small river to see someone else meditating as well across the water. So you came here too, he says. Yeah, I've been waiting for you for a month, you idiot, Champa says as he and Beerus sit across the coffin. I haven't been here in over 1,000 years, father, Beerus says, as we can assume that their father is the one in that coffin. How would he have acted in our situation, Champa asks. This whole thing gives me headaches. Beerus replies that it's sure that he'd do much better than him at least, to which Champa gives a snarky reply. Even in times of peril, the sibling rivalry never fades. Over on planet Crepe, Goten and Trunks are reaching the climax of their current training with Whis, and after a short break, they're back at it again. Hey Whis, did we make it? Goten says, looking pretty drowsy still. Well, you slept well, I guess, it seems, Trunks says. Whis would go on to state that they're now entering the second phase of the training. You must now unlock your godly potential, he announces. It's a necessary step to reach stage 3 of your preparation. This would be the official beginning of Goten and Trunks' God Key training, as neither of them expected it to be so quickly, even though that is what they came here for. Good luck, Whis tells them with a smirk, as now their very life forces will be tested. I welcome you to the planet Lestia, Whis says, as he transports them to a different training location now. Here are 2 spears of God Key, he goes on, producing 2 orbs of energy. My only advice, assimilate them. What? That's all? Goten replies naively, with Trunks being equally as naive, but this would soon be fixed. Nope, that's it, just assimilate them. After which this step will be closed, Whis replies. He sends the orbs in their direction as the 2 ready themselves. They charge right in to get ahead of the orbs, but the energy passes directly through their bodies. This seems bearable, Goten says, as he and Trunks look at each other pretty confused, feeling no changes yet whatsoever. All of a sudden, both of them collapse in excruciating pain, clenching their chests as they heave up blood and nearly pass out from extreme trauma. Oh, Whis chuckles. Perhaps I should have warned you, apart from your father's of course. No mortal has survived these spheres for millions of years. It's a miracle that you 2 are still conscious.
Somehow both of them are still on their feet though, writhing in agony, but the only thing constant on both of their minds is being stronger than their fathers by any means necessary. It takes everything these two have and more to not implode from the agony, but Saiyan will is near impossible to break, and the drive these two have mirrors that of Goku and Vegeta as they continue to fight. Then they both hit the ground as the orbs then pass through their bodies and appear above them. After seeing their condition, Whis worries that maybe he overestimated them, even though it was only a softly charged energy orb of his that they tried to handle. Goten's only question for Whis, however, would be, does assimilate just mean to keep it inside their bodies? When Whis replies yes, something clicks within Goten, who seems to have an idea now. That goal to surpass their fathers, continuing to ignite a fire within these boys that won't let them give up, even if it kills them. During this time, across the multiverse in Universe 6, the training would intensify even more as we see Vegeta meditating as his strongest warriors train together. The Saiyans face the fields of action and limits of their potential now, and we would go on to see Broly in his Super Saiyan form working hard to control that rage, and with Kale's help, it seems he's making great progress as she tells him that he's almost got it now. Kaba and Caulifla would also make waves in the progression of their own training as we see a Super Saiyan 2 Kaba standing across from quite a powered up Caulifla. Suddenly, they're exposed. King Sadala would appear above them after having already warned Vegeta about these damn transformations as they coldly lock eyes. "Keep going, I'll be back," he says, instantly noticing the king's arrival and taking to the skies immediately. Vegeta would confront the king head on with no fear whatsoever. "I see you've come more and more often to see the Saiyans exercise," Vegeta states. "The next step would be to participate, you know." "You and your friends will leave this planet at dawn," the king says coldly, wanting no conversation after this disobedience. Vegeta is in disbelief, but the king's patience has run out as he six his guards on Vegeta next. Vegeta easily disarms the guards and tosses them both away behind them. He then momentarily begins to lose his cool, possibly forgetting the scope of this whole situation, and takes a swing at King Sadala. He stops his hand, however, and attempts to explain, telling King Sadala to just listen for a second. The king doesn't let him get another word out though, and decks Vegeta with a ferocious punch that honestly took him off guard, surprised at how strong the king is. "You who used to teach my people to defend themselves so well. It's pitiful," the king says crudely. "You are nothing. You and the other traitors to my people." King Sadala then continues attacking Vegeta as Broly and the others look on confused, not really sure what to do in this situation. King Sadala sends Vegeta soaring through a mountain and with impressive speed chases after him for a combo as Vegeta mocks him. "So here's the true face of the pacifist king," he says, knowing that a true Saiyan would communicate with him best by a show of aggression and force at the end of the day. King Sadala would keep pressuring Vegeta, each attack seeming stronger than the last, as Vegeta is honestly taken aback by the king's strength. King Sadala would prepare an attack that almost looks like a Gallic gun considering his pose, and Vegeta would return a blast of his own as well. A massive explosion goes off in the sky as Kaba and the others look on that could possibly harm them, so Kaba creates a barrier to shield everyone on the ground. It seems like both Vegeta and the king took a decent amount of damage from that explosion, but there would be no clear winner as they both still remain on their feet. Vegeta charges back in and goes on the offensive this time, but the king's combat experience seems to be relative to Vegeta's as he easily blocks his kicks. "Why didn't you ever show up at the 2 tournaments against us?" Vegeta asks. "You should have protected your own." Vegeta is finally able to land a kick on the king right to the chin, but even a full powered kick from Vegeta seems to not faze the king as he simply just spits the blood out of his mouth. This is when King Sadala and Vegeta enter full-fledged battle as the two clash back and forth ruthlessly. Vegeta would assume he's predicting the king's movements as King Sadala creates a ki blast in his left hand, but then fakes and tries to hit Vegeta with a knee, demonstrating his experience even more. Vegeta attempts to block his knee, but is suddenly hit with a right hook as the king's feint takes him off guard. Skill-wise, King Sadala seems to be able to hang with the best of them, but this kinda just pisses Vegeta off
And for a moment, his anger takes over and he returns a critical knee to the king that creases him. This enrages King Sadala, who grabs Vegeta and then angrily tosses him back into the ground. Never such an affront has been made to me by a Saiyan, King Sadala says. You will leave this planet if by force. He launches himself at full speed, blazing towards Vegeta on the ground, but the Saiyan just stands there ready for anything and unfazed by this battle. The fight's becoming interesting, but you always seem to restrict your abilities, Vegeta says. He goes on to meet the king in the skies, and the two collide with a vicious headbutt that sends ripples throughout the lands around them. This panel is probably my favorite in the entire chapter. I definitely got like old school Dragon Ball and DBZ vibes from this, so well done to the team. You guys are amazing at what you do. Two noggins this hard colliding is definitely gonna do some damage, but after taking a few similar headbutts from Goku, King Sadala cannot phase Vegeta like that, so they both recover and get back to it. What Vegeta does next as King Sadala shoots a flurry of ki blasts at him, I'm not even sure how to put into words, as he seems to envision the exact pathways he can take to maneuver every single one of his attacks, and does so with ease after closing his eyes. When he opens them, Vegeta's eyes and aura show a glint of something unbelievable. I can't believe you guys did this. Ultra Instinct Vegeta is displayed as Vegeta's newest technique that he seems to be pretty good at as well. Only momentarily, however, as after Vegeta is within range again, he switches from Ultra Instinct to Super Saiyan to attack the king. The sight of the Super Saiyan, however, throws the king into a raging spiral as his mind nearly collapses from the stress of just seeing this form. Vegeta stops his punch midway as the king seems to be fighting a battle internally at the moment as he looks at him confused. I think it might be time for you to explain yourself, Vegeta says, standing over the king and returning to his base form. What makes you hate this form so much, even though it's only a tenfold increase in our capacities? The king remains silent as on the ground, the Saiyans spectating the battle seem to be confused as to how Vegeta was able to best their king and what this means for them now. The admirals remind everyone to mind their business and return to their training, however. Finally, the king chooses to speak and gives his explanation on why this form is a thing of nightmares for him. This demonic form with golden hair, he goes on, took over my body for the first time the night Gherkin took the life of our previous king. But that evil took away hundreds of lives of innocent people, along with those of my enemies, he continues, recalling that uncontrollable rage. Women, children, even brothers in arms. That outburst caused by my transformation made my hatred into an endless rampage. This child carrying his sister's body within the flames still haunts me. I see, in this facet of my people, only the manifestation of evil. A conditionally accessible form of such hatred cannot be healthy, he goes on. You'll end up driving everyone crazy. Kaba has achieved this transformation through a pure, true protective devotion to you, Vegeta roars back. Would a demon team up with you to protect you? One can't be sure who one's own people really are once one admits that there is nothing more dangerous than a starving man, the king replies. Who do you think you're dealing with? What makes us who we are can't be reduced to a simple form. We're made of our acts, and all too often those of which we're the least proud of, Vegeta admits. The Super Saiyan is a weapon like any other. The key is to use it wisely. What is this heavy burden that I see in your eyes springing from the bottom of your soul, King Sadala asks him. Vegeta confesses that in the past, he massacred entire populations for pure pleasure. This is kinda like his reckoning. What did I just tell you, King Sadala asks. Unfortunate that this form has made you crazy. However, unbeknownst to the king, during that time in Vegeta's life, the Super Saiyan was only a thing of legend whose existence he himself doubted. For me, all is well. It's now up to you to discharge your burden, Vegeta tells him. King Sadala ponders his words and then admits that Kaba did used to tell him about Vegeta, and he remembers that he told him that he was a man who loved his people. So what ultimately made you change and be aware of your actions? Vegeta chuckles and then looks up into the sky as he tells him that he'd love to tell him that it's only because of his wife and children, he goes on. But the truth is that I owe it to the encounter with a warrior greater than myself. A few years ago, I understood where true happiness and where true justice resided. The Earth, his planet that I had then attacked, became my home and I started my family there. Without him, I wouldn't be the same today, as Vegeta attributes much of who he is today to meeting Goku, and their rivalry turned friendship, whether he'd call it that or not. And it's precisely with each transformation, each time that he surpassed himself, that I admired him more and more in spite of myself. The Super Saiyan opened my eyes, my friend. At first, King Sadala would be taken aback, but then he would crack a smile, beginning to take a genuine liking to Vegeta now. You fell to your knees and you didn't know how to get up, Vegeta says. But I understand you. I'd probably have acted even less wisely than you did in your place. He reaches out his hand as the likeness of Goku resonates off of him in this moment. King Sadala then goes on to say one last goodbye to his brothers, those whose lives he had been dwelling on daily, as he's ready to turn over a new leaf and no longer shun the strength of the Saiyans. Vegeta was not only able to help the Saiyans of Universe 6 become more powerful, but he also gained the trust of his people and the king, as things seem to be going pretty smoothly for them from here on out. Even back on Earth, the training seems to be going well, as you could almost forget what all of this is for with how beautiful the day is. Elsewhere in the multiverse though, it seems like things are stirring. Something is afoot and a reckoning will soon take place that may shred the very fabric of reality, as we would conclude the chapter in Universe 14 seeing a figure. And in Universe 0, the seal continues to weaken day by day, only months left until the fight for all of existence begins. Venerable Heir, a voice repeats. The view is hazy, but the voice finally breaks through and the eyes of a warrior finally open. This is Amaran, and trust me, we will get all into why this guy is a problem soon enough. I don't know what happened, Dula says. I've had a huge memory gap. Maybe you know something about it? But Amaran shakes his head no. When I woke up, Dula continued as Amaran rises to his feet, a few moments before you, this door was blocked, bewitched, but it was just a primal spell, like it was made so that we could go without slobbering too much. Of course, a brilliant wizard like me would have saved us from any situation. This is when Amaran breaks his silence though. Salaga, where is he? So Dula leads him to the entrance of their ship, with Amaran not really sure what to expect. However, when the doors finally open, we can see that we're currently on planet Bread, off in the mysterious realm of Universe 14. Amaran is shocked, but Dula confirms that he was shocked as well a few moments ago. All of a sudden, a troubled presence lands behind them on the ship as Salaga finally appears and seems to have narrowly avoided some danger. What is this outfit? Amaran asks him. Salaga then goes on to explain that it was impossible for him to wake Amaran up, so he took the initiative to go out. When I found myself facing this horde of creatures made of pure energy, he goes on, I had to adapt to the situation knowing that their blows sucked the vitality out of me. I had to be patient, and I managed to copy their vitality absorption capacity, so I was able to overcome them. The fight was hard, but not without experience gained, and my mission to protect you has been successful. Impressive as always, Dula declares as he extends his hands out to heal Salaga using his magic. Venerable Heir, if I may say so, Salaga goes on, the bewitchments are strangely similar to those of Lord Drommel. What? Dula says, stunned. But why'd Lord Drommel want to lock us up? This is absurd. This is indeed what I've concluded, Amaran says. Any telepathic contact with him or Ziri seems to be impractical. Let's go directly to his planet. Dula, summon the ship, Amaran commands. Dula forms a hand seal, and with a gust of mighty power, he summons their massive ship as it rises from the clouds. Wow, I feel as if I haven't used my power in ages, he says, as it's pretty clear now that these guys are indeed suffering from some form of memory loss or amnesia, if this is truly their home Universe 14. As they enter the ship, Salaga, out of curiosity and suspicion of the current situation, reads the vitality of Amaran, and this is when he notices that his heartbeat is irregular just as he thought, and his blood pressure is unstable. Salaga stutters as he attempts to address the Venerable Heir, but a look as cold as ice runs in Amaran's eyes. Whatever may have happened, Salaga tells him, I know you'll make the right decisions. Amaran coldly replies though that he doesn't pretend to, however. As their ship takes off, course set for planet Dromel. Back on Earth in Universe 7, Piccolo is hard at work trying to make Pan the next great Hybrid Saiyan warrior, and much like with Goku and Gohan before, he isn't showing any mercy no matter who he's training with. Pan actually lands a funny little kick on Piccolo's neck, but he jacks her up by her shirt just to remind her that she still does have quite a ways to go. If only you knew what your father had to go through to even have the privilege of training with me, he says arrogantly. Pan makes a face at Piccolo, much to his dislike of course, so he tosses her into the sky, forcing her to sink or swim, as he tells her to show him that she's actually worthy. Pan intensely stops her momentum in the sky and begins flying directly back at Piccolo at full speed. She begins gaining even more speed and power as she extends a fist out, and if I didn't know any better myself, I think she plans on piercing right through Piccolo, but as her fist comes within centimeters of his face, she stops and powers down. Feeling that she's proved her own point, Pan backs up and looks pretty proud of herself, showing a great big smile. This is when the two Namekians from Universe 6 appear in the midst of their training again. Piccolo seems to be very pleased with today's result, so he summons his cape and says that in terms of pure physical training, we've come a long way. But rest is also important, so let's not rush things and let's use the time we have properly. I don't mean to sound derogatory, Sanadu says, but is it a good idea to relax with what's ahead of us? Piccolo laughs and calls him a rookie, telling him, don't think that they're just gonna sit around and sip on a bowl of fresh water. You still need to forge your mind and sharpen your knowledge. Our knowledge? Pilina asks. What do you mean by that? You've taught me a lot about our race, Piccolo tells them, but the history of our people in our universe is just as exciting. Let me tell you that I didn't tell you the whole truth. I'm not the only Namekian on this planet. So my intuition was correct, Sanadu says. At the highest point of this planet, beyond the skies in a sanctuary inaccessible by the most common means, lives the god of Earth, who is the person I respect the most in this world, Piccolo says. Back in Universe 14, Amaran's ship finally arrives at planet Dromel. Amaran, Dula, and Salaga step out of the portal that was created as they take their first steps in ages on planet Dromel. A wave of emotion comes over the warriors as Amaran, Salaga, and Dula scour around, calling for Lord Dromel and Sir Xeres. Venerable Heir, would you allow me to take a quick tour of the planet, Salaga asks. Amaran takes to the sky and manifests a large, liquidy orb of light before it disperses all over the planet. The very life forces on the planet itself are scanned over as Amaran's technique shows insane range. Even Salaga stops once noticing Amaran's technique and heads back to admire his skill. I didn't know you were capable of such a technique, Salaga says to him, but I imagine given your position, you wish to remain discreet about your abilities. Amaran is shocked though as he declares that there is no life whatsoever on this planet. What? And for how long? Months, Salaga asks? Wow, Dula comments, coming up to them now. That was unbelievable, Venerable Heir. However, it's at this moment that Amaran does detect something though, as he points to his right. Down there, he says, there's a kind of psychic beacon that's been deposited. I'll go alone, he declares. Are you sure, Dula and Salaga plead? But in Amaran's eyes, this is a non-negotiable situation as his presence is almost being summoned to this location. Right, Salaga says. We stand guard just in case. Amaran flies off to the source of this beacon, appearing before a beautiful structure. He extends his arm and with one swiping motion seems to open a portal to somewhere. Amaran sticks his hand through this mirror dimension before walking completely through it. When he appears on the other side, something strange happens as his entrance/exit to the outside realm is closed off. The pillars of the altar have come together to open some kind of magic door, Salaga says from the outside as he and Dula await a signal from Amaran. Do you think he got in, Dula says, but this would quickly be answered by the entire formation disappearing before their eyes. I knew it was a trap, Dula cries. We should have never let him go alone. Come, Salaga, let us hasten to find the Venerable Heir. Salaga confirms though that they still feel his presence, however, but it's as if he's in a different dimension to them. I'll focus on his presence as long as I can still feel him, Salaga declares. At the slightest sign from me, destroy the area without any warning, Dula.
Back in the mysterious pocket realm, someone appears to be emerging from the shadows as we see a foot appear. Amaran readies his weapon, preparing for an ambush, and begins to take a swing. A piercing light blinds his vision momentarily, however, and the being that ends up emerging from the shadows is none other than Zao, Supreme Kai of Universe 14. "I've been waiting here for you for more than 6 months, Venerable Heir," Zao tells him. "Follow me." They travel down a corridor as Zao explains to Amaran the meaning of all this confusion. "You must be lost. Allow me to apologize. Everything went as we thought it would for the moment." "We?" Amaran asks, to which Zao vows to show him something ahead. As they arrive in a chamber, Zao tells him that he is the only one that can come to this place. "Where are we?" he asks. Zao declares that they're in the hall of the Altar of the Angels, where the scepter of the Angel of the Universe concerned remains when the angel in question isn't using it. Upon the altar lines a staff brimming with divinity as Zao beckons Amaran to take it. He grabs the staff and immediately is met with immense power and a hologram. On the wall in front of them, the staff emits a projection of none other than Lord Drommel, who has recorded a message and sealed it within the staff for safekeeping until Amaran could come retrieve it. "Hello, Amaran. This is Drommel. As you may have guessed, we are no longer here and you have apparent amnesia. Let me refresh your memory," the message goes on. "Our universe has been completely annihilated by the Omni King, while you were only proving day after day your ability to become who you claim to want to be. Then, our universe was restored by a wish-fulfilling dragon from another universe. Afterwards, I was approached by a woman who seemed to be the mother of the angels as well as the companion to the Grand Priest. This hierarchy and childish madness of these so-called rulers of all things having to cease, we took the decision to act and to go first to the Grand Priest himself. And here we are, at the moment before your amnesia when you were on planet Bread, looking for your cherished relics. I give you back your memory," Drommel declares, as the moments before certain erasure flood back into Amaran's head. His amnesia gone in an instant, a flood of information, emotion, and confusion overcome him as he tries to process everything he's just learned in mere seconds. But a new purpose seems to have spawned within Amaran as he understands the turn of events now. "Now that you remember," Drommel goes on, "if you hear this message, it's because we were somehow stopped by the Grand Priest and Zeri sent his scepter back to where you are before we got stuck." Amaran has been bestowed a mission now, however, as Drommel tells him that after these events, he'll no longer be able to hold his job. "For the time being at least, I will ask you one thing. Finish what you had to do. You'll have the time and the status to do it because from now on, and by this delegation, you have officially become the new god of destruction of Universe 14, Drommel finishes, as Amaran becomes the first god of destruction I've personally ever seen wield the angel staff, and I cannot wait to see how strong this guy is with and without the angel staff. As chapter 11 of Dragon Ball Kakumei begins, Amaran and the others are seen traversing the multiverse in one of the cubes we've become accustomed seeing Beerus and Whis travel by. "Venerable Heir, what is our travel plan?" Salaga asks. Amaran responds that he's decided they'll just go visit the Grand Priest directly at his palace. "His palace?" Salaga replies. "You know where that is?" "This is information that only the angel should know," Dula says. Fortunately, Amaran does have knowledge to get there, as he tells them that each element of this multiverse has a precise place and function. Nothing has ever been left to chance. Dula, however, is having trouble understanding, so Amaran goes on to explain to them how they'll be able to traverse the God Realm here. "We can't move from one universe to another in any order we want," he says. "For each itinerary, there are steps to be respected. A few years ago, there were only 12 universes. The gods have evoked during the last millennia the term twin universes, but it's only a correction following our disappearance. At the time when our 18 universes coexisted, we were formed in groups of 3 so-called triplet universes. Our Universe 14, for example, shared the same galaxies, the same planets, and the same species as Universes 5 and 8. This one is thus again connected to the universes of the gods of destruction Arak and Liquor. So the place where I was born," Dula replies, "exists identically in 2 other universes?"
You and Salaga are the exception to the rule, Amaran says. You have appeared in the demon realm. There's a different one in each universe. This is when we go on to see the graphic of how the universes would be intertwined in this triplet format. Universes 1, 12, and 18 would be one set, Universes 2, 11, and 17 another, and Universe 3 would be paired alongside Universes 10 and 6. Additionally, Universes 4, 9, and 15, Universes 5, 8, and 14 of course as previously mentioned, and finally, Universes 6 and 7 are paired along with Universe 13. The universes are all organized in circuits in which each series of 3 follows one another. There is no way to get from one universe to the other unless they're connected within the circuit. Xeris told me at the end of his message that the Grand Priest's Palace is an isolated place, accessible only by passing through special portals in a defined order. This one changes every 100 years or so, and Xeris shared with me the current configuration one must follow to get to the palace. The first portal to pass through is in Universe 4. The journey will be rather long even on board the cube. To get there, we must cross 5 universes in total. Though once arrived, the portals will be significant shortcuts. Getting back to our adventure, however, he continues, we are currently between Universes 8 and 6. So, Salaga mentions, let's optimize our trip by taking advantage of the stops to warn about the presence of the new god of destruction of Universe 14. Let's show them that our universe is not that easy to take over. Later on, as their travels continued, Amaran and the rest would arrive upon planet Rosemary in Universe 4. As they descend upon the planet, Dula commands the attention of the inhabitants and orders them to kneel before the divinity that has blessed their planet today. This is the one and only true heir of the divine throne, Sir Amaran. The inhabitants of the planet look kinda confused, but Dula is indeed losing patience with those who choose not to kneel. He overwhelms them with his power and forces them to kneel before Amaran and show him the respect he deserves. They're probably a species without any form of spoken language, Salaga says, but Amaran knows better. What are your demands? One of the civilians replies. What would you claim from an insignificant people like us? We are from Universe 14, Dula says as he approaches them, and in front of you is its new leader. 2 years ago at the Tournament of Power, they explained to us that there were only 12 universes, the guy says, not believing there to be a 14th. And you're saying now that you're from the 14th? This has something to do with the Grand Priest's call from months ago. Otherwise, whoever you are, they continue as the other warriors begin to step up as well. You are not welcome here in Rosemary. Wait, so they're already aware of what's coming, Dula says surprised? Aw, and here I was aching to toy with them. It looks so fun to play with those little chicken legs of theirs. You haven't done anything that would be of an offense to us yet, Salaga says. We feel generous today. Allow us to forgive you by kneeling before us right now. Well, sadly for you, I'm actually the most stubborn being in this universe, one of them replies, as the warriors from planet Rosemary rise before them. So it seems like there's no way of reasoning with you, Amaran says, beginning to lose his patience as well. The bird-like warriors begin to power up, but Salaga quickly informs them that a god of destruction will not be lowering himself to their pitiful level, so he and Dula will be taking care of them. However, the warriors are fearless, and even if they shall perish here, they mention that there is a being that won't be too happy to know that there's a god of destruction walking around quietly in his universe. Over on planet Quitella, the god and angel are seen sparring, but this is when Quitella senses a very interesting key in his universe, mentioning he doesn't know who this being is. Cognac, however, says that this could be the energy of a god of destruction, and given the darkness coming from it, things don't seem too friendly. If I don't recognize the key of a god of destruction, it's perhaps that it comes from a resurrected universe, Quitella says. I myself wasn't even a god of destruction when they were destroyed. If I'm not mistaken, it's as if the 2 years that the good old Grand Priest left us have been listened to. No, Cognac replies. I don't recognize this energy either. It is nevertheless lower than yours, but the situation itself remains worrying. What would you like to do, he asks. What do you think, Quitella asks, laughing. We're talking about my universe here, and I forbid anyone to intervene in it, either with or without my authorization. Let's go, he says, getting serious all of a sudden, and the two head out for planet Rosemary. The absolute terror and destruction that's taken place on planet Rosemary in the meantime cannot be understated, as the civilians who refuse to kneel before Amaran have been devastated where they stand, and most lie on the ground lifeless as we return. Salaga and Dula, bored as they may look, have taken much joy in the terror they inflicted here today in the name of their lord Amaran. Amaran himself, however, sits atop a mountain of bodies of those who went against him, as he tells the remaining, "We didn't come here to destroy you today, only to tell you that the end of everything will soon begin. It's not too late for you to make the right choice," he tells them. "Don't be on the wrong team. You couldn't do anything against Salaga and Dula, them just using a piece of their power, so do you really think it's wise to oppose me? Furthermore, I myself am nothing compared to Lord Drommel." "Drommel? Who the hell is that?" the last remaining guy says. "Well, I won't bother explaining it to you," Amaran replies. "Think wisely. You hold your people's lives, and who knows, you may have a chance to meet him if you joined us." The lone Universe 4 warrior refuses to give in, however, telling them to go ahead, keep acting so full of themselves. "You have no idea what we're capable of," he begins, but Dula raises a hand and the breath instantly leaves his body. Dula suffocates the lone warrior, however, this is when Quatela comes within range of Amaran being able to sense him, so they hastily take their leave, knowing that they aren't quite ready for this battle yet. Moments later, Quatela is heard standing above the warrior whom we now know as Ganos, demanding to know what happened here. "I don't have anything left," Ganos says. "Forgive us for being late," Cognac says, "but the damage has already been done here." Quatela and Cognac are still both hot on the trails of this energy, however, as Quatela mentions that they seem to be slightly ahead of them. "Do you think we can get to their destination before them?" he asks. "It won't be easy," Cognac replies, "since they are also in a cube. Seeing the direction they're going, though, it seems that they're headed for a specific portal. And to think we were hoping for mortals to help us in the war," Quatela says, disappointed as he looks over the carnage. "Most of you won't ever be on point." "Right," Cognac agrees, "and for those of you who have the strength required, we'll need them to not mentally break after such encounters. Cognac, clean up this planet a bit so that it looks a bit more like something, and the few remaining inhabitants forget everything that just happened here. Let's not cause panic unnecessarily. And we'll be taking these three with us," he goes on, to the shock of Cognac. "It's not like you to act in the interest of mortals, Sir Quatela," he replies, but he obliges his request. Over on the outskirts of Universe 4, Amaran and the others have finally made it to the first portal. "So this is what one of those special portals looks like," Salaga says, "and on the other side is Universe 10. After that, there will only be 2 more portals left to use. One to go to Universe 6, and there, another to get to the palace." They fly through the portal and come out on the other side near planet Argon in Universe 10 before descending. 5 months have now passed since the events that took place between Kansei and the Grand Priest, and all 12 universes are continuing to train and prepare as hard as they can for the coming war, in order to defend the legacy of precious generations in the best way possible and the destiny of future generations to come. Over in Universe 11, the Pride Troopers are back on a mission, as Jiren mentions Gohan being on a planet called Grill for quite some time now. And it was only a few hours ago that he gave his first sign of life by asking us to join him. He absolutely wanted you to come specifically, Jiren. "It was unconscious to let him go there alone," Jiren says. "I know," Casserole replies, "but we had no choice. All members of the Pride Troopers are mobilized throughout the universe to stop wars or terrorist organizations. Gohan himself offered to go solo." When they do finally arrive on planet Grill, Gohan looks completely different, to the point where even Dispo says that, wow, in just 5 months, he's almost unrecognizable. "Did you seriously think it would have come to this when he first came to meet us?" he asked Jiren. "The only reason I agreed to give him a test was to pay off our debt to Universe 7, Jiren replies. "But today, I'm happy that he's one of my brothers." "Planet Grill is now cleaned up as you asked me to do, General Casserole," Gohan says. "Indeed," he replies. "I didn't think you would stop an army in only 3 days, but you know as well as I do that it wasn't useful to let them all live, right?" he asks. Gohan remained silent. It was a wanted organization for several months now. Its members are each responsible for many deaths and accidents. This kind of guest does not deserve to be spared, Gohan. I understand your point of view, Gohan replies, and I'm sorry I didn't accomplish my mission as you would have liked, but if the Earth has taught me anything, it's that our enemies of today can change and become our greatest allies in time. Be careful to not get too lost in your gummy bear world, my friend, Castro replies, but thank you nonetheless. As Castro begins talking on the radio to more troopers, Jiren instead wants to know why Gohan requested for him to come here as well. Gohan tells him that because of Jiren's help in particular, he's gradually reaching his goal. 4 months prior at a party, post-celebrating Gohan's recruitment, we see Gohan asking Velma how he's able to be there with him and when he came to after seeing what had happened to him during the Topo transfer. Castro tells him that he woke up during Gohan's interrogation mission as Velma scoffs that of course Goku's son would join the Pride Troopers one day. Well, to be frank, Gohan replies, it wasn't in my mind to come all the way here and I would have continued studying if things hadn't reached this point. Since your arrival here, a question has been on my mind, Topo interrupts. Why didn't you stay and train with your people? This dear Vegeta could have brought you perhaps much more than any of us. Well, Gohan goes on after a momentary silence, I in fact started to be interested with your universe during the Tournament of Power and especially in your Kaioshin. This is when Velma, of course, gets very defensive, demanding to know just what his interest is in K. Interestingly enough, however, Gohan goes on to explain to them how the Kais have had an explicit hand in his progress that he's achieved to this day. My potential was awakened by the old Kaioshin of our universe many years ago, he goes on. So somehow I get my power today indirectly from the Kaioshin, and when I came out with Dispo from the fighting surface, I later asked Shin who K really was because I can't really explain it, but it's as if the Kaioshins are somehow connected to me since I was in their world. I feel their energies and their potential. This is when Margarita speaks up, however, telling them that the world of the Kaioshins is a place like no other, and few mortals have ever stepped foot in it. She then pulls out her staff and conjures the moments where Gohan was being trained in the Supreme Kai's realm, confirming his story. You officially wore the Kaioshin outfit and the Pataras, she goes on. Kibito made you a Kaioshin apprentice at that time. This should give you some answers on many points. Exactly what did your Kaioshin tell you about K, Jiren asks. Well, Gohan begins, he explained to me that the Kaioshins first appear as golden fruits, but that out of all of the fruits that existed throughout the universes intended on becoming Kais, K was a fruit 2 or 3 times larger than all of the others. This would also explain why K has such intense ki compared to the other fruits. In any case, K is nothing like the other creator gods that I know. Am I wrong, he asks? He knows what he's talking about, Velma thinks to himself. What could he have in mind? Indeed, he possesses powers that his colleagues will never possess in their lifetimes, Velma answers. Come on, give birth, what are you thinking? For some reason, Gohan continues, when I awaken my potential, I have this weird discomfort in my belly as if something is only partially unlocked. Why would you never talk about it with the Kaioshin of your own universe then, Jiren asks. Well, at the time, when my potential was first awakened, time was against us and I had to act right away, Gohan says. The old Kaioshin did make me much more powerful anyway than I would have ever been on my own. So in summary, Margarita says, you're going to ask K to complete your awakening because you feel that you're not using your full potential and that he would be the best person to help you do so. Is that it? Well, yes, I know it's probably absurd, he begins, but Margarita silences him and beams him with her staff. Indeed, she continues, I feel that it is sleeping in you. The steps seem to have been done, but not in the right order. What do you mean, Gohan asks. When a Kaioshin awakens potential, Margarita says to him, there are several steps that need to be followed in a precise order, and this requires extreme concentration. Not all Kaioshin can awaken potential. In fact, only a handful can. Perhaps he wasn't rigorous enough. Anyway, she continues, it must be the logical consequence of trusting a perverse Kaioshin who moreover has assimilated an unreliable witch. From what I can see in you, your potential is far from being even half awakened, she says, to the shock of us all. Moreover, you seem to have a link with several beings. A Saiyan father, an earthling mother, potential released by a Namekian, and a second time by a god of creation. The conditions are met for your total awakening to be a success. I have no doubt anymore, Gohan replies. I have to reach my true limits to protect everyone, and I really need you all. Many thanks, Gohan says, bowing to them, as Dispo says no need to be so formal. They were skeptical of him at first, but he's a pride trooper now, so there's no question of that between them. Back in the present day, Gohan has completed his mission for the pride troopers on this planet, but there's still one thing left for him to do. Jiren, he calls out, I wanted to ask a service of you. Ever since my childhood, as far back as I can remember, not a single enemy has ever faced and fought my father the way you did in the Tournament of Power. Even during your fight with Frieza in 17, you kept improving and being better in all aspects. There's no doubt, you are extraordinary. Jiren is speechless as he can only look at Gohan and think to himself, in addition to his innate abilities and ease for fight I feel from him, this look and this aura are so different from his father's. Fight me with all your power, Jiren, Gohan asks of him, as he begins to transform and his aura changes. As we wait for K, I'll knock at my limits starting now, he roars, as chapter 12 of Dragon Ball Kakumei comes to an end. Around assessing the reaction to his words, he will remind them that he has to look for his limits. That's all that matters to him in this fight. Protect this planet and its inhabitants, Toppo tells Makurita, as there's no reason to think Jiren would turn down this fight. Right, she replies. Gohan hovers in the sky as Jiren provokes him to make his move, and Gohan charges in for the first attack, but he would miss his punch with Jiren dodging. Gohan then whips out a galactic donut surprisingly, but before he has a chance to release it, Jiren mushes him in the face with such force that the galactic donut is still where he left it above his head. He would ricochet and combo Gohan all over the corners of the battlefield, sending his body all over the place until finally his face would come into perfect position for a thunderous punch once more on his head this time. The sheer might of Jiren's power is enough to crumple Gohan, and that previous blow collapses him as he writhes in pain. Jiren kneels beside him before picking the nearly unconscious Gohan up by the hair. I'm completely stunned, Gohan thinks to himself. I can't move. But before he can even utter the thought, another crushing blow hinders his every sense. And another until Jiren finally plants Gohan firmly in the ground with a dive kick. Gohan's body bounces off the ground as if it was made of rubber. Surprisingly enough though, Gohan is still able to get to his feet as everyone looks on in shock. He still has more fight left in him. Gohan goes to take another punch, this time an uppercut, but Jiren easily maneuvers around it and clocks Gohan in the face once more. Somehow though, Gohan isn't seeming to take as much damage as these blows might make it look. He charges up a Kamehameha next and launches a massive beam at Jiren. This guy Jiren though completely ignores one of Gohan's strongest attacks and delivers an uppercut that almost decapitates the Saiyan. Gohan would slam into the top of the barrier enclosing them, continuing to take unbelievable punishment. With each time he's brought to his knees, however, he keeps getting back up, and this starts to remind Jiren of a young determined boy he once knew. In the past, many years ago, a young Jiren would be put through strenuous tests by his master, being put on his backside over and over again, but refusing to give up. Fighting to get stronger isn't enough, his master says. You have to hold on to everything you have to win your fights. What are you talking about, a young Jiren says. I've nothing left to lose. My only family is you, Master Gishin. Jiren charges in again, determined to continue their training, but Gishin delivers a vicious backhand. You have to fight for your values and those you love, no matter how many there are, Gishin roars at him. Because the day you really don't have anything, the day you don't fight for anyone, is the day the flame that burns inside you is extinguished. You shouldn't wait until your loved ones are about to die or in danger to fight on their behalf, he continues. You must be strong for them when the time comes. This would touch Jiren in a way that, to this day, he still remembers this quote. Why do you keep getting up, son Gohan? Jiren asked him in the present day. Because I can still do it, Gohan roars at him. Jiren would then power up even more, prepared to test Gohan with the full brunt of his power, but Gohan doesn't back down. This is when Gohan will get into a stance I've yet to see from him as he gathers massive amounts of energy. Unfortunately, an attack this slow doesn't pass Jiren's test as he appears right in front of Gohan and sends him spiraling with another blow before appearing above him and crushing him again. Gohan would bounce off the ground violently again, but this next attack would be brutal. Jiren's fear-inducing power would prove to be as mighty as it is intimidating as he simply walks through Gohan, but the amount of damage done in that single second would paralyze him where he stands. Wake up, he says, as he turns back around to Gohan, who's still coughing up blood. This is when Jiren would go on to say to him that the day an opposing god of destruction confronts you with the intention of reducing you and your friends to nothing, are you really sure that your little speech will spare you? Gohan, completely powered down now, struggles to regain any sense of the word balance. When he opens his eyes and looks to his right, he sees the group of terrorists that he failed to deal with properly returning and about to attack the Pride Troopers. We have to help them, Gohan struggles to say, but Jiren tells him no and says to trust in his teammates. You can't do anything in your condition anyway. Lord Topo, Makurita begins. Why don't you do something for your companions? No, Topo says. Look closely. Dispo and Casserole are pretending to be in a difficult spot. Of course, she says. I'll ask you one last time, Gohan, Jiren continues. Why do you keep getting up? At first, Gohan seems to not know how to respond to this, but when he remembers all of his friends, family, loved ones, the answer couldn't be more clear. Jiren begins preparing an absolutely diabolical attack now that even Kasura has to turn his attention to and tell Jiren not to go too far here. But the beaming light stemming from his fist would signal otherwise. I think it's time, he declares. This form of his, full power the end, would look to eliminate Gohan with this one final blow as he stands in the wake of unstoppable power right now. Gohan would learn from this encounter, however, and for the first time this battle, he's able to dodge one of Jiren's most lethal attacks. Gohan would duck under and then attempt to return a blow of his own. With everything he's learned and everything he has left, Gohan would throw his final punch at Jiren, only to have it easily dodged once again. But something was different this time around. Gohan would succumb to a light-speed counterattack by Jiren, who would also dodge the blow, but this time he would at least leave a scratch on his opponent. Gohan would finally collapse as Dispo and Kasuro easily finish up with their engagement as well, and even though he may lie unconscious on the ground defeated, Gohan has made Jiren and the Pride Troopers proud this day. And although the power levels and experience throughout the multiverse vary dramatically, as we saw here today, in Topo's own words, 2 years of preparation for gods who have been training for millions of years is by far too short. As we return to the galactic pillage by God of Destruction Amaran, Salaga, and Dula, as we saw previously, they continue to eliminate aggressive resistance as they make their way through the multiverse to the Grand Priest's palace. Amaran's chain attack, however, proves to be fatal to the old warrior he's battling in Universe 10 as he quickly takes him out with a single flurry of attacks. It seems there is more to this battle, however, as Amaran tells Dula to break this silly illusion they're in. Oh, I see, Dula says as he follows orders and the spell begins to disappear, revealing a ship around them. Behind a pillar, a young woman who seems to be the captain of this ship is hiding, and this dude Amaran just apparently does not care. Hands rated E for everyone, I guess, when it comes to him. Looks like they used magic here too and tried to trap us in a spaceship with an illusion, Salaga explains. Let's get back on the road, Amaran says as they take their leave. They continue their travels through Universe 10 as Salaga mentions that it seems these beings knew they were coming and were already taking the lead. We should expect the same in Universe 6, he finishes, indicating that this seems to be their next stop. Hundreds of millennia have passed since we were wiped out, so don't imagine that Universe 6 is at the same stage as it was then. Do not let your guard down, Amaran commands. This is when they finally arrive at the portal to the next universe, the final stretch before reaching the Grand Priest Palace, as Dula comments. Over on planet Sadala, we can see Kaba and Caulifla sparring together in their Super Saiyan 2 forms, with Vegeta barking at his pupil to wisen up. The battle between these two Universe 6 Saiyans is as intense as we would expect it to be, with Kaba even showing a little bit of finesse here, swinging a ki blast around Caulifla and using it to create an opening to land a devastating blow. Kaba is showing amazing progress in my opinion, and it feels like his determination to live up to Vegeta and the King's expectations drive him to never give up. With his mentor in his corner cheering him on, Kaba would land another crushing kick on Caulifla, splitting the ground beneath them and creating a devastating wheel-like ki attack that heads straight for her. With no time to think or dodge, Caulifla pulls a Goku and just kind of headbutts Kaba's attack, attempting to slow it down some. She charges a massive load of ki in both of her hands and is finally able to get a grip on the attack, but Kaba's surprises don't stop there. His attack causes a massive explosion, knocking her out, as Kaba boasts about finally beating her, as we take a look at the score of 1-18 in the back now. He also comments about creating that last technique we just witnessed, dubbing it his own signature move. Caulifla finally gets back to her feet after being toasted by that attack, honestly, and even she has to give it up to Kaba. That was one hell of an attack, she tells him with a huge smile and thumbs up. Come on, you've all made excellent progress in your individual training. Now, it's time to take it to the next level, Vegeta tells them. Next level? What do you mean by that, Kaba asks. But at this very moment, something strikes Vegeta to his core and puts him on the highest of alerts. He immediately looks up to the sky towards the monstrous ki coming their way, with Amaran, Salaga, and Dula taking notice of his ki as well. Vegeta immediately moves into action and heads to confront the threat, deeming this ki equivalent to that of a god of destruction. All of a sudden, he stops in his tracks as there is a guarantee that they felt his ki by now as well, so he turns around and warns Kaba. On board Amaran's cube, Salaga confirms that Amaran's estimation of Universe 6 being home to abnormally strong warriors seems to be true, as a number of massive energies are down on the planet in front of them. Let's go to the other side, Amaran says, as they slightly change course. Kaba, Vegeta screams, go immediately and warn King Sadala to shelter all civilians, then bring him back here ASAP. Kaba begins to ask questions, but Vegeta commands him to not argue and do what he says immediately. Kaba takes off, and then Vegeta turns to Broly, warning him to prepare for whatever is headed their way. The same goes for you, he says to Kel and Caulifla. Follow me. Kaba enters the palace at full speed, bolting towards the king's quarters, and urges the guards that he needs to speak to King Sadala immediately. Come on, what's going on, Captain Kaba? King Sadala says as he slowly steps out of his room. I have no idea what's going on, Kaba begins, but Mr. Vegeta sent me to tell you that you must order the special forces to announce an immediate curfew and that you must join the training camp as soon as possible. Please, he finishes with a bow. King Sadala puts a comforting hand on Kaba's shoulder, calming him down and thanking him for his service and loyalty. Well, you heard that, the king says to the guards as they hop into action as well. Let's go. Outside and all over planet Sadala, the special forces are sent out, and on simultaneous command, we see them using their ki to project what looks to be a barrier around planet Sadala to try to keep this unwanted visitor out. This war started much earlier than expected, didn't it? King Sadala says as he, Kaba, and the guards arrive at the training camp. Well, I've clearly no idea if this is the war that's starting or not, Vegeta replies, but in any case, these guys didn't come to greet us politely. Go and join the others and motivate them by helping them, he says to the king. I trust you. It's at this moment, however, that their unwanted visitors are within sight of them and vice versa. Oh, Dula comments. Seems like they're waiting for us once again. What an honor. A magic barrier, Salaga questions after he sees the force field, and Dula says he'll take care of it. Amaran, however, tells them that he won't get anywhere with his magic because it's a key barrier, so he'll take care of it himself. Amaran would exit the cube and unleash a devastating blast upon the planet that single-handedly wears down on the Special Forces shield. King Sadala himself is here with his men, however, and encourages them to not give up and maintain their positions. Maybe I should go join them, Broly asks, but Vegeta tells him to stay near because he's gonna need him. It's best not to take any chances with these guys. These guys are way more interesting than those of previous universes, right Salaga? Dula says as they look on amused at the fight the Saiyans are putting up. Certainly, Salaga replies, but they nevertheless face an apparent limit. Their plan is counterproductive. As they see Vegeta, however, Salaga says that this one knows what kind of opponent he's facing already, and should rather worry about what's coming next. This is when Amaran, as Vegeta expected, will release the energy of destruction upon the Saiyans, declaring a devastating Hakai that would simply erase their attempts at protection. That's exactly what I thought, Vegeta says through gritted teeth, wary of this being a vengeful god of destruction. The Saiyans are still doing their best to keep the barrier up as much as possible, but the entrance made by Amaran is more than large enough for them to enter onto the planet. With a thunderous landing, the god of destruction of Universe 14 arrives on planet Sadala before Vegeta, Broly, and the King. As the smoke clears, Vegeta goes to greet their new guests who've made quite an impression on planet Sadala thus far. This next panel shows us all we need to know, as even the admirals are here to back up Vegeta and Broly against a threat that may very well take everything they all have against the god of destruction. To what do we owe your divine coming? Vegeta asks. Amaran completely ignores him, however, just taking note that he is incredibly strong. You're not from here, he goes on, and you've been trained by an angel. Whis, he says. This shocks Vegeta to his core, as how would this guy know that? Who are you, he asks. Amaran continues, saying that Vegeta has undergone angelic training, but his power doesn't seem like it. Oh, I see, he continues. You can change your power level. He completely ignores you, Broly comments, which of course we can all kind of see that by now. This is just some weird analysis at this point. You're a Saiyan, like the majority of the inhabitants of this planet. Your average power is relatively correct, which is rare. Vegeta is definitely beginning to get agitated though, and threatens the god of destruction. Now, don't say things you might regret, Vegeta, he finishes, and this is when the battle would finally begin, as Amaran draws his chain, wrapping it around one of Vegeta's ankles and swinging him. He snatches Vegeta towards himself and catches him with a crushing gut punch. This sends Vegeta soaring into the sky, with Amaran hot on his trail again. Broly tries to go and help Vegeta, but he's cut off by Salaga and Dula, who don't let him go a step further. As soon as they pose a threat to him, Broly begins to power up immediately, releasing ungodly amounts of ki. Amaran flies at Vegeta in the sky for a follow-up attack, but Vegeta has just enough time to transform into Super Saiyan Blue and is able to grab Amaran's arm and send him back towards the ground. Vegeta launches a barrage of ki blasts down at Amaran, but he easily deflects them all with his sickle, which Vegeta does take note of. He tries to pull up on the god of destruction for a more close-range fight, but Vegeta is almost stopped in his tracks by the almost illusionary speed of Amaran. He's able to block all attacks from all angles, and eventually Vegeta angrily grabs a hold of Amaran's mask. This is the last time I'm gonna ask you, he roars. But it's at this moment that Broly is also releasing a devastating blow as well. But Dula's magic is gonna strike once more, as we see him snap his finger, and then somewhat of a portal will appear at Broly's target. Who the hell are you? Vegeta roars as he prepares to rip off Amaran's mask, but it would be at this moment that Broly's punch would enter the portal and exit, you guessed it, right across Vegeta's face thanks to Dula's trickery. Upon arrival at planet Sadala, we would see Vegeta barking at Cabba as he spars with Caulifla. At first glance, this just looks like it'd be a regular match, but with Vegeta watching, Cabba was sure to show us something. Now, both of these guys, Cabba and Caulifla that is, were in Super Saiyan 2 during this battle, as we can see, but there would be a jump soon.
Kaba's quick thinking and combat experience would show that he definitely knows the ropes of battle, as this move he pulls off reminds me of something Goku might have done in his past, as he manipulates a ki blast around the battlefield, all for distraction for the final blow, and he definitely caught Cauliflower off guard with this one. This is when Kaba does something very interesting and kind of unique though, and the entire reason I decided to make this follow-up video pretty much for him. So Kaba would pull out an entirely new technique as he spins and slams his feet into the ground, creating this enormous shockwave that just rips towards Cauliflower. Her initial reaction to this was pretty eye-opening, as Kaba had created an attack that she had no clue how to stop. I mean, at one point, with no way to dodge or stop this thing, she flings her head back and then headbutts it to try and stop it from seemingly just damn near sawing her in half, and it puts a pretty good scar on her forehead. The explosion soon afterwards would solidify Kaba as the victor, as this would KO Cauliflower, sending her back to her base form. Now, in the story of Dragon Ball Kakumei, we are in a time beyond that of the Tournament of Power, which holds a lot of significance and relevance to me in this battle, even if it is a short-lived match. In this match, we would see Kaba not only able to stop Cauliflower in her tracks, but he also even knocks her back to her base form, winning the battle, which I personally thought was extremely impressive. Now, of course, this is a fan manga, as we all know, and is in no way connected or canon to the original series, but I still find it really sick that Kaba is able to do this to someone with the experience that Cauliflower has, showing his true power deep down, and whether that power stems from himself or purely a want to make Vegeta and the King proud, Kaba is fighting for something, and as we know with Goku, the strength that comes behind that is almost endless. Now, when I say experience in regards to someone like Cauliflower, I think back to, of course, the Tournament of Power once again. The battle her and Kale had with Super Saiyan God Goku sticks out to me, of course, but there's also the fusion and everything that followed that. Kefla vs Ultra Instinct Goku was one of the most insane battles Dragon Ball has ever pulled off, and the experience from that beatdown definitely had to stick with both of the sisters after the tournament was over. Kaba, however, has never battled and doesn't have that experience against an Ultra Instinct Goku, so momentarily surpassing Cauliflower at this point is all thanks to his recent progression, it seems, and massively in thanks to Vegeta, of course. I think really, and I mean really soon in the Dragon Ball Kakumei story, we're going to be looking at a new, stronger Kaba and just the main Universe 6 Saiyans as a whole, including Broly, of course, with Vegeta there training them. However, with Amaran making contact on planet Sadala in the most recent chapter, Kaba and the rest are going to have to not only prove useful to Vegeta and Broly, but also stay alive long enough to even make it to the war. As far as his new technique though, the splitting kick, what do you guys think of it? I know their score is like something crazy like 18-1 between the two, but all Kaba needs is that one win and he's gonna reverse sweep like the Warriors, I'm sure. Honestly, hopefully Kaba and the others just won't stay Super Saiyan 2s for much longer, but with Vegeta there, it honestly does look like they're on the brink of something special. Maybe even something Vegeta himself has never seen before, but of course with Broly present as well, I would think almost anything is possible. Broly squarely landing a punch on Vegeta. Doula's well-placed portal would send a punch that was meant for him originally through the dimensions, and it would exit to the defense of Amaran, clocking Vegeta. Amaran would then release a technique that sends Vegeta soaring through the skies, reeling. Release Vegeta from your technique now, Broly roars, as the other Saiyans can only stand by, while Vegeta is overpowered by their new opponents. Surprising, Broly. Your past is out of the ordinary, Amaran says to him, and I congratulate you for gaining such strength in such a short amount of time. How can you know all of this, Broly says. However, Amaran would simply reply that it's because he subscribed to the channel long ago and was granted all-knowing wisdom, so you want to be all-knowing like this fella right here, then you know what must be done. It would escape Broly how this opponent has so much knowledge of them already, but his goal is the same, to defend his friends. Amaran, however, only wishes to battle Vegeta, so he orders Doula to take care of Broly and do not dare interfere in his affairs anymore. Doula would heed his request, and as Broly charges again, he opens a portal in front of him and it ejects him in front of Doula. Again, Broly says, being duped by these portals once more. This is when Vegeta would make a thunderous reappearance, however, with a searing rage that won't be tempered so easily. He's transformed, yes, but at this point he barely holds on as the damage from that last attack was so intense. Vegeta would declare, however, that if Amaran thinks that he'll be humiliated like that again, then he is barking up the wrong tree. He beckons Vegeta to come and the battle would begin, with Vegeta relishing the moment to put a god of destruction in their place. Amaran summons his chain whip and attacks Vegeta, who's able to grab hold of the chain and flies off, yanking Amaran in order to get the strongest slam of his life, and he absolutely pile drives the god into the ground. Vegeta delivers the very definition of a crushing blow to Amaran, but as we look closer, we can see that the god was able to avoid the attack just in time. He grabs Vegeta by the face and headbutts him with such force that sparks begin to fly from the center of his mask. He sends Vegeta into the air with a blow to the gut, telling him that this isn't how he's gonna get any damage done to a god. "Don't try to provoke me," Vegeta says. "I'm far past the age of such childishness." Amaran would disagree, however, already having full knowledge of Vegeta's pridefulness. He roars that no matter how much Amaran scans him, he'll never have access to who he truly is. "Perhaps we should try something else then," Amaran declares. "How might you react if I told you that one of my two sidekicks, Salaga, is already on his way to find your beloved Bulma?" The utter gall would shock Vegeta to the core, leaving him speechless. "No. Don't you dare play that game, you damn god of destruction," Vegeta says through gritted teeth after a momentary silence. He would power up again, but this time, Vegeta's true rage would burst through, and he would display a power that even Amaran deems worthy, saying, "Finally." But before he can even utter the praise for such a transformation, Vegeta's appeared in front of him and delivered a battle-leveraging blow. Vegeta would then go on a complete barrage, mercilessly comboing Amaran with punches and letting him know exactly who he's messed with now. I mean, to come all the way here and threaten his Saiyan brethren and even his wife is unforgivable. He would send Amaran into the ground, and then Vegeta actually charges a Gallic gun, taking it back to the DBZ days, but Amaran would easily counter this. He summons his chains again as they easily navigate the beam and then wrap around Vegeta's wrists, slicing him across the face in the process. This time, Amaran would be the one attempting to sling Vegeta around again, pulling him towards himself and returning that punch from earlier with full force. Vegeta pretty much just eats that up though, and when he turns around, he's gone into Super Saiyan Blue evolution, telling Amaran that he's honestly just grown sick of him at this point. Vegeta's power would continue to boil over and explode, but Amaran is enjoying this. A mortal with such power is unheard of. Vegeta would oblige his request to press on and dive directly into Amaran, taking a page out of Full Power Frieza's book and charges him across the landscape before crashing into a mountainside in the far distance. The struggle for dominance in this battle is unreal to say the least, as Amaran looks to have just absorbed all the force from this attack as well, but when he summons his chains again, Vegeta would shatter them this time and deliver an absolutely gut-wrenching blow to the top of Amaran's mask, nearly shattering it to pieces. "Mr. Vegeta, I feel powerless," Kaba thinks to himself, "and as strong as Broly is, the magic of this demon is wearing him down. He won't last forever. Your Majesty, with all due respect, we must intervene," he says as he approaches the king. "Vegeta gives everything to protect us, and to stand by and do nothing is unbearable." "We simply can't afford to lose any men before the war has even begun," King Sadala replies. "I completely understand that," Kaba says, "but it's Vegeta and Broly that will lose if we don't do something. As fighters who defended our universe during the tournament, I sincerely believe that Kel, Caulifla, and myself can be useful in this situation." The king would ponder this as we return to the battle and see that Broly has begun to get more serious as well. He's transformed into a Super Saiyan to combat Dula and proceeds to wail on this man probably even worse than he did to Frieza. I mean, this was a spectacle of like 8 straight panels until Broly just finally singes Dula with the mouth beam. Vegeta would then return to the skies as he overlooks the damage he'd done to Amaran. Unfortunately though, even after all of that, the god still stands and he looks extremely pleased. Amaran would burst into a maniacal laughter as joy showed in his eyes for the first time since we've been introduced to him. "Are you enjoying this?" Vegeta would rage on. "Just who the fuck are you?" "Call me Amaran," he replies. "I stand in for the God of Destruction of Universe 14. "And you think that gives you the right to come and mess with us instead?" Vegeta replies. But Amaran tells him that he's only making a diversion. "It certainly isn't every day that you meet a mortal who's been trained by his angel. I'm not disappointed. And I want more," he commands. At this point, Vegeta knows that this fight is going to take everything he has, possibly even his life, so he has but mere moments to make this next move and secure some sort of victory in this. He creates a massive solar flare-like flash, blinding Amaran and then flying off. When at a relatively safe distance, Vegeta would command Kaba, Kel, and Caulifla through what seems to be telepathy unless he was just really close to them, and tells them to go find the other guy who snuck past him and is headed towards Bulma. They are to do whatever it takes to get to her before he does and protect her. Amaran isn't gonna let Vegeta get far, so he's counting on them to help. "You two will probably have to take part in this fight," Vegeta finally says to King Sadala, who honestly wouldn't love anything more than to lay down his life for his comrades. But back on the battlefield, something is suddenly seriously wrong. Broly may have been definitively beating Dula before, but now he's knocked out cold, even though he's still standing up. Dula, on the other hand, is almost unrecognizable from before, and this is what I was talking about, like, not even Frieza looked this bad. He says that he had to put this big lump of a man to sleep to finally get rid of him. "Look at my condition, I am not okay," Dula says. This is when King Sadala would finally step forward, however, with the rest of the admirals saying, "How dare you?" Dula would continue to assault Broly while he's knocked out, as the other Saiyans just stand by shocked, appalled that he would attack a sleeping, defenseless warrior. Dula is shameless though, and we're gonna get into that very soon, but King Sadala's patience is wearing thinner by the second. The more Broly endures, the angrier King Sadala would get, as even the admirals begin to transform, unable to contain their own rage at this invasion as well. Dula asks them to just wait a few minutes so he can get some rest, but something immediately stuns King Sadala to his core as he looks as if he's seen a ghost. "Well, I could just put you to sleep now and you'll fall apart like that big pile of muscle," Dula comments, but an overwhelming presence behind him shakes him to the core as well. Broly has appeared behind Dula, seemingly still asleep but in impressive control of his body and strength, as he grabs Dula by the face, who is narrowly able to escape the grasp. Dula knows immediately, however, that he has to get away from Broly as soon as possible. From his perspective, there is no beating this guy. It's certain death if he tries to fight Broly alone, but all of a sudden, Dula is frozen in his tracks. "What has that gorilla done to me now?" he asks. "I can't move." This is when we begin to see the fruits of Broly's training, as he shows that he's adapted Goku's God binding technique, restricting Dula's movement and leaving him frozen and vulnerable on the battlefield. At this moment, however, Amaran would speak telepathically to Dula, asking just what he's playing at right now, like what's the holdup. "I'm really sorry," Dula says, "but this green-clothed Saiyan is far from being like the others. I'm running out of ideas against him." "Broly," Amaran would say as he looked into the depths of his knowledge for a weakness for such a being, and he would find it. Broly would charge forth once more to certainly finish off the near-expired Dula, but when he does, this would create the opening Dula needed to create another portal. He would reach his arms through the portals, but who he retrieves on the other side would stun the battlefield and freeze everyone in their tracks. Dula has gone from ugly to just plain scum, as he snatches both Chile and Limo onto the battlefield by their necks through the portals. Now, of course, Broly's entire demeanor would change after seeing this, pleading that he'll do whatever he wants as long as he just puts those two down. Dula explains that things are just too far gone at this point. I mean, look at his face. Does it look like he's trying to negotiate or be a good Samaritan right now? "Don't worry, Broly, we're as tough as nails," Chile assures him. "Plus, he's not gonna do anything to us, we're his hostages. He needs us." "Isn't that right, Demon?" Chile prods, but I don't think Chile just heard what Dula said. He doesn't want or need hostages. He tosses Limo to the ground, and then next, he stabs Chile through the torso with a keyblade, goring her with his hand. The battlefield would freeze before simultaneous panic ensues from everyone. King Sadala, the Universe 6 Saiyans, Broly, even Vegeta. No one could protect Chile, an innocent being, from these intruders that they were training so hard to defeat in the first place. They failed her. However, Broly has been pushed off the deep end with this one. And this is a point of no return that, unfortunately, due to the circumstances, I feel that Dula, Salaga, and even Amaran will soon regret in only a matter of pages. Dragon Ball Kakumei's previous chapter would leave the fighters across planet Sadala in shambles. I'm talking Vegeta, Kale, Caulifla, Kaba, and King Sadala. None of them could have imagined that the very first one to be executed would be an innocent bystander in Chile, and in such a brutal way. Right in front of Broly, who at that very moment exploded into a tirade that his aura alone sent ripples throughout Universe 6. And right when it looked like Broly was about to eclipse unrivaled Saiyan power, we get smacked with that cliffhanger. But now, right now at the top of the screen and below in the comments will be the entire Dragon Ball Kakumei story up until this video, of course, so be sure to go watch that to catch up. Be sure to go support and follow all of the creators of the Dragon Ball Kakumei fan manga, which will be linked down below in the description box, because trust me guys, as you can see, they put in a ton of work on this thing. This month, however, in chapter 16, we would find ourselves in a place that we haven't seen in months, actually. Let me introduce you all to Dragon Ball Kakumei. It's now been 5 months since Majin Buu was trapped in the Demon Realm, and around 6 since the Grand Priest froze Universe 0, as we see Majin Buu standing atop a mountain of snacks and candy. Unaware of how to get back into Universe 7 himself, he has a good time and just kinda stuffs his face with all of the food around him. This place is heaven, he bursts out saying. All of a sudden, however, this is when he notices the little robot that ported him here in the first place after the malfunction back in the surface world. It's the little thing that brought me here, Buu says as he approaches the robot, but I still don't know what it is. And where's Mr. Satan, he says with a distraught look on his face. Seems as if it's finally safe to approach you, Majin Buu, a voice says as we can see someone walking towards Buu from his 6 o'clock. When he turns around, we see a tall, slender man who very obviously resembles a demon, one who's only so scarcely evaded the wrath of a hungry Majin Buu these past couple of months. And how did this guy make it through a whole season of surviving Majin Buu? Well, he tapped in and left a like on the video, you guys already know. Who are you? You don't look like the others that I turned into candy, Majin Buu says. Archduke, the man replies, but Triguna will be more than enough for you, Majin Buu. I don't understand, Buu replies sharply, but I sense malice in you just like the others, and Mr. Satan told me to deal with all of those who seem malicious. So turn into nougat, he shrieks, as he begins to fire his candy beam at Triguna. Wait, he pleads as Buu stops and Triguna continues to approach. You're in the demon realm and I am one, of course, so it's agreed that malevolence is leaking from my aura, but you're a demon too, yet you have a good heart, don't you, he asks. That's right, Buu replies. Buu has a good heart. What do you want from me then, he asks. Triguna replies that for 5 whole months, primary demons have been trying to approach Majin Buu calmly, and Buu has just been unleashing his candy beam on them left and right to feed himself. But you seem to have transformed all of the demons in the area, if not more, he continues, so our sovereign asked me to fetch you directly, and here I am. Okay, Buu nods. You know what this is, he asks as he shows him the robot. Triguna would respond, well, I'm not a scientist, but we have a lot of people who can probably figure out the secrets of this technology. I came here with it, and I think Mr. Satan is worried, Buu tells him, so Triguna begins leading him deeper into the realm to meet their ruler. Over in Universe 6, the aftermath of a shameful mauling is underway. In a distant dwelling, we can see Hit, who seems to have brought someone else to this planet with him. Wide awake, Hit asks. This is what it costs you to have the audacity to take on someone stronger than you, Frost. I just didn't expect that, Frost replies, who we see in a rejuvenation mask and looking extremely humbled. I've been reduced to this state now. You naturally returned to your restricted form, probably to save yourself, and remained in a coma for 5 months. I might as well tell you that this is the last time I want to deal with you, he concludes. You brought me back here while I was being sought, Frost responds, though. You could have taken me to Sadala's Special Forces or turned me over to the Galactic Patrol, and you didn't. What a surprise. A reason, perhaps, he nudges? Do you know where we are, Frost? Hit asks. Frost would look around frantically, zipping all over the place in his little pod until finally, he realizes where Hit has brought him, and his jaw drops. Hit has brought him to none other than Planet Frost 586. Curse you, he trembles. I won't hand you over to anyone, Hit tells him, because no one has hired me to do so. I don't consider myself to be worth more than you in terms of what I've done so far, so I'm not going to hand you over to the authorities. However, you left this planet abandoned after organizing piracy scenes on its entire surface. You then made its inhabitants believe that you had saved them from their enemies who, in reality, were your own accomplices. You left the inhabitants of this planet in total misery after you realized that it wasn't worth a damn, and now they know you're here. They're just waiting for you to wake up and make you pay for everything you've done to them. Frost is stunned, and he's absolutely not in the shape to take on an entire civilization. He frantically tries to shoot Hit with a finger beam, but Hit appears behind him in the blink of an eye with such swiftness, resting both hands on Frost's shoulders calmly. You're not the only one who's consumed by a need for revenge. Do you feel that yours is more legitimate than theirs, he asks. I've already shown you that I'm stronger than you. Now, you have to show me that your speech is worthwhile. Then I'll think about it, Hit tells him. This is when Frost would remember his own words from before, when he said, I know how it feels to be forced into a mold, which is why my kind is so persistent. I'm telling you all this because it almost sounds like you don't like your job, or even your life perhaps. All of a sudden, this is when Hit vanishes, leaving Frost to ponder his next move. And what am I supposed to do? Frost begins to rage. They know I'm on their planet, fine, but do they know where I am exactly? I don't care. I'll make them all kneel before me and I'll destroy their miserable little planet as a thank you. Yeah, that's it, but by doing so, I do risk attracting the attention of the galactic authorities, and from what Hit told me, if I'm going to be getting my revenge, I have to prove to him that I can follow through on my convictions. Well, I guess I should at least get out of this place first, he says. As we cut back to our demon realm in Universe 7 momentarily, we can see Majin Buu flying with Triguna. It is an honor to be in the company of the great Majin Buu, he tells him. To see you, during these months, crush the primary species throwing themselves at you without letting the slightest trace of fatigue show was impressive. Yeah, Buu sleeps for a few seconds and is recharged for a long time, Buu replies. A few seconds? My. We soon arrive at our Sovereign's Tower, Triguna declares. Buu asks if Sovereign is something that can be eaten, to which of course Triguna tells him no. Their Lord Sovereign is the ruler of the Demon Kingdom. Oh, okay. Too bad, Buu replies. Superior to the primary race of this world, of course, Triguna begins, which are both Indian and artificial beings. We nobles of the demon realm come from the same fruit trees as the Supreme Kais. I think you've dealt with them before. Majin Buu does have his own storied history with the Supreme Kais, of course. When we emerge, we are destined to become either Kais or Supreme Kais, but it would seem that our existences as demons is related to the overall standard of living in the universe in which we're born. The more the imbalance between creation and destruction increases, the more likely it is that fruits will become corrupted, giving the rise to demon Kais. I myself was born from one of these corrupted fruits, just like Deborah, the former king of demons whom you killed. Here we are, he declares as they finally arrive at the tower. Triguna says that their sovereign is at the top of this tower, but he wants Buu to go upstairs and confront their fighters before they meet. Buu would ponder this momentarily and then ask, so if I beat them and I meet Sovereign, you'll make sure it's fixed, he says as he presents the robot again. I will order all scientists in this kingdom to look into this matter, Triguna responds, so Buu agrees. Now, Buu wastes no time as he suddenly just releases a powerful blast that completely swarms the inside of the tower from the ground up, surely destroying anything and everyone inside.
Draguna's jaw hits the floor as he asks Boo, did he seriously have to destroy everything? Our most important fighters are now all dead. Yeah, but why doesn't this thing fall, Boo asks, as the tower still weirdly stands although crumbled to pieces from his attack. Draguna tells him that, well, gravity doesn't always have a say in this world, as Boo then flies to the top of the tower and finds his own way inside. Boo would look around but doesn't necessarily see anyone of interest around, so he continues walking. What a joyous event to see you here today, a deep voice echoes from the chambers around him. Good evening, Majin Buu. Oh, hey, is that you, Sovereign? Boo asks, completely unafraid of this ghostly silhouette emerging from the shadows. This is when a tiny dwarf man would finally come into the light, and he introduces himself as a man named Higatus. I am indeed the absolute ruler of this place, otherwise known as the Demon Supreme Kai. Wait, but I know you, Boo says as he points at the small man. I know, you were Bibbidi, I think. I don't know anymore. Very impressive, Higatus responds. I did indeed have connections with the wizard Bibbidi several million years ago. So he was your friend, Boo asks, beginning to get upset. Certainly not. Bibbidi was a selfish wizard seeking control over the entire world. He simply realized that there was some sort of unhealthy singularity in the depths of the universe. The embodiment of evil that seemed to take shape, but you were at that moment, it would seem, only a concept that fed on all of the bad energy around. My mission was to get you back and bring you here, while he would bring to life the concept that you were. It all happened exactly as he had planned, and once you'd come to life, you, Majin Buu, who, by the way, doesn't look at all like what I observed at that time, you exploded with rage and destroyed like 80% of this place, so Bibbidi took that opportunity to leave with you. And as if that wasn't enough, it was his alter ego Bobbidi who had the nerve to come back here and force corruption upon Deborah. So no, believe me or not, Bibbidi was anything but a friend to me. As Higatus finishes his speech, he notices that Boo wasn't really paying all that much attention to him anyway, as he still has some snacks to eat. Draguna would kneel before Higatus, apologizing for Majin Buu's behavior, for lack of better words. This is when he turns again to Majin Buu and says, look, what I'm getting at is that now that you're here and with the war on the horizon, I want you to be our hound, our ultimate weapon. So what do you say, big guy? He asks. Boo would rise back up to his feet again and then produce the robot once more to them, saying that if they fix this so he can talk to Hercule, then he has no problem helping them. Draguna would take the robot down to the labs as Higatus tells Boo that he even once knew the progenitor of these angels who sit atop everything, the mother of the angels, Kansei. And he's about 100% sure that she'll want to enlist them and all of the other demon realms of the universes, so they'd like his help to have a consistent defense in case. Again, Boo, you looked much more dangerous than your past form, but I think I know just what to exploit in you to enable you to become even stronger, he finishes. I think you're aware of your special ability, correct? The absorption technique. Back on planet Frost, we hop right on over to Universe 6 again as we see Frost trying to escape his accountability. He would come across his first inhabitant of the planet up close as he tries to make a run for it, and funnily enough, the guy weirdly resembles Hit, which kinda scares him, and me too. Hit would sit upon a cliffside somewhere in the distance, observing to see just what Frost is gonna choose. This is when he's approached by someone else who appears behind him saying, so, here he is at last. And you're sure this guy is capable of doing anything, she asks? Hit responds that no one can ever be sure of anything, but I'm pretty relaxed about it. Hit, we called on you because we're more or less certain that your reputation precedes you, but to bring in this man who has done us so much harm, I don't see how he can save us. We're talking about a solar flare so powerful that it will reduce all of us to ashes in a few seconds, she finishes, to which Hit just tells her to have faith. Screw it, Frost says to himself. I just gotta get out of here and head straight for space. If that stupid Hitman won't teach me anything, then I guess I'll just take revenge on my own. Too bad.
Frost would launch himself into the sky as he heads for the planet's outer atmosphere, but all of a sudden, a hidden jab pierces him in the torso. In the distance, we can see that Hit has fired a warning shot at Frost, letting him know that he's still watching. "I warned you, Frost," he declares. "I only aimed at your kidney. Next time, it'll be your heart. I see you. I'll follow you. No matter what you try to do to get away, I will stop you. Understand?" "Scum," Frost utters. "This man looked like you. Where the hell am I?" All of a sudden, every soul in existence would freeze. A blood-curdling roar so thunderous echoes through the cosmos that both Frost and Hit are frozen to the bone from the intensity. This is so terrifyingly beautiful. So much emotion in one scene. A monstrous wave of energy could be seen traveling through the whole of Universe 6, and it is absolutely no secret where or who this originates from. No creature in this entire universe, when touched by such energy, escapes the all-consuming fear that plunges them into an abyss of unfathomable anguish. And in the blink of an eye, in the next panel, Broly's soul is damn near leaving his body with the amount of rage pouring, just erupting out of him. And wow, I just really gotta take a minute and just say great job to Poison Labo, bro. Your art is otherworldly. Over on planet Sadala, the rage of a Saiyan echoes with a deafening roar to the heart of every single life form, even light years away from that single spot, as something unequivocally dangerous has already spawned before the war has even begun. "That's it, keep going," a badly beaten up Doula would exclaim as Broly's anger seems to literally burst from his skin. I've never seen anything like this before. I mean, Broly has completely lost all sense of self or surrounding, it looks like, as his aura alone radiates this half of the galaxy. Dragon Ball Kakumei is back with chapter 17 much sooner than usual, guys, and according to Rinko himself, the series is now going to release twice a month instead of once, so be sure to sub here to never miss an episode and follow all of the creators. Links will be down below in the description box. Broly's rage would continue to consume him. His body looks like it can barely contain his ever-rising power. The Saiyan who had gone mad pushes shrill and immeasurable cries, and with the simple force of his voice, the scream of Broly crosses the space at a dizzying speed and strikes all of the stars on its way, even the most distant star. Its planet system goes out in a supernova, all stemming from one's pure emotions, manifesting into something unexplainable, like having not clicked the like button by now. This is unthinkable, King Sadala says, as he can only look on in horror at the sheer terror of what a simple roar from an enraged Broly resulted in for the rest of the galaxy. The sky. These hundreds of lights are caused by screams of Broly, he goes on. They aren't simple explosions either. They're supernovas, but at the sight of what was happening to Broly, a piercing flashback would intrude his memories. "No, I can't afford to daydream here," he says, snapping out of it. "I have to pull myself together." As Chile's lifeless body falls from the sky, King Sadala flies off to catch her and then alerts Admiral Fennel. "Recover the girl and bring her expressly towards the Tuffle lab," he shouts. "Perhaps it's not too late." "Understood," she replies. Another Saiyan soldier named Parsa would call out to her and offer to come with. She asks if he'll be able to keep up, and upon confirming, she transforms into a Super Saiyan, tells Nemo to hop on her back, and then the four of them fly off. This is when King Sadala would turn his attention back to Broly and be both amazed and alarmed at the kind of man he had become. His face was literally tearing apart from the pure rage coursing through him, the heat of his own aggression singeing his body to a crisp. Worldbreaker Broly looked like he was seconds away from exploding like a star in the distant solar system. What happened to him, Doula asks. Why doesn't this big guy move anymore? You have absolutely no idea of the seriousness of your act, Vegeta shouts desperately, knowing what's to come. However, Amaran would quickly remind him where his attention should be lying after piercing him through the shoulder with his sight. This is when Broly would finally make his move and goes to grab Doula, or at least attempts to, surely meaning his demise if he's able to get him in his grasp. However, Dula would once again use his portal technique to redirect Broly entirely to where Admiral Ruber was located. Broly doesn't give a damn who's on the receiving end of his attacks right now though, as he grabs Ruba by the legs, drags him through the portal, and slams him face first into the ground. Broly would then continue his onslaught in a blind rage by grabbing the already unconscious Ruba by the face and throwing him into the air. Broly would then prepare a mouth beam of enormous proportions, firing wildly. This doesn't look good, Caulifla confirms. Kale, you have to go back. Broly has completely lost it. You're the only one that understands what's going on in this state. And you? Will you be okay? She responds to her in Kaba. Caulifla assures her though that this underestimation is unnecessary, with Kaba confirming that they'll settle accounts with the cowards who caused this and then meet back with her as soon as possible. They all wish each other good luck as they all transform into Super Saiyan and then head their separate ways. As Kale flies back towards the center of the chaos, she passes by Chile being escorted to safety by Admiral Fennel, and I think she maybe realizes something here but hurries as fast as she can. Even further, Broly's mouth beam is about to decimate Ruba, but he's conveniently saved by Admiral Lyric as Dula looks on watching. Skunk, the king would utter as he looks up at Dula. You knew he wouldn't just attack you, right? Dula would just shrug, but this type of anger was undoubtedly deadly to everyone here. The sin Dula had committed though is unforgivable. King Sadala would ready himself for battle, but as he looks down and sees his men in a scramble, he tells Dula that he absolutely will not let him get away with this. And? What do I care, huh? You too big king, Dula replies. I don't take orders from anyone except the venerable heir, who is, by the way, taking care of your biggest asset right now, he says, as we see Amaran with his chain sickle wrapped around Vegeta's throat. Stop procrastinating and get over here, the king will reply. Dula would oblige his threat and begin creating a plethora of portals around him. Magma would then begin seeping and being transferred over from the portals Dula created, manipulating the landscape around him. King Sadala still refused to back down, however. The rest of the Saiyans would mobilize and do the best they can to buy time for King Sadala, holding off Broly as long as possible. Come on, let's protect Planet Sadala as we always have, they roar. They would approach Broly, who still embodied the flames of rage completely, and begin falling before him with relative ease. Broly would grab them by their limbs, throw them around, tanks all of their energy attacks even at point-blank range. This mammoth, this beast of a man was no longer in control. The uncontrollable emotions and bloodlust had won, and on this day, because of Dula, Broly could be the very cause of the extermination of the Saiyans of Universe 6. What the hell are you all doing? Admiral Lyric shouts as Broly's aura begins to release a smokish-like texture. Keep your distance! But it was too late. Broly's rage would reach a boiling point akin to an atomic bomb. At the point of detonation, every Saiyan within range of Broly's explosive anger would be crippled in his wake. Dozens of Saiyans blown away like specks of dust before Broly's uncontrollable rampage. But it just honestly gets worse from there. Broly would grab one Saiyan by the head and, well, I've seen balloons be harder to pop than that. This is the apex Saiyan right now, running wild. Dula would find some sick satisfaction and entertainment in what his actions have caused here today, it seems, as he says that it looks like he's settled all accounts of this so-called king, so the job here is nearly over, assuming him to be dead. However, when we turn back to King Sadala, it looks like he's had enough. The king has finally stepped forward and is prepared to lay down his very life to quell the chaos these unwanted visitors have bestowed upon them. You fool, he says to Dula as he stands there, completely unfazed somehow by the magma falling all around him and over his body. I've been through hell and back. I haven't been afraid of the heat for a long time now, he says, with Dula finally seeming to realize that he hasn't stumbled across any ordinary Saiyans on this day. And I don't think Broly will stop at anything until everything around him is destroyed. Twice a month, absolutely fire, but I swear to you, this new schedule for Dragon Ball Kakumei, it sneaks up on you. Like, even right now,
This isn't my usual video attire. I'm supposed to be at the gym. In the previous chapter, we saw Berserker Broly continuing his rampage against pretty much everyone in Universe 6 at this point after the death of Chile at the hands of Dula. Eventually, his Universe 6 counterpart Kale would arrive on the scene, but even after a short moment of intimacy between their two psyches, not even she was able to calm this man down. That's a committed nigga right there. I mean, me personally, I've never seen a Super Saiyan cheat on their girl. I don't know about you. But at the very least, it looks like King Sadala himself is finally ready to join the battle and fight alongside his Saiyan brethren. But more disaster is right around the corner, as you'll see here yourself soon enough. Berserker Broly was problematic enough, but this wasn't the only dilemma Vegeta had on his mind after that earlier threat from Amaran. As a never-ending rampage terrorizes Universe 6, Chile's life still hangs in the balance as Admiral Fennel races against the clock to get her back to Bulma. So I see a ton of you guys caught up and are coming back from our 3-hour-long Kakumei video a lot, so I want to remind you guys to support the official creators of Dragon Ball Kakumei by following all of them. All of their links will be down below in the description box and pinned in the comments. And while you're at it, you might as well hit the like button too. It takes like an extra half second, but without further ado, let's hop right into Dragon Ball Kakumei Chapter 19. Admiral Fennel along with Lemo are moving as fast as they can towards the others stationed back at the Tuffle factory in Universe 6. Chile is still barely clinging to life after that sneak attack from Dula that sent Broly spiraling into a rampage, but soon enough, they would arrive at their destination. Admiral Fennel, Kaba remarks as he notices them rushing in the front door. Chile, what happened? Be careful, Fennel replies. She is in an extremely unstable state. Doctors, you have to do something. This is when Bulma bursts into the room asking what on earth happened to Chile. One of those demons really wanted to enrage Broly and, well, he succeeded unfortunately, Fennel says as she places Chile on a table nearby. They then get straight to work on getting Chile back into stable condition. Later on, however, it doesn't seem like she's improved too much. She's in critical condition, Bulma says, but she is still with us. Let's be optimistic at least. We didn't see this coming at all, Fennel replies. That monster got what he wanted, and here we are in this situation. It kind of seems like everyone is putting at least a little bit of the blame on themselves for what happened to Chile, but the blame truly only belongs to one person. If only we could have been there to stop him, Caulifla says saddened. Kaba reassures her though that Vegeta specifically asked them to protect Bulma, so they couldn't have been there to change anything. Oh, speaking of, Bulma asserts, I haven't seen a trace of any demons around here. Admiral Fennel would confirm that Salaga actually left long before them though, so it amazes her that he hasn't arrived yet. Though to me personally, it's more suspicious than anything. Maybe he decided to back out once he saw he was being chased, Caulifla mentions, but Kaba doesn't think so. It seems to me that that's very unlikely considering what they've shown to be capable of up until now, he replies. Alright, I went around the entire building and isolated all of the at-risk people. The building is now almost empty, a young man named Parsa says to Bulma as he then enters the room. Thank you, Bulma replies. She then goes on to question him a little more because, as I said prior, it's probably a bit more suspicious than amazing that there's been absolutely no sign of Salaga here yet. Parsa, you didn't feel any evil presence where you went by any chance, did you? She asks. Fortunately, or unfortunately, I guess, no. I have no idea where Parsa begins, but all of a sudden he finds himself in what seems to be another realm entirely, or maybe just an illusion playing tricks on him. What the, he begins, but this is when another being from in the shadows, who is very self-aware mind you, says, so your name is Parsa, is it? You may not be remembered after this, but you will at least be recognized as my first victim here, Salaga says as he finally emerges from the shadows, but still undetectable by the naked eye thanks to his spell. What is it? Can't you move? He says, mocking the stunned warrior, and if it wasn't clear before, he has now obviously been put under some type of genjutsu spell something. It's rude. I've come to you in this case, Salaga says as he approaches Parsa. I am only an executor. The venerable heir ordered me to take care of this Bulma, and you are but an obstacle. The concern being that once I've taken care of you, the others will be alerted of my presence anyway. I had to act sooner or later, so Let me tell you that I will be indebted to you until the day that we meet in the afterlife, Salaga says, as the next thing we see, he's impaled Parsa directly through the torso with his bare hand on some Dr. Gero shit, gouging him through and through. Parsa would drop dead in the middle of the lab, but there was still no clear sign of Salaga anywhere. Kaba and Caulifla ready themselves for an enemy that they can't even see at the moment. So this stupid scum finally decided to show themselves, Caulifla says, getting fired up. We have to immediately move from here, Kaba declares. He's after Bulma, not Chile. You're right, Admiral Fennel says, as she then grabs hold of Bulma, and then the three relocate to a little more suitable area for whenever Salaga makes his next move. Back with the main group of Tuffles, it seems like the evacuation was a success for the most part, as everyone is being rounded up and accounted for. Your father seems really committed, Rapini says to her son Peppino. Anyway, I sincerely hope Bulma's doing well. I don't see her with us anywhere. I'm starting to get a little worried. When she says this, however, all of a sudden Peppino jumps up and launches himself over the crowd. As Kaba and Caulifla finally meet back up, he asks her if she's seen anything weird yet, but as she begins to answer no, a blood-curdling grunt roars across the room. No, Bulma stutters as she points towards Fennel. Salaga was currently doing his best to try to immobilize the Admiral as well. This bastard's doing the same thing to the Admiral as he did to Parsa, Kaba declares. We have to stop him now. Inside this weird rip-off Tsukuyomi though, Fennel would awaken with Salaga already preparing to land the kill shot, saying, "Wake up. Can you see me now? Good, you'll be my second victim. Congratulations," he says, as he gets ready to stab her straight through the torso as well until Caulifla would land a decisive punch to the Admiral that snaps her out of this paralyzing spell. Nice work, Caulifla, she says, with her head definitely ringing after that one, but at least it worked and she's not dead like Parsa. Salaga, on the other hand, begins to sneakily reposition himself where Bulma is, as his spell has been broken now. However, this is nowhere near the only trick he came here today prepared with. How did you know? Salaga sincerely asked him, as even through this panic, they were able to make a calm and calculated decision like that. I know enchanters like you, Fennel declares. The worst that can happen to us is that they hypnotize us and make us powerless to move for a while. Therefore, I already went ahead and warned all of my comrades beforehand that we must be careful to always stay together to react to if one of us is caught, she says. Excellent job, Caulifla. You knew exactly how to take advantage of Admiral Ruba's teachings. You had to act quickly while also thinking about how to parry spells of this nature. I guess it's true, Caulifla replies. That big fatty did teach me quite a few things. I simply acted in the best way possible at the time, thinking that maybe a strong enough shot could break the spell. While that may sound ridiculous, it worked. But while these three continue to suck themselves off over there, Salaga is in a much better position than them, as he says that such powerful magic is bound to have backlash indeed, but here I am, exactly where I wanted to be, in perfect position to finish off Bulma, as another shocking chapter of Dragon Ball Kakumei comes to an end, with Bulma of all people possibly meeting her end next. And if that happens, I can't imagine the mayhem, the pandemonium on planet Sadala. Hopefully, for the love of God though, Kaba and Caulifla have this covered, but I guess we're gonna have to wait until April 26th for chapter 20 of Dragon Ball Kakumei. Make sure you subscribe, have those notifications on, and if you want to go above and beyond at any point, consider becoming a member as well, because I do like those. Love you guys, peace. It's been a while since we looked back on Dragon Ball Kakumei, but chapter 20 of the greatest fan manga of our time is finally here, and there's a lot going on, so drop a like and don't forget to subscribe for more Dragon Ball content, and let's hop right in. When we last left off in Dragon Ball Kakumei, Bulma has been cornered by Salaga at the orders of Amaran, and now he's separated her from the others. He reaches out his hand to her, but before Salaga can do anything, an energy beam pierces through his head. Kaba warns Salaga don't dare touch Bulma as he flies in already in Super Saiyan 2. Unfortunately, this attack did nothing to Salaga and his wound is already gone. Didn't Kaba's attack do anything to him? It pierced his skull, Caulifla says to herself, but Salaga warns them that he has more than one trick up his sleeve, and then turns his attention back to Bulma. All of a sudden, he's sent backwards by some kind of air thrust wave attack as another person has arrived to the battle. Peppino, the Saiyan Tuffle hybrid of Universe 6, appears to protect Bulma as well, only to turn around and get blasted by Salaga right through the stomach. Well, while Peppino lays on the ground dead, Kaba and Caulifla power up angrily and try to attack Salaga from a blind spot, but he raises his hand and punches them both without so much as moving from the spot he stands on. "I'm done playing," he tells them. But when we take another look at Peppino, a robotic voice states that the restructuring process is commencing. Even Salaga is shocked as Peppino rises again, completely healed, saying that not even they expected that to happen. Being near death has brought Peppino to a new level of strength. Those Saiyan genes are kind of working overtime right now. "So you're into magic too," Salaga asks. Fascinating. Although Peppino states that they don't believe in that crap. "You're in the land of the highest technology in Universe 6, and I'm gonna prove your tricks don't work on me." "The man who has no imagination has no wings," Salaga tells Peppino, who still isn't buying it. Peppino tells the others to get Bulma out of here before clashing with Salaga in the middle of the room. The Saiyans grab up Bulma and fly off, but Salaga is through with the games. He grabs Peppino and tosses the Tuffle into the sky straight through the ceiling. As soon as Peppino stops their momentum though, Salaga appears overhead, charging up another attack, daring Peppino to try and stop this with their technology. As the explosion goes off, the Saiyans turn around and Caulifla even asks if they really think a Tuffle can get the better of this guy. Back at the battle though, Peppino realizes that Salaga has been holding back a massive amount and asks why, if he was able to just destroy this whole area with one simple attack. Salaga explains that his mission is Bulma and Bulma only. He was ordered not to harm any other life. The Saiyans are merely just obstacles in his way, prolonging things. All of a sudden, Peppino takes this opportunity and catches Salaga off guard, appearing behind him and puts him in a headlock. The Peppino on the ground was just a hologram this whole time. They nosedive towards the ground primary Lotus style, but it seems Salaga was just an illusion this whole time as well. He turns the tables and appears behind and grabs Peppino by the neck. "You seem indestructible," Peppino shouts. "You leave me no choice." All of a sudden, Peppino summons a whirlwind somehow and breaks free of Salaga's grasp, showing a new advancement in the Tuffle technology, turning their arms into some sort of super weapon. Peppino goes on to explain how growing up amongst the Saiyans of Universe 6 made them feel weak and inadequate. But the brilliance of the Tuffle shone through, and Peppino chose to lean completely into their intellectuality. "I've worked for years to compensate for this natural gap in strength, and I finally found an alternative. Let me introduce you to my masterpiece," Peppino says, as they unleash their most devastating attack on Salaga. I hope you guys are excited to travel back to Universe 7 after all this time, because a lot has happened. Back on planet Lestia, Whis looks more than pleased at the results he's seeing. It's been several months since Goten and Trunks began the second stage of their training, and the results are undeniable. It's with a strong will and strong desire to become even stronger that the sons of Goku and Vegeta have finally risen to the rank of God Ki. Super Saiyan God Goten and Trunks have finally been born. In only a few months, they've done it. I sincerely congratulate the two of you on your progress over the last few months, Whis says. Your power is nothing like what you had when you left Earth. In addition, you came close to death on each of your 9 attempts. Had you tried one more time, you'd be dead for sure, no matter your training beforehand. This stuns the two boys, but the risk was surely worth the reward for all their treacherous work. Trunks begins to realize just how much blood, sweat, and tears his father put into achieving such a state. Congratulating themselves for achieving such a feat is much deserved, but now they want to go join Vegeta in Universe 6 and fight alongside the rest of the Saiyans. They start making all sorts of plans, but little do they know their training is far from over. Whis continues to walk forward and then asks them, "So are you ready for your final test?" Wait, wasn't the Super Saiyan God the final step? This is when a giant door all of a sudden appears in front of them, and it looks like they've been taken to another dimension altogether. "Why are we here, Whis?" they ask. Whis explains that it's been just over 6 months since the Grand Priest's announcement. You now possess God Ki and have developed the Super Saiyan God form. However, at your current strength, you wouldn't last a day in the war coming. Wait, are the gods that threaten us really that powerful, Goten asks? Whis replies that since they weren't present during the battle against Zamasu or even the Tournament of Power, Their view of reality is skewed to say the least. You two have no idea how powerful your coming opponents will be. Everything should turn out okay though, right? Trunks says. I mean, we have my dad, Majin Buu, Piccolo, Gohan, 17, and even that Jiren guy my dad told me about will be there. But Whis puts things into such a perspective that it stuns them to the core. I estimate it would be quite a feat for Lord Beerus to emerge alive from this, Whis says. Inferiority quickly overcomes Goten and Trunks as they realize if Lord Beerus is fighting an uphill battle, then what chance do they have? 6 months ago, you were just average fighters for Universe 7. Now that you've tamed God Ki, it's just the beginning of the real thing. I brought you to this place because it's where I've done the majority of my training since my existence began. This place can be likened to what you would call the hyperbolic time chamber, Whis says. This is a dimension only accessible to those with God Ki, into which I can take you at will. Only 2 people at a time besides myself can stay, so I opted for this as your final preparation. 4 hours in here will equate to 1 hour on Earth. This way, instead of a year and a half, you'll have an extra 6 years in which to train. Get ready, Whis warns them, as this next test won't be anything like the last. 6 years is a long time though, and Goten and Trunks can't even imagine being in their 20s when they come out. You too have a part to play in the coming conflict, Whis says to them. You have the fate of your family and friends in your hands. Prove to me that I wasn't wrong to take you on as students. Goten and Trunks step forward accepting the challenge, but for this last test, for them to ascend, they must achieve what their fathers could not. Hit him. The boys are shocked at their last test, but Whis assures them that they must surpass themselves and become the ones to save Goku and the multiverse. The takeover of the next generation begins now, as Goten and Trunks are guaranteed to surprise everyone when they do finally arrive at that battlefield. Kakumei is finally back after a pretty long hiatus, but we're picking up right where we left off, and you aren't going to want to miss this one, so be sure to leave a like on the video, share the video, and subscribe for more. And if you guys want to support the original creators of Dragon Ball Kakumei, all of those guys' links will be down below in the description and in the pinned comment. As we pick up in chapter 21, Cabba, Caulifla, and Admiral Fennel are taking Bulma to safety. Excuse me, but can we stop for a moment? Bulma asks. I think we've gone far enough to talk to you guys about something. Alright, Captain Cabba, Caulifla, we're landing, but stay alert, Fennel says to them. They land on a plot of land down below when Bulma goes on to explain to them that she took extra precautions for a situation just like this. She shows them the Hoi Poi capsules that her family's enterprise is known for. Cabba seems to know a lot about these capsules and how they can be used to transport large objects, but Bulma explains to them that the one weakness is that they can't contain living beings. Wonder how they tested that one out. What's your point? Caulifla interjects, to which Bulma just smirks and activates the capsule in her hand. Well, thanks to the help of the Tuffle researchers, I've solved the problem, she says, as the capsule reveals a large residential type structure. The living organism simply climbs into this cabin, and the Hoi Poi capsules take care of reducing this new device, and the atoms of the living body follow suit. And there's more, she goes on. Here's a reproduction of the Scouters that the Saiyans of my universe used to wear, she says, as she presents a briefcase with redesigned Scouters for them. Put one to your ear and you'll be able to keep in touch with me once I'm in the capsule, Bulma says, as Caulifla puts one on, and Bulma has one on as well. Good. I wish you all good luck, and I can't thank you enough for what you're doing for me, she says. She gets inside the cabin and the capsule shrinks back to miniature size as Cabba goes to keep it secure, and once he does that, Bulma comes screeching through the speaker in his ear, causing him to fall, but he's able to hear her loud and clear. It's like a luxury hotel in here, Bulma says, enjoying this mission a little too much probably. I'm completely undetectable, by the way, she tells them, so take care of yourselves, and if I have any ideas or requests, I'll let you guys know. Alright, Miss Bulma, we'll do our best, Cabba says. Even Caulifla seems to be warming up to Bulma a bit as she says that she's nothing like Vegeta. She has too much class. Now, all we have to do is decide on who will be in charge of Mrs. Bulma's protection, Cabba says, to which Caulifla makes fun of him for being so formal with Universe 7 all the time. Your beanpole skills suit you perfectly, my little Cabba, so we'll leave you in charge of her protection, and if you succeed, At least you'll be able to rise in your idol's esteem. You sure know how to talk to me, Kaba replies. Well, what she's trying to say, Admiral Fennel interjects, is that she has full confidence in you and thinks you're the best person while protecting your own. She doesn't put it like that, but she likes you. Mind your business, Caulifla says while blushing. Kaba proposes that he, Kel, and Caulifla all get back to training together once this is all over, and as they prepare to set out, Caulifla tells Kaba that he better not die, and likewise to her from him. I'll get Bulma to safety. For the rest, I'm counting on you, he says to her. And this is when Bulma cuts in again though and tells them that the whole reason for her traveling like this is so they don't have to worry about her safety. She tells Kaba to go all out, and if anything still happens to her even while she's in this miniature form, then that's just the way it goes. Well, Kaba, the girls ask him, now what will you do? That means I can't afford to make mistakes, Kaba says, getting serious now. He and Caulifla transform into Super Saiyan 2 before setting off. Back at the battle between Vegeta and Amaran, Amaran is analyzing Vegeta very carefully and makes an acute observation. You have more strength than you're allowed in this blue form, don't you? He asks. Vegeta says nothing. If, unfortunately, I'm wrong, that would be absolutely deplorable. It would be obvious that Bulma couldn't even hope to survive to the end of the day, he says with a hideous smirk. I won't pay any more attention to your pitiful provocations, Moonface, Vegeta says sternly. I know these young people inside out, and I know they won't fail. However, you're a little too prone to opening your big mouth for a god of destruction. Let's let our fists finish this conversation, shall we, he asks. It's at this moment, though, that Vegeta finally realizes something crucial. Bulma. What? What happened? Her ki just disappeared. Why can't I feel it anymore? He thinks to himself, panicking. Vegeta's entire demeanor shifts after this, and his ki becomes malicious as he regrets not being there to protect his wife himself. Oh, I think you noticed the same thing I did, Amaran says with the same hideous smirk. Vegeta is still silent though. Here we are at last, Amaran mocks. Vegeta would charge forth in a fit of absolute rage, completely riled by the apparent death of Bulma, but Amaran is honestly enjoying the fight at this moment, as he even stated he wishes it could last forever. Large quantities of ki are being extinguished all over the world, King Sadala says as he faces off against Dula still. First my soldiers in Broly's attack, then Parsa, and now Vegeta's wife, he says, clenching his fist. Then the cleaning is effective, Dula responds. I should have joined the fight as soon as you set foot on our land, King Sadala says. By refusing to act quickly, I've condemned children, citizens, and soldiers of Sadala to death. Those are some pretty big words for someone who hasn't managed to touch me once, Dula says, laughing. All of a sudden, a few more of his teeth managed to get knocked out, so right now he isn't working with much. King Sadala lands another vicious blow to the gut, causing Dula to curse him, but when he looks up, King Sadala is holding what appears to be a battle axe formulated from ki, holding it over his head like Thor's hammer, and in one simple swing, he severs Dula's arm. Dula begins to panic, looking for some way out of this, but King Sadala is already preparing to wipe him from existence with this next attack, so he asks, if you demons live so peacefully in darkness, then why do you take such pleasure in feasting upon our light? Nothing we can do about it. It's just the way we are, Dula responds. Us demons, born from chaos. All of a sudden, Dula's severed arm comes bursting through the torso of King Sadala as he wonders just how can this be? Was there a portal he wasn't aware of? King Sadala is no pushover though. He summons a monstrous amount of energy in his hand and places it to his torso where that wound is located. What? Doesn't this guy feel pain? Dula says, shocked as King Sadala is barely struggling to move with an entire hole through his body right now. As he finishes, it seems like the hole has been shut and healed for the most part, as King Sadala definitely expended a lot of power to do such a thing, but he's honestly been holding back this entire battle as he lets Dula know that now the time has come. King Sadala's energy starts spiking to enormous proportions, and before Dula knows it, King Sadala would finally reveal his very own Super Saiyan form. Back at the fight between Peppino and Salaga, Peppino seems to be landing some pretty solid attacks on his opponent after revealing his secret technique. How can you do so much damage when I feel almost no threatening ki from you, Saliga asks. Damn Saiyan. You're wrong. I'm neither a Saiyan nor a Tuffle. I'm just a child from planet Sadala. Saliga is no longer amused at this response though. The time for words has long passed, he says. Peppino readies their next attack, but Saliga pierces them straight through the stomach, ending this battle instantly. However, Saliga isn't the only one who has a few tricks up their sleeves. Peppino would appear behind Saliga again all of a sudden and delivers a drive impact directly to his back and sends him flying. Another hologram, Saliga says after being planted into a wall. Yet, this one gives off heat. A smell. Exactly what kind of technology is this, he asks. You seem to place a great deal of importance on rationalizing things for a magician, Peppino replies. Oh, I'm sure I'll learn a lot from you, Peppino, Saliga responds with a wicked grin. But you can duplicate yourself as much as you like, he continues. It's your corpse that will end up on the floor. Peppino delivers another vicious attack on Saliga, this time alongside the hologram. I think I finally understood, Saliga says after that last attack. Certainly his technique does me no small amount of damage, but as for all his other physical characteristics, speed, stamina, and even agility, are all the same. All I should need to do is, but this is when Peppino interrupts and asks, what have you finally understood? That all this is pointless? My swirling force isn't even up to full speed yet. All I need now is a single blow to finish you off. This is when Saliga takes to the skies though and gets a manic look in his eyes. Peppino assumes that this is some sort of retreat, but Saliga begins manifesting a massive attack, and in one fell swoop, Saliga uses this technique to one-shot Peppino, who had no idea what was even hitting him. What was that? Peppino demands as he struggles to get back up. However, his body continues to restructure. Anti-space punch, Saliga replies, or as I like to call this, high-level magic. As you may have gathered already, it consists in being able to hit any obstacle closest to the direction of your shot and no longer takes into account the space between them. The result is an instant impact. So, ready for round 2, he asks, smirking. Saliga then releases a flurry of anti-space punches that send Peppino flying and put humongous strain on his body's restructuring process trying to heal. And now for the highlight of the show, Saliga says as he goes in for the final blow. But all of a sudden, a powerful punch blindsides Saliga and sends him flying. Oh good, you're back. You make my job so much easier, Saliga comments, smiling as Kaba, Caulifla, and Admiral Fennel finally arrive back at the battlefield. You've done more than enough harm. Time to settle this right here and now, Kaba says, as Chapter 21 of Dragon Ball Kakumei finally comes to an end. Dragon Ball Kakumei. It's been a while, but we are finally back with Chapter 22. Last time, if you guys remember, we left off on Bulma giving updated scouters to the Universe 6 Saiyans, and then she herself would hop into one of the capsules she specifically manufactured to hold living beings. This would make sure that she could stay near and communicate with Kaba and Caulifla and Admiral Fennel without being detected. With Bulma secure, the Saiyans can now fight at full power without worrying about her safety. Back at the fight with Amaran, the new god of destruction of Universe 14, he warns Vegeta that if he doesn't expose his true power now, if he even has more, then Bulma has no hope of even living until the end of the day. Vegeta assures him, however, that this battle will end in this next clash, but all of a sudden, they both notice it. Bulma's ki has vanished, and without knowledge of the new capsule, Vegeta and Amaran for that matter assume she's finally been killed. This sends Vegeta into an absolute frenzy, which is just what Amaran wanted, but he may have awakened a true beast within Vegeta at this point. King Sadala has also foregone his prior opinion on transformations. Instead of mulling around with these intruders, he finally takes on his Super Saiyan form as well. And speaking of, I need y'all to pull a Zenkai on that like button. Let's try to get at least 99 likes on the video. I like that number today for some reason. Be sure to follow the creators of Dragon Ball Kakumei. All of them will be linked down below as always. But without further ado, let's hop right in. Kaba, Caulifla, and Admiral Fennel are able to retrieve Peppino before it's too late, as Kaba confirms if he's alright. His body is severely damaged, Fennel says. I'm gonna send him urgently to Tuffle's lab. We'll take care of this, don't worry, Caulifla roars. But this is when Peppino's weak voice speaks up, telling Admiral Fennel not to worry about him because he has already taken care of everything. Who is he? Fennel asks. All of a sudden, some artificial life form begins to emerge from Peppino's back. His name is Kakumei, Peppino responds. He was created by my father sometime before I was born. Since then, he's been with me everywhere and evolved directly in my body. What interesting technology, Fennel comments, to which Peppino replies that he's pretty proud of it. All of a sudden, both Cabba and Caulifla are smacked by a vicious attack. 2 good slaps to the face to get you back in the fight, Salaga laughs as he extends some sort of astral attack that slaps them both. Super Saiyan 3 Caulifla has yet to show her true power though, and if it's anything like what we saw in the Tournament of Power, this won't be easy for them nor Salaga. She charges in to throw a punch, but he easily catches it and blocks the rest of her combo. When Cabba tries to attack his blind spot, Salaga of course sees this coming, but his confidence may be misplaced as this is just how Caulifla wanted this to play out. She headbutts him, taking a page out of the Sun Family Dojo, which stuns Salaga long enough for Cabba's attack to land. Although this was pretty ineffective on Salaga, the smoke was enough of a distraction for Admiral Fennel to come from his blind spot and land another distracting attack. At this point, Salaga is just getting jumped because Peppino is back in here as well, and he just gets hit from every angle as soon as he turns to someone. Cabba and Caulifla fire off 2 of their signature moves looking to sandwich Salaga in between, but he repels everyone's attacks off of him, calling them insects. Peppino appears in front of Salaga, prepared to finish him off, but his haste may cost him. When we look to see if his attack landed, it's actually Peppino who's been pierced through the torso by Salaga. He tries to grab Salaga's arm, but Salaga tries to slice Peppino from the inside. This is when he notices Peppino's regenerative ability and just how strong it is, as he regenerates at almost the same speed he's slicing him at. With keeping his arm contained long enough, Peppino is able to regenerate his skin around Salaga's limb, which secures his arm pretty solidly to Peppino. When he starts spinning again, he's actually able to rip off Salaga's arm, which finally releases him from Peppino's grasp. Fennel starts shooting at Salaga as his body tumbles across the battlefield, but it's fairly clear that he still has a lot left in the tank. Cabba and Caulifla fly in for the finishing blow with all the strength they can muster up, but Salaga is a lot stronger and a lot more perceptive than we may have given him credit for. He stops them both mid-flight, grabbing them by their necks, using his magic as an extension for his other arm. This is when the worst case scenario unfolds. As Salaga snatches both the Saiyans out of the air, the capsule containing Bulma slips out of his belt and wouldn't be missed by Salaga's perceptive eye. Their hearts beat abnormally fast and fixated on this capsule immediately, Salaga thinks to himself. Oh, I see now. Caulifla tries to keep fighting, but in the next moment, she's completely burnt out by overuse of her Super Saiyan 3 form, Cabba confirming this. Salaga tosses her aside and, using a clone, obtains the capsule where Bulma was hiding. At this point, Peppino and Kakumei have been injured and exhausted, Caulifla is knocked out, and Admiral Fennel's fighting spirit has nearly been shattered. She falls to her knees and reverts back to her base form as she says that it's all over. Just Cabba and herself are no match for this monster. They failed. Cabba's rage won't be tempered so easily though, as he connects a vicious punch warning Salaga to not dare touch Bulma. This is useless, Cabba, Salaga replies. My clone is about to destroy your little capsule. You did your best though, so don't feel bad. Cabba searches the deepest depths of his character, yearning for the strength to conquer this situation. He has no time left though. Right when the Salaga clone is about to crush the capsule, Cabba's rage manifests into raw power as his aura flares up again. You can't even stand on your own feet, Cabba, Admiral Fennel pleads with him. Give up and run away, please. No, Cabba replies prideful. I'm a Saiyan, and if there's anything being a pupil of Vegeta won't let him do, it's definitely run away from a fight instead of looking it head on and dying with that Saiyan pride intact. Cabba launches his strongest attack at Salaga, but it's useless. He just slices right through it. What did you expect? He asks a shocked Cabba. Salaga would end this by shooting Cabba directly through the chest with a beam of his own, as it seems that he's decisively won this battle now. with the only conscious fighter left being a broken Admiral Fennel. She would shed tears of rage, frustration, and disappointment, as there's nothing they can do now to stop this monster from killing Bulma. Hey, these things happen, Salaga assures her. You've given it your all, it just simply wasn't enough, he says, as he crushes the capsule to pieces, with the chapter ending on the presumed failure of the Universe 6 Saiyans, resulting in the death of Bulma. Shout out to the Kakumei team for making a big comeback after a few months, and guys, let me know down below in the comments how you felt about this chapter and how just obscenely strong Salaga is for whatever reason. Be sure to hit the sub button and click the notification bell down below because you guys do not want to miss the next chapter of Dragon Ball Kakumei, because we have still yet to revisit Broly's rampage and whatever is going on with that. But that is going to be the video for today. I hope you all enjoyed as always. Have a great day, and I will see you all in the next one. Bye, guys. Broly is still going ballistic. Goku is still nowhere to be found, and Dragon Ball Kakumei just returned with one of their biggest twists ever in this month's chapter. The apparent murder of Bulma sent chills down everyone's spine last chapter when Salaga crushed the capsule she was hiding out in while he was fighting Kaba and the others. She was supposed to be completely undetectable in this pocket dimension, but due to them being just a tad obvious, Salaga was able to figure out exactly what was going on. He knew you fellas didn't press the like button yet, but it's okay, he's gonna give you a few seconds. That's what I'm talking about. He was even able to get a hold of the capsule, and before we knew it, the device was completely destroyed. Admiral Fennel would have tears in her eyes, as it seems that they failed to protect the one person they pledged to. All of a sudden, a portal manifests within Salaga's hand, however, and it starts sucking him in. I can't move, what's happening? He calls out as he's pulled into the center of the portal, and on the outside, it looks like Bulma has been ejected. So it looks like Bulma is somehow actually alright. When she appears back in the outside world, she sees Kaba and all of the others badly injured from their battle as she thanks them for protecting her. Don't worry, I'll take care of the rest, she says as she activates something on her scouter. This is when we see her newest invention known as the Hoi Poi trap closing off the portal to the inside dimension. When we take a look inside, we see Salaga getting dumped off pretty much where Bulma just was, it seems like, as he takes a look around. This is when Bulma's voice comes over the intercom. Hello, Mr. Demon, she says. Here's your favorite target from the vast lands of Sadala. What have you done to me? He demands, with her replying that his biggest mistake was thinking that she was just helpless prey. How could some vulgar earthling trap me like that? Answer me, he says. It's far from easy to get out of that Hoi Poi capsule you've just crushed with your own hands. There is, in fact, a voice command to be pronounced in Namekian, an almost dead language. Nevertheless, if someone foolishly tries to force the opening or destroy the capsule from the outside, an emergency command is activated and the assailant exchanges positions with the capsule host. And I guess your minions knew all about this, Salaga asks, but Bulma replies that that's actually not the case. We just couldn't have estimated the extent of your powers when we first met you, so there was a possibility that you had the ability to make one of them talk via your magic, hypnosis, or whatever stratagem you could come up with. I decided to keep the secret of the Hoi Poi trap capsule to myself and bet everything on you destroying it once you had it. You were one step ahead. Well done, Salaga compliments. It's amazing that someone as pathetic as you could compensate for this weakness by creating technology of this magnitude. I was actually inspired by a sealing technique from Earth called the Mafuba, she tells him, as well as the genius of the Tuffles. Without their contribution, sealing an abomination like you would have been impossible. But the result is obvious. You are trapped and there's nothing you can do about it, she says. But I think she severely underestimated these ancient warriors. You're in prison, miniaturized in this pocket dimension, she goes on, and I'm safe. Checkmate. Salaga remains as calm as ever though. Well, I admit you had me fooled, he begins. Nevertheless, you've chosen the wrong person to lock up. Do you have any idea who I am, you ignorant bastards? I am Salaga, the magician known as the Master of Dimensions, and to put this in a better perspective, basically this is like when Kurenai tried to use Genjutsu on Itachi. Salaga was never bound to this place to begin with. He appears back outside ready to finish up this pitiful fight, telling them that they're all struggling to stand up as is. You have surprised me though, and I sincerely congratulate you on that. Not many people have managed it, but the time has come to speed this up. You've wasted too much of my time. He emits a shockwave and blows Bulma away, which causes the Saiyans to freak out. she starts flying towards a portal as Salaga plans on separating her from them, flinging her inside. This is when we see Admiral Fennel helping Peppino, who then pleads with her to lend him some of her ki. Kakumei is an entity that feeds on my ki. Without energy, he's ineffective and regeneration is compromised, he says. The same applies to my Twirling Force attack, which is the humongous move he used in the recent chapters. Thankfully, Fennel even has enough ki left to oblige this request in the first place, and this little donation may just be enough to save all of their lives. "Hey, drag queen," Caulifla calls out to get Salaga's attention. He turns around only to get flicked off right to his face, but this split second gives Peppino enough time to come flying in with a crushing kick, stunning Salaga and sending the both of them into that portal as well. Before being sent off, Peppino begs the others not to follow him. They're sent hurtling into a parallel dimension all at the same time, but before Bulma plunges into the mysterious terrain below, Peppino is able to secure her in something that almost resembles the cubes the angels used to travel at times. "You're safe in here. I'm gonna put an end to this whole charade," Peppino assures her. Now, Peppino and Salaga begin their final face-off, with Salaga warning him that they've just signed their death warrant. Here alone in another dimension which they can no longer escape from? "Don't worry about me. We're both in critical state. Let's just get this over with here and now," Peppino says as he begins to power up again, but this time they both start out at maximum power. Peppino dashes in and prepares to block Salaga's anti-space punch. "All I've got to do is create an object in front of me, so it can take the damage for me," he states. Peppino is able to land another crushing blow right to his opponent's torso. Salaga just kind of shakes it off, but he's thoroughly enraged now and kicks Peppino off of him, sending him soaring into the sky. Peppino charges at breakneck speeds next, though leaving a trail of lightning behind him as he slingshots back and lands a piercing blow to Salaga's gut. Salaga is implanted into the ground below from the force of that last attack, but when he emerges, his rage starts taking over. "You may be giving me a hard time now, but you have no idea how much magic I've acquired over the last almost 500,000 years. And I intend to show you. I'm gonna grind you into dust," Salaga says, with the most vile, bloodthirsty look on his face, reverting to something much more demonic looking now. This is Salaga's true power bursting to the surface. However, Peppino is still not impressed. Salaga goes to throw another attack, with Peppino bracing himself and crafting something hopefully strong enough to absorb the impact. However, Salaga's magic proves tricky again as the punch is thrown from the left but comes from the right, completely breaking Peppino's ankles and causing him to take a direct hit. Peppino is sent crashing into the wasteland below as Salaga chases him down mid-flight and sends him flying another direction with another punch. Even with all of the confidence he was showing prior, Peppino admits that he can't take this too much longer and begins putting up a barrier to offer him a little more protection. This is when he starts noticing a smoke infiltrating his barrier though, and using his better judgment, assumes this to be toxic. "That should get you out of the door without too much effort," Salaga says, as Peppino, as expected, jumps out of the barrier to avoid inhaling whatever that smoke was. And right into Salaga's grasp he goes as the demon wraps around him like vapors and begins eating away at Peppino's very essence. It's almost kinda scary to see his life being ripped away from his face, and Bulma can do nothing but watch and wait nearby. It's a very recent technique you're undergoing, which I copied from a few creatures made of pure energies on planet Bread who wandered around with the sole aim of finding vitality to feed on. Peppino's vitality is getting ripped from his very body, but all of a sudden, Kakumei roars to life in order to disrupt and manifest a spectral punch, knocking Salaga off of him. This is when Kakumei begins regenerating and even taking it a step further and covering Peppino in this protective and solid armor, activating this new, more powerful mode we've never seen before. Even Bulma's surprised to see just how much fight he still has left in him. "Just another one of your gadgets," Salaga roars. "Know that you won't be surprising me again." "Kakumei, so you were evolving on your own all this time?" "Well, let's see how much it's worth," Peppino states. And he moves so fast that Salaga can't even follow him, and he's getting ping-ponged all over the place. But when Salaga throws another punch, he levels half the battlefield. "This ability actually hurts me." "You're brilliant, that's for sure," Salaga says, laughing hysterically. "So stop this if you can." Salaga suddenly sprouts 4 more arms and begins throwing a flurry of ultra strong swings, keeping Peppino on his toes, but the young Tuffle hybrid is barely breaking a sweat weaving all of this guy's attacks. We gotta give him his props. Peppino has been progressing and adapting this entire time, it seems like, unbeknownst to Salaga, and he may have finally closed the gap. Salaga creates a massive supernova death ball overhead and declares that with an attack of this magnitude, Peppino has no choice but to stop this attack head on, or else it'll destroy everything in his path as well as him and Bulma. His options have just gone from slim to damn near none, as Peppino has no other option but to muster up the strength within himself to deflect this monstrous attack. Give up. Let yourself be overwhelmed, Salaga screams at him. I can even take your pain away if that will make your choice easier. But Peppino hasn't lost a bit of confidence even in the face of this massive attack, telling this so-called master of dimensions he's already lost. Peppino and Kaguya would shock everyone as with a single attack, they're able to pierce directly through the wizard's biggest attack with such a concentrated force that it's even able to pierce through Salaga himself almost like a special beam cannon. He isn't supposed to be able to impact me, Salaga utters through the pain of being impaled. But of course it wasn't. He planned it all. Well done, Hybrid, Salaga congratulates shockingly. I truly must admit, you've won, Salaga says as the battle over Bulma comes to one of the most shocking endings imaginable in Dragon Ball Kakumei. Bro, it has been months since we've last seen Broly in Dragon Ball Kakumei. He's been raging around for most of the year, but now Kakumei is back and it's time to see what Broly has been up to. The fight between Peppino and Salaga has come to a climax in this month's chapter, with Peppino's last attack finally being enough to land the fatal blow. As Salaga accepts defeat finally, he tells Amaran, Dula, and his brother that he counts on them. I failed in my mission, so as a matter of principle, Salaga says, I'm letting you go back with Bulma, he tells Peppino. But he also warns them that Amaran is far more reckless and dangerous than he is, so they better think twice before stepping to him. As Salaga's life fades away, Kaguya begins the regeneration process again before they go and retrieve Bulma. Bulma gives them a huge thumbs up for winning such an impossible looking battle and are greeted by huge relieved smiles from Kaba and Caulifla as they return to the normal dimension. Hold up, wait a damn minute. Over 80% of you guys watching right now aren't subscribed to the channel. Now, I want to try to work this number down to 50% by the end of 2024. So help your boy out by subscribing to the channel, leaving the like on the video. I promise, put it on everything I know. It is completely 101% free. This young man, I can't believe it, Fennel says in amazement that Peppino really did it. We should really join your mother and the other isolated inhabitants, Bulma says. I'll be safe and the others will take care of the rest. I wonder how the others are doing, Kaba begins. Has Kale managed to calm Broly down? I'm having trouble sensing her ki. To which Caulifla agrees that they need to hurry and get back ASAP, not wasting any more time. Back at the battle between King Sadala and Dula, Super Saiyan King Sadala may have sustained a good bit of damage, but he's still standing tall against his opponent. This is a really sick shot here too, I gotta add. So you can change your hair color too, Dula asks, seemingly mocking Sadala's transformation. Blonde might suit me too. I hate this feeling, King Sadala says, as it looks like he's almost struggling to maintain his mentality in his Super Saiyan form. I gotta put this aside, he roars. Dula decides it's time to be done with these Saiyans altogether. Sadala proclaims that these guys won't be the catalyst for the downfall of the Saiyans, and the two charge at each other again. Dula stops in his tracks though as a feeling of disbelief overcomes him. Even King Sadala notices him freeze up for a second and waits to see what happens next. Where's Salaga, Dula thinks to himself. The bond between us seems to have broken. No, I must be mistaken, it's impossible. King Sadala would take this opportunity to try and catch him off guard, but Dula's portals are still as dangerous and precise as before, as one appears and redirects his punch right back to himself. These portals are a real problem, Sadala mentions. At this rate, I could put myself out of business. He goes for another attack even though Dula creates another portal. Just a trick, King Sadala proclaims, and did we just find a Hercule Easter egg right here? As he somehow bypasses the portal this time and lands a clean hit on his opponent. His temperament and attitude have completely changed though. What's going on? as King Sadala just pounds on Dula, who is in a complete daze right now. Dula continues thinking to himself, earlier, a dimension opened up and I felt our link gradually fade away. I don't understand. King Sadala ain't stopping just because Dula isn't moving, but it seems like it's finally sinking in for Dula that Salaga just might be gone. King Sadala fires a vicious beam to finish off his opponent, but at this very moment, Dula snapped out of it. I don't think you understand that you're no longer my priority, Dula says to him as his entire demeanor has changed once again. His speed just now was unbelievable. The way he begins to move has changed, becoming abnormal even, with a sinister aura enveloping him. The two engage in another explosive clash, but Dula seems much more sharp now. If Salaga really is what I think it is, I can swear on my honor that I'll take great pleasure in devouring every citizen of this bloody planet, Dula says. King Sadala refuses to give up though, continuing to try and land a blow, but this is when Dula shows us that not only is he able to make portals, he's also able to heal himself, repairing the damage to his arm and face to the shock of King Sadala. He makes a portal behind him and sticks his arm in, appearing underneath the king and pulling him into the ground. He reaches into another portal that appears above Sadala's head and grabs him by the back of the neck. Do you really think I'm gonna let myself? The king starts, but all of a sudden, a horrid feeling overtakes him that takes his breath away. What was that? He asks as Dula slams his face into the ground. Bro was gripping King Sadala's neck like he was an action figure right now as the tables have turned completely, I'm gonna be honest. Dula is beating his ass between two portals before delivering a crushing knee to the gut again, telling Sadala that he should really try not to get hit in the same place twice. He finally releases him as King Sadala rebounds and tells him that he'd be well placed to understand that this injury won't stop him. A blow for a blow. And he returns a vicious knee right back to Dula across the face. King Sadala tries his best to remain in the battle, but even after such a reassuring attack, that previous feeling of dread returns and freezes him up again. Sadala, a familiar voice says as he begins to be almost pinned down by these mysterious forces. Don't you have any shame? No remorse? It's all his fault. All of these voices are perished sayings, but this clearly has got to be some sort of mind game by Dula. Sadala recognizes all of these beings though. You've broken your promise to us, they go on. We're dead because of you. The mental strain and pressure begins to wear down on King Sadala as he pleads, saying he knows and he's deeply sorry, but he has to move on. He falls out of his Super Saiyan form to his knees, trying to regain control of his psyche. Pitiful. And that's supposed to be fit for a king, Dula says, mocking the king in such an embarrassing state. But now, it's finally time for the moment you've all been waiting for. Broly has finally been revisited, but the damage he's caused at this point is immeasurable. Dula says to himself. That other fat green-haired guy stopped raging at his mate, it seems, as back at their battle, Broly has finally stopped demolishing Kale. And one less threat. What a jerk, Dula says. Slowly, Broly's pupils return to his eyes as what he's just done to Kale snaps him out of his rampage. For mercy's sake. Calm down, Kale struggles to say, halfway conscious. He lets out another monstrous roar, but this one would be accompanied by tears. Broly's tears fall onto Kale's face, as this proves that he's gained his humanity back somewhat. When we finally see Kale's face, she's been beyond beaten to a pulp by the rampaging Broly, and him snapping out of it and realizing that he did this to her has to be crushing. That piece of trash deserves to pay. For Chile, she stutters, but you've already done enough damage, Broly. Please. I believe in you more than anyone else, she says. She extends her arm out as much as she can and fist bumps his chest before losing consciousness finally. Wait. What's happening to me, Broly says as he finds himself back in his base form. He says that he'd prefer if it had been him instead of Chile, but a grungy voice says no in the distance. Chile and Limo are all we have left, this being says, as when Broly turns around, it's the manifestation of the very rage that just overtook him that he's talking to. almost like a split personality. They're our friends, our family, his rage continues. That demon has to pay, whatever it takes. Rage is the key to our revenge. No. This strength, this innate fury, Broly says, only leads to bad results. It makes us hurt our friends, and you're wrong, his other personality roars. Power governs the laws of this world. With this power, no one will dare attack those closest to us. And before our enemies begin to fear us, how many victims must we claim, Broly pleads? How many more lives are we gonna have to crush with our own hands to make attackers understand that they should have never attacked us in the first place? Go on, tell me. You just don't understand, the other Broly pleads. We have to, but he's cut off again as innocent Broly has had enough of the senseless slaughter. You're the one who doesn't understand, he replies. You're nothing more than a catalyst for my negative emotions, powerful enough to cause harm to my own friends, even those who are doing their best to dissuade me. It took Kale to rub shoulders with death because of me to realize it. I thought I was acting to protect our loved ones, but in the end, I only made them feel fear. Our enemies used me to achieve their goals, and here's where we are now. Broly turns his back on his rage as the manifestation begs him to come back. You can't just get rid of me like that, his now former alter personality would say, but Broly replies with a cold, don't insist. I'll never again resort to this uncontrollable animosity. So that's your plan. You're gonna give up your only chance to destroy that demon, his rage says, doing anything to try and get Broly to succumb to his anger again. Do you really think you can contain the power that lies dormant inside you and that'll never stop growing? I'm gonna deal with you and trust my friends. It's true that this power helps me, but from now on, I'll be the one using you, not the other way around, Broly declares. You're never gonna make it, the rage says, but Broly responds with venom, commanding him to shut up. Broly is making leaps and bounds right now as, with the help of Kale, Broly is beginning to tame his own anger. Back at the fight with Dula and King Sadala, Dula is ready to land the final blow, but out of nowhere, Broly appears and grabs his hand. Something is far different about Broly now though. This new form of his, while still monstrously powerful I'm sure, presents itself as much more tame and controlled than Broly previously. What exactly happened to him? Welcome back, fellas, to another Dragon Ball Kakumei video. Chapter 25 is finally out, and after what we saw last month, this one couldn't come soon enough. At the end of last month's chapter, Broly showed up out of nowhere and grabbed up Dula before he could cause any more trouble, but not only that, he also seems to have mastered his rage. Whether that be temporary or permanent remains to be seen still. The intro for chapter 25 tells us that over on Earth, training intensifies at Dende's sanctuary. The latter shares the history of his people and their special characteristics with the Namekians of Universe 6. Are they here because Piccolo plans to show them the hyperbolic time chamber maybe? Links to all these creators of Dragon Ball Kakumei will be down below in the comments, and if you guys are excited for more content like this, consider leaving a like on the video and subscribing. But without further ado, let's hop right in. Broly's grip is far too strong for Dula to just break free, so he chops the arm off and regenerates it. Huh? He doesn't look mad anymore, Dula says as he notices Broly looks a lot less berserk now. Broly would then land next to a sobbing King Sadala. He apologizes for everything, the fit of rage, the senseless slaughter of his own brothers, and he shockingly chops King Sadala in the neck, knocking him out cold. The other Saiyans around don't really know what to make of this, but if they couldn't handle an out-of-control Broly, I would just leave this one alone. Wait a minute, Admiral Ruba interrupts them. He's not acting like he did before. He seems to be in full control at last. Please get your king to safety, Broly tells them. When all this is over, I'll accept my punishment. The Saiyans are in disbelief and honestly have no clue what to do until Admiral Ruba would speak up once again, commanding his forces to just do what Broly says. This mastered rage form of Broly has yet to show his true power, but I think it's pretty safe to say that Broly has never looked so calm, yet so dangerous before. You, he roars as he begins approaching Dula. Dula sticks out his hand and tries to stop Broly with a blast, but it doesn't look like he plans on blocking, dodging, or even caring about Dula's attack. The explosion goes off, but when the smoke clears up, as we could probably already guess, Broly is unharmed and hasn't stopped his slow walk towards Dula, who is definitely backing off now. Dula flies into the air and creates another massive blast this time and launches it towards Broly, hoping to make some sort of impact, but again, no effect, as Dula himself says that Broly seems almost invincible at this point. These two are now entire clips away from each other as Broly reaches out an arm asking, "You can regenerate, right?" Well, why on earth would he be asking that? When Broly closes the distance, he uses the exact same technique Dula used on Chile to pierce him through the torso, getting it all the way back in blood. "And that's how you did this, huh?" he says. He pulls his hand out. That was for Chile. "Now regenerate," he demands. "You filthy." Dula begins as he writhes in pain, but is able to regenerate before permanent damage is done. "You're gonna pay for that, I assure you," he goes on. "See what you've just done," Broly continues, giving Dula the meanest glare ever. Chile wasn't so lucky though. "Come on, you can't trick me forever," Dula utters. Broly goes to throw another punch, but Dula is barely able to get another portal up in time. From out of the portal comes some sort of slicing attack that nearly gets him, but he's able to come away with only a face cut. All around him, Dula sets up a number of these attacks, but Broly may just be invincible in this form after all with how much tanking he's doing. "Dula," Amaran says, calling to his subordinate telepathically. "Venerable heir," Dula answers. "Salaga is dead," Amaran tells him, which sends a shock through Dula's entire body. "Unleash yourself," Amaran commands him, as there is nothing really left to be reserved about. "Yeah," Dula replies as he undergoes a similar transformation to the one we saw Salaga take on at the climax of his battle as well, what seems to be kinda like the full potential or release of their magical powers. Broly appears right above him, but when he lands before Dula this time, the sorcerer is finally ready to go all out and leave it all on the battlefield. "Bring it on," Broly tells him, with Dula replying that he couldn't have said it any better himself. Dula launches another massive slashing attack, this one on a much larger scale, and while it does cause some visible damage to Broly, it doesn't really look like it's affecting the legendary Super Saiyan too much. Broly does acknowledge the massive change in the ferocity of Dula's attacks though, as he says to himself the force of these blows and precision increased tenfold. He didn't even see it coming. Could it be his magic? "My physical strength is far less than yours, but my magic can make up for this without any problem," Dula says as he appears behind Broly again. "I am Dula the Summoner, and I'll show you what the honor of my nickname is worth." Broly throws a kick, but his opponent is already gone. Next, Dula would create 5 enormous portals around Broly as he tells him to go on and show me how you defend yourself against this. "These portals are huge," Broly says, stunned. From the portals, demonic monsters start emerging, but Broly refuses to back down and actually makes the first move. He splattered the first monster with a catastrophic punch to the face. The next one was able to catch Broly in his blind spot and smashes him to the ground with his fist. Underneath that monster's fist though, Broly begins firing a monstrous blast of his own, only to be met with a similar attack from his opponent. The massive beam clash between these two behemoths looks almost equal, but Broly's new form is showing a type of strength that even the legendary Super Saiyan isn't the most familiar with. Broly roars with power and overwhelms the monster with his attack, blasting his head clean off his shoulders. Unfortunately, it looks like Broly may be exhausting a bit too much power as his eyes start blinking out again and that out of control look starts coming back. "This form exhausts me. I could lose control at any moment. I've got to stay focused," Broly thinks to himself. Above him though, another monster is about to smash him underneath his foot again, but Broly deadass just caught the foot and then launches himself and this stupid monster into the sky. Yeah, Dula, he is looking kinda indestructible, I'm not gonna lie to you. It looks like you might have bit off a little bit more than a side character can chew. Broly would launch himself high into the outer atmosphere, dragging the monster with him, and when he gets high enough, he tosses the monster even further out in space, and it's good riddance for that fella. Over on the battlefield, there's still another enemy to take care of, so Broly heads back. "You're the last one," Broly says as he goes on to make pretty quick work of the last demon, skating down his arm and in one powerful burst, blasting this guy's head clean off as well. But because of all of this constant energy consumption in this form, Broly is slowly losing more and more control as the form continues to burn up his stamina and energy. "I've got to finish this quick." Where did he go? Broly asks. Behind you, imbecile, Dula calls out as he then summons the mothership. It's useless, Broly replies as he begins to fire another blast, but the exhaustion is really catching up with him now. With every passing second and every attack, Broly's grip on his own power was slowly slipping away, and now it seems like he's gone again. He's lost control again, Dula says. Luck is always on my side. Dula sends a punch through a portal and hits Broly right in the chin, but he may have honestly just knocked more sense into him than anything, as Broly continues trying to shake off the rage taking him over. You all came here just to hurt me and my friends, Broly says to Dula. I will never be able to forgive you now. You can no longer escape. Dula simply replies, however, that he is just a pawn on the chessboard. But don't worry, I take responsibility for everything I do, he says. Yeah, I'm stuck here. Too bad for you, he finishes. Venerable heir, he calls out as he envisions the current battle between Vegeta and Amaran. So with a smirk and in the final panel of Dragon Ball Kakumei Chapter 25, Dula the Summoner would undergo another transformation and release the full extent of his power this time. I'm sorry, Venerable heir, but I've made my choice, Dula finishes as his transformation completes along with Chapter 25 of Dragon Ball Kakumei. Perfect Legendary Super Saiyan Broly versus Full Power Dula, and Vegeta versus God of Destruction Amaran marks the beginning of war, starting on Universe 6's planet Sadala, and soon to be spread across the entire multiverse when Kansei, the Mother of the Angels, is truly ready to make her move. With Goku still sealed away in absence and the very visible and weird stress the Grand Priest is under recently, does the currently known multiverse really stand a chance at the end of the day? Let me know down below in the comments what you guys thought of this month's chapter of Dragon Ball Kakumei. I know all of us really have been waiting on Broly to come back, and he has not disappointed ever since he hit the black and white again. I appreciate you guys watching until the end as always, and really quick PSA before we get out of here, make sure that you're subscribed to the channel and have those notifications turned on, because this weekend is going to be host the Dragon Ball Games Battle Hour 2024, and along with the Dragon Ball Daima panel and the Xenoverse 2 update, it's also already been confirmed that we will be getting a brand new Dragon Ball Sparking Zero trailer at Battle Hour, and I know none of you guys want to miss that. I got no idea what they're going to be showing. Hopefully we see a little bit more gameplay, but at the end of the day, the only thing I really want for Sparking Zero at Battle Hour is a release date, or at least the damn season is coming out. Some of the chatter on social media is revolving around the expectations of gameplay functions being talked about, maybe a little bit of talk about a DLC Pack 1. Give me a release date and let's get all this split screen multiplayer stuff squared away, and I'm going to be happy with Battle Hour. That's really all I want. The trailer and any Q&As with devs on top of that is just a massive bonus to me. But I hope you guys enjoyed Chapter 25 of Dragon Ball Kakumei. Let me know what you're expecting from Battle Hour this weekend. Have a great day, and I will see you all in the next one. Bye, guys. I am so glad you just clicked this video right now, because you are not going to be disappointed. Dragon Ball Kakumei is back, and you are about to see some of the best artwork ever made, and it's all made by fans. So if you are caught up to Dragon Ball Kakumei, well, strap in, because this chapter is about to get even crazier. But if not, link to the previous Dragon Ball Kakumei video will be pinned down below in the comments, and up at the top of the screen right now should be the entire playlist as well. So if you guys are new to the story, be sure to go check that out when you have a chance as well. You know what, fellas? I'm gonna forgive y'all for all the name calling and slandering y'all did on that video we did like a year ago from chapter who knows what of Dragon Ball Kakumei. Y'all know what I'm talking about, because it looks like something akin to Ultra Instinct Vegeta might have actually been a thing after all. Fellas, Dragon Ball Kakumei is back this month, and on the cover we cannot forget about Gohan, who's still amidst his training in Universe 11. The caption reads, in Universe 11, Gohan appears to be performing an awakening ritual similar to the one he underwent several years ago. However, this one seems remarkably more introspective and conscientious than the previous one. Will Gohan emerge completely transformed from this experience? And that is where we're going to begin in Chapter 26 of Dragon Ball Kakumei. If you guys are enjoying the Dragon Ball content, consider leaving a like on the video to help us out in the algo, and don't forget to subscribe and turn on those notifications. But without further ado, let's hop right into the chapter. Now that Salaga has been defeated and Dula is on the brink, the Universe 14 God of Destruction Amaran has come to a resolve. Amaran, the venerable heir, has read Dula's memories and puts his finger on the wonder he felt towards Salaga. He understood much later on that Amaran had sent Salaga to meet him because Dula could never have refused a proposal from the person he admired most. The opportunistic nature of the venerable heir led him to play on Dula's feelings, using them against him to win his devotion. Dula was equally quick to understand this, but he didn't attach any importance to it since their respective objectives were so closely aligned already. Indeed, Dula and the others shared a common vocation, glory, certainly on different scales, and it was moving forward with such prestigious people that he convinced himself he couldn't dream of anything better. The echo of his name spread and merged with that of the magicians he admired. Salaga had always considered Dula to be his equal, so he was learning to do the same and see him as his loyal companion. Then the venerable heir's efforts bore fruit and brought them closer to the highest authorities in Universe 14. And which poor demon could ever boast that? Have I left my own mark in my era as Salaga did many years before? Dula wondered in the threshold of the final moments of his life. Dula saw himself as a banal entity moving through the darkness, but paradoxically, his deepest wish was not to end up in oblivion, but to be at the center of the cosmos' brightest light. I surely intend to go out with a bang, Dula roars as we see his power beginning to swell up. He takes his hand and drives it into his abdomen, ripping out a wad of plasma-like aura, and performs a technique known as Death Pact. An enormous monstrosity is formed that threatens to eliminate everything in his path. His energy is concentrating at a single point, Broly says, gasping. He's not gonna... Salaga. Venerable heir. Thank you, Dula declares. Thank you too for making my life exciting. You really want to end your life? Broly asks, shocked as Dula grabs hold of him. You put me through my paces, Dula admits to him. But I put all my energy into trying to harm you, but it's no use. You are much too strong. But the Death Pact increases my power tenfold by conferring on me all my powers of my predecessor summoners. So I might as well tell you that you have no chance of survival here. His explosion sets off and Broly is in awe as he illuminates the entire cosmos. To die in a firework display visible to an entire planet, that's the bare minimum I deserve, Dula says, as he takes his last glimpse of reality. Above planet Sadala, Dula and Broly are engulfed in this explosion, resembling a nuke in outer space as the Saiyans below can do nothing but watch. If you ask me, Amaran says, your friend had to give up the ghost. That explosion, I'm not sure if I could resist it myself. Broly, you're mad, Vegeta declares as we see Broly charcoaled now in the middle of that ridiculous explosion. All of a sudden though, he starts condensing the energy of the explosion somehow with his own insane power. The explosion seems to have stopped expanding, the other Saiyans below mentioned. What the hell are you doing? Dula exclaims. That Saiyan? He's compressing the explosion, Vegeta gasps. Shut up, Broly says to Dula as he continues to crush him within his hands. I'm not sure how he just did that, I'm gonna be honest, but Dula's explosion has been contained, and now Broly would just fall out of the sky back towards the planet's surface. Admiral Ruba would be there to catch him, telling him, well done, friend. You've saved us all. You can be proud of yourself. Broly would reach to his side looking for Kale, who's still crippled from that raging beatdown he gave her earlier, but at least she's conscious. Call the Tuffle Doctor now, the Saiyans begin calling. Please tell me she's alright, Broly says as he looks for Kale. She's not in very good condition, Ruba says, but you can thank her, Broly. It's thanks to her that you were able to regain consciousness. Broly continues to apologize for his deadly outburst earlier, and it's at this moment when Kale would try to get up. The others would beg her not to exert too much with all of her injuries as Broly rushes over to her and continues apologizing. Vegeta yells at him to move out of the way though as a deadly attack comes his way. Amaran senses chains at Broly, but Vegeta is somehow able to get him out of the way in time. As far-sighted as I may be, I must admit I never thought for a second that my subordinates would die today. And they did, so my sincere congratulations, Amaran says. But Vegeta tells him to spare them the speech. Your wife is safe, however, Vegeta. That's what matters, isn't it? Vegeta realizes that he was so focused on the battle at hand that he hadn't even felt her ki reappear. What a relief, he thinks to himself. So, nothing seems to be going according to plan after all, huh, God of Destruction, he says to Amaran. But listen, man, I don't recall anyone saying that plans have changed. Please don't think that your victory is a foregone conclusion. I won't let you go, Vegeta. I asked you to show me your maximum power and you didn't obey. Yet, I've seen it in your recent memories, that power. But now I've lost my patience. Vegeta warns everyone to watch out and get out of the way as a catastrophic attack is unleashed by the God of Destruction. Amaran would unleash an attack that seems almost similar to a domain expansion, cleaving through the Saiyans on the ground like it was nothing and leaving a scene similar to a horror movie. I don't think there was a single Saiyan in this attack's path that was quick enough to save anybody else, let alone themselves. Admiral Ruba is in a state of shock as he can only watch his comrades being obliterated, tears welling up in his eyes, and this would unfortunately be the push that was big enough to propel Admiral Ruba into becoming a Super Saiyan, but Amaran just tears right through him with his scythe as well, taking off one of his arms as well as leaving this huge gash in his torso. Amaran appears in front of the wounded Admiral Ruba and prepares to finish him off, but this is when Broly would turn around and notice that Vegeta has disappeared. When we look back, Vegeta has reappeared in front of Amaran and knees him in the face. Here it is, Amaran comments excitedly as it seems that he's seen exactly what he's been waiting for now. That's exactly what I saw. He used it. I didn't even see him move and yet, Broly would say as all of the Saiyans are left stunned by what Vegeta has just done. King Sadala would finally wake up now with all of his comrades surrounding him. Where's the demon? What happened, he asked. They let him know that Broly defeated the demon. Now all that's left is the masked guy. Oh, what a relief, King Sadala exclaims. But when he looks up, not only does he see all of the carnage across the battlefield that Amaran just caused, but Vegeta has finally displayed his true power that up until this moment, not many people knew about. The exact power that Amaran witnessed Vegeta using in his memories. And in the very last panel of chapter 26 of Dragon Ball Kakumei, we can see that Ultra Instinct Vegeta has finally been born. But I'm gonna be honest, is Ultra Instinct Vegeta even enough to take out a God of Destruction who just one-shot majority of the Saiyans on the battlefield? So I gotta know down below in the comments, fellas, how are y'all feeling about Ultra Instinct Vegeta in Dragon Ball Kakumei? Yes, Goku is still locked away in Universe 0 somewhere, Gohan is still training on Universe 11 with the Pride Troopers, but Vegeta and Broly are doing everything they can to keep Planet Sadala and Universe 6 safe. Although Amaran, the new God of Destruction of Universe 14, seems like a much different entity than all the other gods and way more determined and vengeful too. But that is going to do it for this video, guys. Let me know down below in the comments how you guys felt about this. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like this chapter was a little bit shorter than usual, but maybe it's just because we didn't get one last month. Hopefully in the near future, Kakumei can go back to being bi-weekly, but I think Poison is in school. That's why they kind of have delays sometimes. I think bro's like 17, 18 years old, so they kind of have to work around his schedule. But anyways, let's go ahead and wrap this one up, fellas. Links to all of the creators of Dragon Ball Kakumei will be linked down below. Consider leaving a like on the video on your way out if you did enjoy the content to help us out in the algorithm a little bit. And if you somehow haven't by now, don't forget to subscribe and turn on those notifications to never miss a Dragon Ball upload as soon as they go live. Have a great day, fellas. My bad. I know I'm not too late, but Kakumei completely slipped my mind until like a day ago. This time of the year is mad busy, but Dragon Ball Kakumei hasn't lost a step. In the previous chapters of Dragon Ball Kakumei recently, we witnessed Amaran, Dula, and Salaga descend upon planet Sadala, and the fight that ensued was more brutal than I could have ever imagined. The casualties are racking up right now as the new God of Destruction of Universe 14, Amaran, has appeared after being given the position thanks to his universe returning. After arriving on Sadala, Dula would seemingly take the life of Chile, causing Broly to lose his mind and nearly kill Kale in the process, but thanks to her, he was able to finally calm down before he just wiped out all the Saiyans himself. Eventually, after regaining his conscious mind, Broly had gained control over his rage and achieved a much calmer new form now, and this would help mark the end of Dula. Caulifla, Kaba, and Pepino would be in charge of protecting Bulma from a pursuing Salaga whose sole mission was to capture or eliminate Bulma on the orders of Amaran. He would eventually fall as well though, thanks to the persistence and resolve of everyone protecting Bulma, and now there's just one left. At the main battlefield, a vicious war between Amaran and the rest of the Saiyans is still going on, with Vegeta trying his best to beat this guy and keep him from killing more Saiyans at the same time. With Amaran's power looking a lot more dangerous than Vegeta could have imagined, Vegeta was forced to finally reveal a new technique that he'd been working on. Is this the birth of a new Ultra Instinct Master possibly? Before we find out, if you guys have been enjoying all the content lately on the channel, consider leaving a like on this video to help us out for the cost of free $99, and subscribe to the channel so you never miss an upload as soon as they go live. But without further ado, let's hop right in. I still have too little control over this power, Vegeta says in the first panel of Dragon Ball Kakumei chapter 27. For now, it doesn't look like Vegeta is using perfected Ultra Instinct or anything, so Sign may be his limit right now, but these are all just assumptions from me, remember that. I'm not sure it'll be enough against him, but if that bastard thinks he can get away with committing such a massive massacre, then he's got another thing coming, Vegeta finishes. That pressure you exude is exactly what I've been noticing, Amaran says, looking very pleased to see this power from Vegeta finally. Now, here we are. You've made the effort to go all out, so there's no reason for me to hold back any longer either. Just as I thought, Vegeta replies, as he suspected Amaran was still holding back as well. As Amaran's aura becomes more sinister than ever, Vegeta understands now that he's just been playing them the whole time, making fun of them even. It's the one who shows the greatest foresight who emerges victorious, Amaran roars as he goes in to attack Vegeta. Speaking of foresight, Vegeta looks like he's seeing stuff in slow motion now with the way he's bobbing and weaving, Amaran trying to have a close-up brawl with him. And not only does Vegeta have the dodging down, it seems like he's not hesitating to counterattack whenever Amaran leaves himself open either. Gave him a little Gervonta Davis to the spleen right there. Amaran notices that Vegeta's movements and even his aura are completely different now, and he's mysteriously calm. Vegeta tries to throw another punch with Amaran creating a barrier around himself at the last minute to absorb his attack. This key barrier ergonomically absorbs blows, so he won't be getting past my defense today, Amaran states, but this is when something actually weird happens. Vegeta seems to completely stop moving, and even Amaran is confused, but when Vegeta somehow breaks through his defenses and lands another blow, it's clear that he's found a flaw in this so-called impenetrable defense. Vegeta's punch to the gut takes Amaran off his feet, but from out of his back, he releases this massive amount of destructive energy, it looks like, that tracks Vegeta down and begins to engulf him. This is actually pretty special right here if you ask me. This is Ultra Instinct versus the power of destruction. The technique of the angels versus the technique of the destroyer gods. This is a sick face-off. As the energy of destruction completely engulfs Vegeta, growing larger in the process, we can see that Vegeta is somehow able to use Ultra Instinct to maneuver his way out of this deadly attack. At first glance, this match may look fairly even at the moment, but I think that not having mastery over this form is slowly taking its toll on Vegeta, especially after more or less tanking an attack like that. The crater left from Amaran's blast is massive, but both parties stand on either side ready to continue their battle. He seems to be able to move this destructive technique in the same way as Lord Beerus and that guy from the Tournament of Power, Vegeta thinks to himself, somehow not able to remember the name of the second guy who made him blow himself up, but whatever. Amaran is... I don't even really know what to call this guy right now. Is he pleased, mad, enjoying himself? It's hard to really get a read on somebody this psychotic, as he comments that Vegeta must have faced this kind of attack before, and it's got him all riled up now. Vegeta charges at him again with Amaran taken to the skies, preparing another attack. Vegeta darts after him and evades every blast Amaran throws at him, perfectly maneuvering around each and every beam. He'd be able to envision the trajectory of all of my attacks, all the possible scenarios, and find the one that favors him. However, even when scanning him, he doesn't really seem to know himself what he's doing. He hasn't mastered anything at all and is forced to pause to think about all the possible courses of action. That's his flaw. So Vegeta is basically still unable to let his instinct take over because he's still thinking too much. It's almost like, at least kind of the way Amaran explained it here, a struggle or at least a need for reassurance in his mind, which is giving his technique a flaw that Amaran may be able to exploit. Amaran and Vegeta both concentrate and center their minds before the next round begins. Amaran would declare that he has to multiply the possible options he gives to him so that it doesn't take him too long to spot the flaw, but during this time when he's vulnerable and searching, he can return fire with his own blows. It's like playing a real poker game, he says excitedly with the battle continuing. And Amaran's plan works near flawlessly as well, as he's able to land a blast on Vegeta and brings him to the ground with a kick. This power, when not mastered, is full of flaws, but you're still far too dangerous. It's not this simple sequence that should take you down. So, go ahead and attack me, Amaran says. Vegeta frowns before rising back to his feet and then going completely calm once more as he tries again with What I can only assume is possibly his own version of Ultra Instinct, since it seems like he isn't fully utilizing his instinct and still thinking about his movements. Amaran, however, has no issue with doing anything in his power to get Vegeta to dig that much deeper, even if it means massacring every single Saiyan here to make Vegeta entertain him. Too slow, come on Vegeta, give it your all. It's the fight of your life, Amaran roars as he just mows down the entire battlefield of bodies. Admiral Lyric is sick to his stomach, saying that this demon is just slaughtering all of their people and all they can do is watch powerlessly. Miserable. I'm miserable, he thinks to himself, on the verge of insanity. I can only count on you, Vegeta. The emptiness and pain inside of me are indescribable. Vegeta's temper almost boils over as well, with Amaran playing dirty now, but his best chance is for him to maintain this technique as long as possible. Charging him with anger is just what Amaran wants, as he says, "Do you see what you're forcing me to do to make you obey?" This guy's a maniac, but Vegeta still has something up his sleeve also. He appears above Amaran this time and drops the axe kick of hell on this guy's head. My god, and then a random death beam. Psych, nigga, weave that. I'm not sure what you thought this was. That wasn't no Frieza death beam though, so it just didn't have that extra little bit of malice behind it, you know what I'm saying? When Frieza shoots, he's shooting to get you up out of here. Amaran would go on, however, saying that each of his strokes is so precise and so impactful, no diddy, that he's made him lose a lot of strength over the course of this battle. But I'm not gonna complain, he goes on. On the other hand, the time you take to concentrate on your technique before each of your rushes towards me is so important that you can't necessarily take that risk every time, given what I've just done. Me and my dog Vegeta not trying to hear this nonsense though, so just get to the point, mummy man. And yet, with this power, you ventured onto the territory of the gods, and you're going to die by my hand. The irony has come full circle. Vegeta snaps back, however, telling Amaran that his body is the one screaming for him to stop. Blood coming out of every which way, bandages dirty as hell. I mean, he's the one looking weak right now, not Vegeta, right? But Amaran doesn't seem to think so. Hey, I'm not even sure what just happened here. Like, did this brother just Chibaku Tensei the Saiyans? Amaran really out here moving like Majin Buu in the good old days on a just absolute slaughter fest. And with the casualty count rising rapidly every time he fails to finish this battle, what is Vegeta gonna do now? Unable to control his emotions in such a devastating situation, Vegeta lashes out in a berserk rage, attempting to help his brethren out, but Amaran pulls out that old trusty hook and just snatches Vegeta back across the battlefield by the shoulder. Now, is this the same arm that Vegeta's always holding? I'm not sure, but if so, that's kind of fun. Amaran, clearly a fan of Mortal Kombat, tries to yank Vegeta over to him using the hook, but no. Amaran must have forgot that he's the prey in this story, so Vegeta grabs the chain and tries to pull him back. When he yanks Amaran within arm's reach, Vegeta doesn't strike him with a punch or a kick. He charges a mouth beam, something we haven't seen from a Saiyan since Broly and Nappa, I don't think, and tries to obliterate the God of Destruction. Unfortunately, this attack didn't pack nearly the punch as Vegeta's last one, and Amaran is fully aware. It seems to me the power of that last blast wasn't up to the level you displayed a few minutes ago. Can't take it anymore, Vegeta, he mocks. At this point, Vegeta has gone back to base form and is barely standing on his own feet, but the fact that he had to go through all of this pretty much by himself while everyone just literally sat there and watched. No, I mean, literally sat there and watched. No evacuations or help. Just literally sitting there watching helpless. Like Admiral Lyric just said in this very chapter, I can't even really blame Vegeta for this loss. Even the situation with Broly really changed the entire course of this fight with Amaran. Over at the site of the injured Saiyans, Kaba and Caulifla have finally returned with Admiral Fennel, much to King Sadala's relief. I can't move, Broly comments. My body's so heavy. Kale's still lying unconscious. Vegeta used the mysterious power, but he hasn't yet mastered it 100%, King Sadala says, still watching the battlefield. The backlash from it was terrible. Unfortunately, in the last panel of Dragon Ball Kakumei Chapter 27, Vegeta has fallen to Amaran, with a foot on the back of his head, bowing before him similarly to how he did when Beerus tamed him. Just got my boy Vegeta on the damn hook like he's playing Dead by Daylight. I can't believe this. Dragon Ball Kakumei ended last month with Vegeta being dealt out some serious disrespect at the hands, or I guess feet, of Amaran after being impaled by his hook and chain and plastered up against a cliffside. Amaran had really taken things up a notch in chapter 27 after learning about the defeats of both Dula and Salaga, so he began an all-out rampage on all of the same. Vegeta, not having perfected his Ultra Instinct-like transformation yet, wasn't able to completely overwhelm Amaran before becoming exhausted and distracted enough for the tables to turn. Now it seems like things are about to get even worse, with many of the Saiyans having been slaughtered, the remaining completely exhausted from their prior battles, and Vegeta is being mauled for trying to fight all out and protect everyone at the same time. As chapter 28 opens, it seems like the fate of the Saiyans on planet Sadala, as well as King Sadala himself, may be at the hands of the Universe 14 God of Destruction, Amaran. Also, according to Rinko over on Twitter, this arc will be coming to an end after the conclusion of this entire situation with Amaran, so if you guys are excited for the new arc in Dragon Ball Kakumei coming soon, consider dropping a like on the video and subscribing to the channel to stay up to date with the most entertaining Dragon Ball content. We also got a little bit of stuff coming from the 6th anniversary of Dragon Ball Legends here, but without further ado, let's hop right into chapter 28 of Dragon Ball Kakumei. So Vegeta is already running low on HP as chapter 28 of Dragon Ball Kakumei begins with him having a foot still firmly on the back of his head. Aren't all those bandages enough? You want me to add some medical dressing too? Caulifla calls out, trying to get Amaran's attention, calling him a coward and telling him to attack people who are still fit to fight. Amaran simply looks up and then continues speaking to Vegeta, saying, "You really surprised me. But as I've seen, this victory was mine all along." "Shut your mouth," Vegeta barks back at him, telling Amaran he'll get his soon enough. Next, Amaran lands a solid kick across Vegeta's face, toying with him until Vegeta falls to his knees, but then turns his attention away to someone else, saying it would be so easy for him to kill Vegeta right now, but then he starts approaching Caulifla. "Observe, Vegeta. I'll take your henchman like you took mine," Amaran says, intending to eliminate the rest of the Saiyans while Vegeta is helpless to watch. Vegeta begs him to keep his focus on him as an opponent, but Amaran mocks him for not even being able to fight anymore, so what hope does he have to save anyone? King Sadala and the rest of the warriors remaining spring into action, with him commanding anyone still able to fight to protect Sadala to the death. So with a decently sizable amount of Saiyan warriors left, including Kaba, Caulifla, and Admiral Fennel, they head to the front line and all proceed to transform into Super Saiyan. You would never understand. Even at death's door, Saiyans will keep on fighting. That's the pride of our people, King Sadala declares, with Vegeta finally getting back to his feet. "Well, what an honor," Amaran replies with this sadistic smile on his face. "I can't wait." And one thing I do want to point out here is that even this aura around Amaran has gotten far more sinister in the past few minutes. Like, he's just exuding evil now. He's all for the slaughter just by the look on his face, and while the Saiyans all seem prepared to die for Sadala, Vegeta begs them to run, knowing they have absolutely no chance to compare to Amaran's power. Kaba has to seemingly remind Vegeta, though, as he transforms into a Super Saiyan 2, that this is their home, so they don't plan on backing down or going anywhere. Vegeta pleads and tries to warn them that they're no match for Amaran and only death awaits them, but Kaba roars back, telling Vegeta that if that's the case, then they should hurry up and just get it over with, tears in his eyes now, as he has to almost remind Vegeta what true Saiyan pride is, no matter how futile it may seem. Amaran takes off, charging at the Saiyans, and within an instant is right in Kaba's face. Kaba freezes in place, whether it be from fear or anger, almost like time itself stopped momentarily, but this is when Amaran produces his scythe once again and launches it at the helpless Saiyan. Fortunately, Admiral Lyric is there and able to react in time quick enough to shove Kaba out of the way, but the scythe pierces his own forearm and slices off one of his hands. He calls out for Caulifla to come in and deliver her attack now that Amaran seems to be somewhat held in place, but this gruesome sicko just rips the scythe back, tearing the Saiyan's forearm from the elbow down, just straight down the middle. Kaba and Caulifla stop mid-flight in the air as Amaran brings his chain back around, and they look for another opening through the God of Destruction's defense. Kaba tries to fly in for a kick, but Amaran easily ducks out of the way and then hits Kaba in the gut with an elbow, causing him to cough up blood. From his left, Caulifla begins firing ki blasts that Amaran easily blocks with his other arm. He brings the scythe back around through the smoke and debris, and on the other side, slices an arm off of Admiral Ruba this time now. But Amaran's next attack would be his most devastating. It was so severe that it literally tears through the entire army of Saiyans, mutilating almost all of them in the process. This is the moment in time where Kaba makes a fatal mistake. He begins to lose full control of his emotions and starts to charge directly at Amaran in a fierce blind rage. Vegeta and Caulifla, with tears in her eyes, yell out for him to stop, but Caulifla is going with a full head of steam, prepared to throw his life away. Amaran would use his power to stunt Kaba in his attack, but the Saiyan just keeps charging forward, and through just fierce determination and overwhelming strength, seems like he's able to land somewhat of a hit on Amaran, but Kaba, foolishly letting his guard down, is wide open now and defenseless to an attack coming from a blind spot. As Amaran's hook and chain makes his way back around to his master, King Sadala yells out, telling Kaba to get out of there, but by the time he turns around, it's too late. This is easily one of, if not the most gruesome ends I've seen a Saiyan experience, as Amaran calls Kaba nothing but a poor, reckless Saiyan. To everyone's shock, well, to the shock of everyone still conscious at least, but especially to the dismay of both Caulifla and Vegeta, Kaba has not only just been impaled through the chest with his heart in Amaran's hand sticking out of his back, but Amaran's scythe has also been lodged directly in Kaba's throat as the very life in his eyes begins to fade away, along with his transformation in the last page of Dragon Ball Kakumei chapter 28. And yes, in yet another chapter, Vegeta was unable to protect his fellow Saiyans from a gruesome destruction in Rampage, but with Kaba now presumably dead, I hope in the coming chapters this isn't going to end up being in vain for him. As Kaba's lifeless body hangs from Amaran's arm, even I'm beginning to lose the little hope I had left for Sadala Saiyans to make it out of this alive. That is going to do it for this one, guys. A pretty somber chapter of Dragon Ball Kakumei this month, with possibly another death before the true war with the angels even begins. Planet Sadala and the Saiyans were brought to their knees by just 3 individuals, and even with only 1 remaining, the odds are still stacked against them. Down below in the comments, let me know what you guys thought of Dragon Ball Kakumei chapter 28, because I'm gonna be honest, at this point, unless Gohan and Jiren show up, or we, find some Pataras around here somewhere, I really don't see how Vegeta and the Saiyans pull this one off. It's got to be a miracle. But once again, if you guys have been enjoying the content, Dragon Ball Kakumei and similar stories alike, especially, don't forget to drop a like before we get out of here. And also be sure to follow the creators of Dragon Ball Kakumei as well. All those guys will be linked down below in the pinned comment, so go support them so they can continue making this fire fan manga. But anyways, have a great day. Stay safe, and I'm going to see you all in the next one. Bye, guys. Oh, I know y'all didn't think I would forget about Dragon Ball Kakumei this month, fellas. I couldn't let y'all down that have been waiting on this. But as excited as we are for this month's chapter, the brutality the Saiyans have been enduring at the hands of Amaran isn't letting up. When he brought out the sickle, Amaran unleashed some of the most devastating attacks we've seen thus far across planet Sadala. Vegeta's new technique, very reminiscent of Goku's Ultra Instinct sign, gave Amaran the challenge that he'd wanted from Vegeta, but in the end, even this wasn't enough to help him save the Saiyans. At the end of the most recent chapter, Kaba foolishly charged at Amaran without a chance in the world, and thanks to this, he would meet the most gruesome end yet: a scythe through the neck and a fist through his chest. The other Saiyans, Vegeta and Caulifla specifically, look as if they've seen a ghost. They just can't believe that just like that, Kaba had pretty much thrown his life away in the blink of an eye, but now, what does Vegeta do from here? Guys, as always, the original creators of Dragon Ball Kakumei will be linked down below in the description and comments. If you haven't already, don't forget to subscribe to help us get that much closer to that 1 million sub milestone. Consider leaving a like on the video as well if you've been enjoying all the Dragon Ball content, including Kakumei and Sparking Zero. But let's go ahead and hop right into this. It's actually a pretty long chapter this month. Amaran has gone too far in chapter 29 of Dragon Ball Kakumei, with the first thing he does being ripping Cabba's heart from his chest and holding it in his hand for all to see like he's an Aztec or something. Across the battlefield, Caulifla roars in distress and anger, and for whatever reason, looks like she's about to make the same mistake as Cabba, charging in on Amaran in a fit of rage. Amaran responds by shooting a finger beam at her, but Caulifla scoffs at an attack like this, asking Amaran just what does he take her for, an idiot or something? All of a sudden though, she realizes that there's not just one, but two beams headed her way. The first one was hiding the second one, almost like I think it was the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu from Naruto. Noticing this too late though, Caulifla would take a piercing blow to the hip from Amaran's attack and fall out of her transformation. Admiral Fennel could only utter the words, "It's over," as tears run down her face as well. "The despair in your eyes," Amaran says as he prepares another massive attack. "There's no fighting spirit left in you. It's pitiful. I'm now disappointed." Elsewhere on the battlefield, King Sadala seems to be giving the last of his energy to Vegeta as an extension of the faith he has in his fellow Saiyan. After everything that's happened, it doesn't really surprise me that Vegeta has tears in his eyes either, as he looks on at his opponent with nothing but hate behind those tears. Amaran awaits whatever Vegeta chooses to approach him with, as King Sadala falls from exhaustion after transferring his remaining ki to Vegeta. Vegeta would now start to make his way back to the battle good as new. Now, we back in the game. Look at the pump. Look at this unit right here. Fellas, you know what? Never mind. Moving on. Vegeta charges his power and lets off a vicious amount of energy as he transforms back into Super Saiyan Blue Evolve. But even as helpless as things may seem, someone like Goku would never give up. So Vegeta can't give up on him. And with the lasting faith and memory of Kakarot, Vegeta can almost feel his presence with him, pushing him towards victory. For all of the Saiyans that have perished here, for everyone that I've failed to protect, Kakarot too. Sorry. Vegeta's demeanor begins to change as he says that he already died and has literally been through hell, but obviously you haven't, he goes on. So I intend to show you a real taste of it. These two Titans engage in an intense standoff with the remaining Saiyans watching. For him, saving Son Goku is more than just a passion, Caulifla comments. She can almost feel the unbreakable determination in Vegeta's eyes. Such mental strength, Fennel states. All of a sudden, Vegeta and Amaran take off towards each other, with Amaran landing the first hit, a clean punch to Vegeta's gut. Vegeta just shrugs off this first blow though and gives Amaran a kick across the face in return. For him, it's all about honoring his destiny, Caulifla would finish as she continues watching Vegeta. The intensity picks up again as Vegeta starts to take control of the pace of the fight. Son Goku? So that's who Vegeta was talking about, Admiral Fennel comments. Yes, Broly replies as he hurries over with Cabba's lifeless body. Vegeta usually seems cold, Broly continues, but his only desire is to save Son Goku's life in turn. Kale takes one look at Cabba and bursts into tears, but this battle is far from over, and in a time like this, there is little time for mourning. In any case, Broly continues, this Son Goku has helped me a lot too. From what I've seen, Vegeta has been indebted to him for years, even if I don't really know why. Vegeta fires another enormous flash at Amaran that blows him away and creates a massive trail in his wake. In the debris, Amaran walks forward from the smoke, cursing Vegeta, reminding him that he's got a punctured shoulder, multiple fractures, and your ki is almost depleted. It's getting real theatrical. How can you stand up still, he asks. Now, Vegeta looks terrible here, don't get me wrong, like he's on his last leg, but you're gonna have to kill him to get him to stand down against you. He kisses his teeth, replying, "Let me ask you again," he starts, but all of a sudden, Amaran surprisingly collapses, down to one knee and then both, before falling completely to the ground and rolling over on his back. "Well, it's about time, you filthy jerk," Vegeta calls out. "You've been playing hard to get, but in the end, the result remains the same. We're both at the same point. Using your destructive technique on such a larger scale necessarily requires large amounts of energy. No technique is perfect, I must admit," Amaran says humbly now. No one but Lord Drommel has ever pushed me to such extremes, and that power you used. But one thing is for sure, the end is nigh. I'll remember this planet and its fighters, especially you, Vegeta of Universe 7, he goes as he extends a finger. Vegeta warns him to not use the last bit of strength he has and get over here because something tells him that those two minions of his would miss him. Amaran foolishly expels the last of his strength to try and shoot Vegeta, who effortlessly dodges. No need for Ultra Instinct. Vegeta charges in, reeling a knee back as he grabs Amaran by the back of the head and crushes his ribs with a vicious knee. At this point, Amaran can't even stop himself properly from flying away thanks to that attack, and now looks completely helpless on the ground. A complete 180 from a few chapters ago when he was tearing the Saiyans apart. Vegeta continues walking towards him. He tells Amaran that ever since his arrival here, you've done nothing but sell yourself as the new god of destruction of Universe 14. Yet, you seem to forget that you're nothing more than a spare will for the deities. You're not an immortal being, he says. Amaran grits his teeth as he can't believe he's been defeated here like this. Lord Drommel has set his sights on me. Me, Amaran. I was only a lost being who now rubs shoulders with the divine. I was chosen by the highest authorities. I have received the blessing of the gods. This is when Amaran begins to have an explosive outrage of ominous ki, causing Vegeta to actually take a step back now. What? How can he? Vegeta thinks to himself, but Amaran vows that he won't lose to what he used to be. To lose to what you used to be? Excuse me, Vegeta says angrily. You who sit above it all have no idea what drives us mortals to fight every day, he roars at him. Amaran howls Vegeta's name in hate, but Vegeta silences him immediately, forbidding him to speak his name. It's at this point that Amaran takes off flying into the sky until he comes to a stop in space above planet Sadala. He takes aim down below and begins charging that ominous ki again. Vegeta begins preparing an attack of his own in his fist without so much as taking his eyes off of Amaran. Once I'm finished with you, I'll free my allies and hasten your end. It's only a matter of time, Amaran says. Yeah, this dude is definitely in some type of denial or something. I don't know, this is sad now. Vegeta, within the blink of an eye, appears before Amaran in the sky, even to the god's surprise, saying, "And you honestly think I'm gonna let you do as you will?" It's at this moment, Vegeta delivers the most vicious punch of the entire fight, freezing Amaran and crushing any remaining strength he had left in the process. He gets sent hurtling into the surface of the moon from that blow from Vegeta and plastered within the crater. This is impossible, he screams out in defeat, and hey, this is starting to look a lot like a One Punch Man chapter for real now. Like, damn, these guys are good, man. But this is when Vegeta would do something I thought I would never see from him after this. Get the hell out of here, he screams to Amaran, who also looks up in complete shock. Find your superior scum, Vegeta continues, and send them a message from Vegeta of Universe 7. Whether it's today or tomorrow, we're ready and waiting for you, he says while powering up. You've declared war on us, so get it into your heads that you're gonna lose. Amaran cries out in pain again as he falls out of the crater, with Vegeta telling him that he will never forget what he inflicted on the people of Sadala. On Kaba. I'll never forget it. So train as much as you like. This humiliation will haunt you for the rest of your life. Pray you never cross my path again. You've overestimated your own nature. You are and will always be a mere mortal, Vegeta tells him while surprisingly sparing his life. Apparently I don't have much choice, Amaran utters in reluctant agreement. I'm gonna leave this miserable planet, but I'm telling you right now, Saiyans will disappear from the multiverse in the very near future. Enjoy your last days of peace, Vegeta. Vegeta extends his hand and starts preparing one final attack. You're drained of all energy, Amaran says, and the slightest attack will doom you. Vegeta was seconds away though from firing his Big Bang attack when suddenly Amaran's staff is summoned and before he's decimated, is able to presumably escape back to Universe 14 thanks to the cube. Vegeta lowers his attack, choosing to let Amaran escape, and takes a deep sigh saying, he's finally gone. But if he's gone, then why does this feeling persist, he says to himself. This feeling that now we're in even more danger. Back in the frozen realm of Universe Zero, the Grand Prix seal is beginning to crack. So much so that Kansei, the mother of the angels, seems to be able to move. That is going to do it for this one, fellas. And with that, the training arc of Dragon Ball Kakumei has come to a close. Next, the war arc starts, if I'm not mistaken, but Kakumei is going to be taking a 2-month break with everyone enjoying the summer, I assume. The next chapter and the next arc begins in September, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel, because if the war arc is about to begin, then you fellas know the place to be. But anyways, have a great day, and I really hope you all enjoyed this chapter. Be sure to go and support all the creators of Dragon Ball Kakumei as well. These guys are amazingly talented. Links will be down below in the description. And I will almost certainly see you guys soon enough with some more Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. But have a great day. And I'm going to see you all in the next one. Bye, guys.